के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। मेरा नाम है स्पीडो और मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं महानगरी मुंबई के सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल इंडोर स्टेडियम में। आज यहां पे इतिहास रचा जाएगा। ये एक कहानी है, कहानी कमबैक्स की। ये एक कहानी है, कहानी डेडिकेशन की, उस ग्राइंड की जो यहाँ पे सबने करके दिखाई। और यहाँ पे वो 16 टीम्स आई हैं जो सबसे बेहतर हैं। बट इन 16 टीम्स में से केवल एक टीम होगी ऐसी जो बनेगी चैंपियंस। आज उन सभी चैंपियंस के लिए एक बार जोर से चीयर हम करने वाले हैं। द क्राउड इज हियर, इट इज मैसिव। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट पीरो और मेरे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ते आपको नजर आएंगे तो शानदार एनालिस्ट आकाश कोले एके सोल्टी। बट सोल्टी कहां हो भाई आप? सोल्टी वेयर आर यू?
अरे स्पीडो भाई, मैं थोड़ा जनता के साथ व्लॉग कर रहा हूँ। एनर्जी तो देखो इनका। जनता, दिस वन इज फॉर द व्लॉग। आमची मुंबई! क्या बोलती पब्लिक? कौन जीतेगा? The atmosphere is lovely. Speedo, I'm gonna join you guys at the desk very soon, but over to you.
Well, that is Salty for you, but alongside Salty, we also have a man with multiple talents. The man who came straight from Malaysia, Terence, aka IC Baby. Welcome to India. How are you feeling? And what do you think about this amazing crowd and India?
Oh my goodness, I'm feeling extremely excited here. Let me introduce myself. My name is IC Baby 12. I'm from Malaysia, and you guys have been very lovely. And speaking of two things about India, there's two things I love about India. Number one, Bollywood. Amir Khan and Shah Rukh Khan, the best actor of all time. Undeniable. Number two, the people of India. What?
Actually,
you don't believe me?
Well,
They, people of India 100, IC Baby 12. Jabana tu secret ho, tofa kabu karo.
all right, that is IC Baby for you. But let's come back to the business. Let's talk about our business. It is BGIS. It is Grand Finals. And हम यहाँ पे उस एक टीम को खोज रहे हैं जो सबसे बेहतर है। But Salty, all together, क्या कमाल का एटमॉस्फेयर है स्टेडियम के अंदर।
मैं तो था उधर जनता के साथ, बातें कर रहा था, उनके साथ था, तस्वीरें खींच रहा था। And I think this is a dream come true for all of us. This is BGMI at its very peak.
Absolutely, बहुत ही crazy atmosphere यहाँ पे बन चुका है, and I can feel it. I think even IC, who's here from Malaysia, can feel it. We all know now that he loves Bollywood, but he also loves something, and that is BGMI.
Yes, exactly. And speaking of BGMI here, to be honest, that's enough for me, right? Let's talk about the teams that's going to be participating here in the Grand Finals.
Yep.
Day 1, Day 2 Grand Finals. It has been exciting here. There is so much to talk about when it comes to the teams trying to compete for the #1 spot. And today, final 6 matches. And I'm very nervous and stressed for the teams because there is about 8 to about 9 teams fighting for a potential chance on the #1 spot.
Well, talking about chances, talking about history, नंबर 1 यहाँ पे 3 दिन का कंपटीशन हमें देखने को मिलेगा। आज आखिरी दिन है, 2 दिन हम ऑलरेडी विटनेस कर चुके हैं। बट डे नंबर 1 वाज फिनोमिनल। क्राउड आए थे, जोश था। एक बार नजर डालते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग ऑफ डे नंबर 1, जहाँ पे रेवेनेंट स्पोर्ट्स बहुत शानदार खेल के गए थे। 83 अंक उनके पास थे पहले दिन के बाद।
आपने तो रेवेनेंट स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में बता ही दिया, बट आप शायद भूल गए गॉड रेन ऑल्सो फिनिश डे 1 विद 83 पॉइंट्स। ये दो टीम they were lock in horn for that #1 spot. It's not just them as well. OR Esports, क्या शानदार प्रदर्शन था उनका।
देखिए, पहला दिन OR का बहुत खूबसूरत था। उन्होंने काफी अच्छा खेला और ऐसा लगा कि प्रेशर है ही नहीं OR के ऊपर। But Team X-Park, the fan favorites, they also played well.
Agreed. X-Park has been the most consistent team thus far in Day 1 as well as Day 2. Before we talk about Day 2 here, let's talk about the second half of how Day 1 actually happened as well. We had TWM Gaming as well as Blind Esports. One of the two teams that's very surprising here because, you know, a lot of expectations were put up towards these two teams in particular from online as well as between all the teams competing in Day number 1. But nevertheless here, they still scored about 35 to 37 points respectively from both of them. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they push themselves up towards the high ground. But that's pretty much Day 1, right? You know, when we talk about Day 1, it's all about getting used to the vibes in BGIS. Yeah. It's all about getting used to each other. And of course, you know, it is unexpected, right? It's all unpredictable.
देखिए पहले दिन पे एक और चीज थी, प्रेशर के सामने, ऑडियंस के सामने, वो प्रेशर के अंदर पहली बार खेल रहे थे हमारे प्लेयर्स, बट डे नंबर 2 थोड़ा सा अलग था, वहां पे कमबैक्स हमें देखने को मिले। लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग ऑफ डे नंबर 2 एंड बिग ब्रदर Esports। एक दिन में 6 मैचेस में इन नए प्लेयर्स ने 90 पॉइंट्स हासिल करे।
मतलब 2 चिकन डिनर 90 पॉइंट। अगर आप एवरेज देखें स्पीडो, इट मींस एवरी गेम आई सी दे गेट 15 पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम एवरी सिंगल गेम। ये कोई मतलब मामूली बात नहीं है। एंड you've got gladiators as well, you've got to talk about them from the bottom of that first page। जो comeback इन लोगों ने किया, 88 points from just the second day itself, it's absolutely fabulous। And the best part is Destro said that he's going to make that comeback।
Agree. And speaking of which as well, we do see 4 aggressive men as well as mid-wave Esports also in the top 8 as well. Top 2 falling a little bit short. And this, when it comes to day 2, it's all about, hey, we've gotten used to their playstyle. We've figured out how to take down some of the strategy. That's why we saw teams like Revenant Esports, God's Reign, as well as Aura Esports kind of fell down a little bit short in the second half of day number 2 though.
बिल्कुल, जैसे आईसी आपने बताया, रेवेनेंट Esports सबसे पहले दिन में बहुत अच्छा खेले, नंबर 1 पे गए, बट डे नंबर 2 पे वो प्रेशर आ गया। कह रहे थे ना कि हम नंबर 1 पे हैं, तो उसको बनाए कैसे रखें। उस चीज में रेवेनेंट को प्रॉब्लम हुई, उस चीज में ओआर को भी काफी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ा, बट मैं काफी खुश हूँ, काफी अच्छे कमबैक्स देखने को मिले। 4 AM एक नई टीम आई, एक नई टीम चाहिए। बिग ब्रदर Esports की हमने बात करी थी, नंबर 1 ऑन द टेबल आई फील।
Absolutely, I think यही तो है, यही तो प्लेटफॉर्म है BGIS का ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। वी वर लुकिंग फॉर दीज न्यू सुपरस्टार्स एंड वी सर्टनली हैव अ लॉट ऑफ दीज न्यू सुपरस्टार्स।
एब्सोल्युटली, वी हैव सम रियली गुड प्लेयर्स देयर, बट ओवरऑल अगर बात की जाए सिचुएशंस की, आई फील that today is the grand day, today is the major day. As I see mentioned, I feel there are 9 teams who can win the tournament. Let's have a look at those teams. Let's have a look at overall standing. 2 दिनों की मिला के एंड 2 दिन के बाद मैं कहता हूं सपने सच होते हैं। एंड बिग ब्रदर Esports सपने तो इनके सच हो रहे हैं, बिकॉज टोटल 12 मैचेस के बाद they are number 1.
Agreed. Speaking of number 1, we have to talk about how every single team is currently at, especially before we start off the grand finals of day number 3. Big Brother Esports number 1, of course. Gladiator Esports 134 points in second place. Revenant Esports on third place. Expert on fourth. God's Reign and TWM Gaming, Blind Esports and Midwave in the first half. But now, why I say this is very important, because this 8 teams in the front page have been their ups and downs during day 1 and day number 2. But the biggest wild card here is going to be Big Brother Esports, because think about this. They are the only team that has scored the highest amount of points in a single day with 90 points, which was happened yesterday to get into its number 1 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, of course, we saw the first page, right? Big Brother Esports at the very top, of course. As we move on to the next page, यहाँ पे हमको थोड़ा सा डिसअपॉइंटमेंट देखने को मिलता है स्पीडो, बिकॉज OR Esports फ्रॉम दैट नंबर 3 पोजीशन अभी 9वें पायदान पे है। यहाँ से OR Esports को ऊपर जाने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। एंड आई थिंक दैट फर्स्ट चिकन डिनर इन द फर्स्ट गेम, दैट इज व्हाट मेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस। पहले गेम पे अगर OR Esports ने इधर प्रदर्शन कर दिया, तो आई फील लाइक द जर्नी अहेड इज गोना बी अ लिटिल सिंपल फॉर देम।
वेल एब्सोल्युटली, देखिए यहाँ पे हम बात कर रहे हैं चैंपियन की, बट चैंपियन के साथ में अगर देखा जाए 16 की 16 टीमों को कोई रिवॉर्ड मिल रहे हैं। जैसे जैसे आप पॉइंट ज्यादा लेंगे, वो रिवॉर्ड्स भी आपके बढ़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। आई रियली फील दीज टीम्स दे हैव टू पुट अप अ शो टुडे बिकॉज ऑफ द ऑडियंस, बिकॉज ऑफ देमसेल्व्स। दे कैन फील द प्रेशर, बट दे हैव टू प्ले लाइक दैट।
It's true. The pressure is going to kick in, right? Like when it comes to competition, anything can happen. Think about this, right? The first place all the way to 9th place, the difference between number 1 to there is approximately about 30 to 40 points. So technically, mathematically, anything is possible. All they got to do is just win those chicken dinners, play very, very consistently in these 6 games, and they will rise to the top and be number 1. But for now, Big Brother is going to be the team to be watching out for here, because here, listen about this. Semi-finals, Big Brothers was on 14th place.
Yeah.
Day 1, they were in 6th place, and now they're number 1.
Well,
that's crazy.
absolutely.
That's crazy.
देखिए वहां पे बिग ब्रदर Esports ने तो बहुत अच्छा खेला, बट आप कंसिस्टेंसी की बात कर रहे थे, तो एक प्लेयर है जिसने बहुत बेहतर खेला है। पहले किसी सपोर्ट रोल में खेला करते थे, अब बने हैं अपनी टीम के IGL। यस, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट मिड वेव आरू। जिस तरह से आरू ने अब तक यहाँ पे खेल के दिखाया है, वो DBS हो या फिर वो ARs हो, वो क्लचेस की बात हो या अपनी टीम को जोन के अंदर ले जाने की बात, आरू हैज बीन फिनोमिनल।
Absolutely, I think आरू की जब भी बात आती है ना, वो 1v4 क्लच इन द मैप ऑफ Virangal, एक्चुअली वो याद आ जाते हैं मुझे, बिकॉज वो जो आइसोलेट किए थे प्लेयर्स, वो जो कूद के ऊपर से कूद के एक एक फाइट को आइसोलेट किया, दिस इज द थिंकिंग ऑफ एन आईजीएल. लुक एट दिस, राइट? You've got 16 finishes, almost 30% finish contribution. एक अकेले player जो IGL है, who has multiple responsibilities, but still leading from the front. I think this is what Aru represents. This is what Midwave represents.
You know, the thing about Aru as an IGL is that before first day happened as well, I had a chance to actually interview him and talk through how the teams actually progress. And they told me that they are taking things very, very spontaneous. So it's all about, you know, processing what's happening, being a little bit unpredictable and calm. So choosing your fights is going to be the key winning factor for them. And guess what? Day 1, Day 2, kind of low in the radar. They're still getting points here and there, but nobody has kind of figured it out yet. So we might expect a little bit surprise coming from Aru.
देखिए आरू की तरफ से सरप्राइज आएंगे या नहीं आएंगे वो तो हम देखेंगे, बट एक प्लेयर है जिसने सपना देखा था यहाँ पे आने का, और शायद इस टूर्नामेंट से पहले उनको कोई नहीं जानता था, बट वो यहाँ पे आए, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा खेला एंड उनकी टीम अभी नंबर 1 पे है. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट बिग ब्रदर ई-स्पोर्ट्स के सैफ, जिन्होंने अपने दम पे इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे एज अ टीम बहुत अच्छा खेल के दिखाया है.
I mean, when you speak of Saf, आपको ये बात तो बोलनी पड़ेगी कि उनका यूटिलिटी यूजेज बहुत उम्दा है. The way he uses his grenades, the way he creates space for his team, it's absolutely phenomenal. और जो बात आपने बोली, right? He had no clue that he was going to be at this stage in front of this huge crowd. I'm pretty sure Big Brothers Esports and Saf in particular, they are going to be superstars for the next generation.
You're not gonna lie, Zaif is the reason why teams like Revenant Esports as well as God's Raids were completely shut down in day number 2, right? And in this particular match, you see, look at him. He's got 25 finishes here, 35.2 finish percentage, and an FD ratio of 2. So he has been popping off, and especially for yesterday, they were the ones that actually toppled down the top teams and making sure they don't score enough points, and just enough for them to score a total of 90 to scale back in number 1.
देखिए सैफ की बात करनी इसलिए भी बनती है बिकॉज ये वो प्लेयर्स हैं जिनको हम नहीं जानते थे इस इवेंट से पहले तक, एंड वो आए, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा यहाँ पे खेला, बट इनके साथ में कुछ ऐसे भी प्लेयर्स थे जिनके पास एक्सपीरियंस काफी ज्यादा है. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट मेडल ई-स्पोर्ट्स टॉप डॉग, जिन्होंने अभी के लिए इस इवेंट में टॉप परफॉर्मेंसेस दी हैं.
I mean, when you speak of Medley Esports, Top Dog हमेशा अपनी टीम को individually carry कर रहे हैं. I mean, Medley Esports as a unit उनका प्रदर्शन उतना भी बेहतरीन नहीं रहा है, but Top Dog as an individual, as a solo player, has always been getting those frags. He's always been bringing his team out of danger situations. बहुत ज़्यादा experience है इनके पास, and I think this particular shot ये हम सबको चौंका दिया था इसी.
One word for Top Dog: clutch master. He is a clutch god, not gonna lie. He has popped off multiple times for Metal Esports. But the thing about Top Dog is that, is he allowed to play himself? Because so far, he has been struggling to actually kind of adapt to the current meta in day 1 and as well as day 2. But if he's given the chance to play his style, he's gonna pop off and clutch it for the team.
एब्सोल्युटली टॉप डॉग ने काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन करके दिखाया है, बट मैं मानता हूं कि एक प्लेयर से काम नहीं बनता. एज अ टीम यहाँ पे मेडल ई-स्पोर्ट्स को खेलना पड़ेगा इफ दे वांट टू मेक अ कमबैक टुडे. बट इंडीड टॉप डॉग इज अ टॉप प्लेयर. बट टॉप प्लेयर्स की बात हम कर ही रहे हैं, बहुत सारे अमेजिंग प्लेयर्स हमने यहाँ पे देखे, और उनमें से एक प्लेयर है जिसको अगर मैं बोलूं कि वो कैप्टन करेजियस भी है, कैप्टन कॉन्फिडेंट भी है, एंड दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द मोस्ट डेकोरेटेड प्लेयर इन दिस अरीना. इट इज गोइंग टू बी ग्लैडिएटर्स डेस्ट्रो. उन्होंने डिस्ट्रॉय किया अपोनेंट को, उन्होंने लीड किया अपनी टीम को, एंड ही हैज बीन फिनोमिनल.
Now, speaking of Destro, right? When it comes to Gladiators, they are one of the teams that are looking to bully every single one in the team to make sure that they get the space, get those placement points, as well as get those finishes. But the thing about Destro, compared to any other in-game leader, is that Destro, he's the type to be in the front lines, not afraid to set it up for his team to trade kills, so, trade finishes. So that's something that I think Destro is just very unique compared to any other in-game leaders.
Absolutely. I mean, मुझे थोड़ा सा मौका मिला था टेस्टो से जाके बात करने का, एंड व्हेन आफ्टर द फर्स्ट डे आई फेल्ट लाइक उसके आंखों में वो अंगार है, उसके आंखों में वो उजाला है कि हाँ सेकंड डे पे हम कम बैक करेंगे. एंड व्हाट अ ब्यूटीफुल कम बैक इट वाज. 88 पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम दैट वन डे इटसेल्फ. एंड डेस्ट्रो की अगर हम बात करें, ऑलवेज जैसा आईसी ने बताया, ऑलवेज इन द फ्रंट लाइन्स, ऑलवेज गेटिंग दोज फ्रैग्स इन इंपॉर्टेंट सिचुएशंस. इट इज हिज कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स, एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ग्लैडिएटर्स दे आर सक्सेसफुल बिकॉज़ ऑफ हिम.
वेल एब्सोल्युटली बहुत ही शानदार प्रदर्शन किया है ग्लैडिएटर्स ने, बट एज अ टीम खेलना पड़ता है. अभी तो हमने बात करी इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर्स की, बट एज अ टीम एक टीम है जो आप सब में से उठ के आई है, जो पहले नहीं थी बट अब है, और वो टेबल टॉपर्स हैं. एंड आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट बिग ब्रदर ई-स्पोर्ट्स. कैन वी हैव अ लाउड चीयर फॉर बिग ब्रदर ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
Lovely, lovely. What a crowd. What a shout as well. Big Brothers, they deserve all the hype. They deserve all the attention right now because of their performances throughout semi-finals, throughout round 3 as well. Every single time Big Brothers. मेजी ने प्रिडिक्ट किया था कि ये टीम जीतने वाली है पूरी टूर्नामेंट राइट एट द स्टार्ट. मेजी का हमको पता है पनौती तो लगाते हैं, बट बिग ब्रदर्स ने उनको गलत साबित कर दिया. एंड दिस इज व्हाट आई लव अबाउट बिग ब्रदर्स.
Yeah, when Uzumaki formed the side of Big Brothers, really pulled up a very, very big time for them because of the fact that he understands the situation they are in and tries to delay and annoy other teams in order to set up in a play where they get better positionings and then take the chicken dinner. So that's the thing about Big Brothers, right? They're controllers, and the best part about it is that when no one was looking at them and expecting them to do this, they pulled out a big one and then come in for the kill.
Absolutely. देखिए 12 मैचेस में 71 फिनिशेस निकाले हैं बिग ब्रदर ई-स्पोर्ट्स की टीम ने. 138 इनके पास टोटल पॉइंट्स हैं और 2 बार वो चिकन निकाल चुके हैं. ये वो टीम है जिनको शायद किसी ने नहीं प्रेडिक्ट किया था मेजी को छोड़ के कि वो जीत के जाएंगे. बट इंडीड दे आर डूइंग वेल. बट अब इनके सामने एक और चुनौती है. सेकेंड डे पे नंबर 1 होना, ये भी कहीं ना कहीं प्रेशर ऐड करता है आपके ऊपर कि क्या आप फाइनल दिन पे कम बैक कर पाएंगे, क्या आप फाइनल दिन पे वो कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन कर पाएंगे और नंबर 1 बनेंगे.
एब्सोल्युटली. आई थिंक एक कहावत होती है कि ऊपर चढ़ना तो काफी आसान होता है, बट ऊपर रहना सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल. मैं जाके सया के साथ अभी बात करके आया था, एंड what he said to me is that they're only looking to be consistent right now. वो 10-12 पॉइंट, वो 10 से 15 अंक every single time they want to get in every single game. अगर उन लोगों को लगता है कि 200 पॉइंट उनको आ गए, I think they are looking at picking up the trophy.
देखिए क्राउड ने चीयर तो बहुत अच्छी करी थी जब मैंने बिग ब्रदर ई-स्पोर्ट्स का नाम लिया था, बट अब मैं जिस टीम की बात करना चाहता हूं वो फैन फेवरेट्स हैं. वो अभी तक यहाँ पे बहुत बेहतर खेले हैं. पहले दिन में पहला चिकन, दूसरे दिन में पहला चिकन. Yes, I'm talking about Team X-Pac.
Oh my God, look at that stadium, look at that cheer. This is absolutely amazing. X-Pac का नाम सुनते ही हर एक बंदा, हर एक फैन अपनी कुर्सी से उठ के चीयर करने लग जाता है. This is the aura that they have created. Aggression incarnate. हर एक मैप पे प्रदर्शन, हर एक प्लेयर. आप सारंग की बात करें, आप आदित्य की बात करें, from the front line. पुकार एज एन IGL. आई थिंक पुकार की बात करें तो फिर चीयर्स तो और भी ज्यादा बढ़ जाएंगे. बट ऑफ कोर्स every single time I see they just want that one player to come on the field, and that's going to be Scout. Do they?
You know, speaking of Scout, I really want to see Scout play today. If he needs to do it, he will do it. But at the same time, for now, this current roster, Pukar has been playing really well in that position as the scouting in-game leader for Team X-Pac, right? So when he plays, he is always in a position where he tries to find the best way to rotate in the circle. And X-Pac has been consistent thus far in day 1 as well as day 2. They are there in the top 5, but it's now day number 3. It means that they have to take it all the way. They have to have good games in order to be crowned the champion.
Yeah.
जी हाँ, उनको यहाँ पे बेहतर जरूर खेलना पड़ेगा अगर वो चैंपियन बनना चाहते हैं. मुझे लगता है स्काउट जब भी टीम के सामने होते हैं, टीम ऑटोमेटिकली बेहतर खेलते आपको नजर आती है. एंड मुझे अभी भी याद है स्काउट ने कहा था कि उनको एक ट्रॉफी उठानी है. मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पे वो ट्रॉफी हो सकती है जो स्काउट एंड उनकी टीम उठाते नजर आएंगे.
I mean, मुश्किल तो होगी स्पीडो, बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स जैसे आपने बात की, बहुत सारी ऐसी टीम्स है. बिग ब्रदर्स हो गई, रेवेनेंट हो गई, ग्लैडिएटर्स हो गई. ऑल ऑफ दीज टीम्स दे गिविंग देम अ वेरी टफ कंपटीशन. X-Pac की अगर हम बात करें, हर एक दिन, एवरी सिंगल डे, द फर्स्ट गेम हैज बीन अ चिकन डिनर. पर उसके बाद थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस में डिप लग रहा है. आज अगर वो चेंज हो जाए तो मे बी आदित्य को अपना बर्थडे गिफ्ट थोड़ा सा एक दिन बाद मिल जाएगा.
You know, when it comes to this upcoming competition, right? That's one thing I can say when it comes to Grand Finals. Why the Grand Finals is so important is because you don't know who's going to be the ones that get champion. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if who is going to be the champion until all the matches is going to be completed.
Yeah.
And today, oh boy, with the crowd all cheering in and hoping to see who is going to be the best ones. Whew, I am extremely excited and nervous for the team.
देखिए जैसा आईसी ने यहाँ पे बताया कि कभी पता नहीं चलता कि कौन से दिन कौन अच्छा खेले, कौन से दिन कौन खराब खेले. एंड मैं बात अब यहाँ पे ऐसी टीम की करना चाहूंगा जिन्होंने पहले दिन में बहुत अच्छा खेला, पर दूसरे दिन आई डोंट नो उनको क्या हुआ. यस, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट OR Esports. उनका पहला दिन काफी ज्यादा शानदार था, बट दूसरे दिन में आने के बाद एक अलग ही लेवल का डाउन साइड देखने को मिला उनके गेम प्ले के अंदर। आप देख ही सकते हैं पहले दिन में 24 फ्लैग्स निकाले और दूसरे दिन में केवल 11।
OR Esports का पोजिशनल बेस्ड गेम प्ले रहता है हर वक्त। दे आर लुकिंग फॉर दैट बेटर पोजीशन इनसाइड द सर्किल एंड आई थिंक डे 1 पे उनका जो एक्सपीरियंस था, उनका लैंड पे खेलने का जो अनुभव था, वो उनको एक बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन पे ला दी। बट सेकंड डे लाइक यू सेड Firo, इट वाज अ डे ऑफ कमबैक्स। बहुत सारी अंडरडॉग टीम्स दे केम अप एंड दे मेड लाइफ डिफिकल्ट फॉर OR Esports। जो पोजीशंस को होल्ड करना चाहते थे वो होल्ड करने नहीं दिया। एंड अपेरेंटली आप स्टैट्स में देख ही सकते हो कि 29 पॉइंट्स from 62 points, that was a very drastic drop.
Agreed. And as of now, they have a total of 91 points. They're approximately 40 plus, almost 50 points away from, sorry, they are 40 points away from Big Brothers thus far. So they have to try and score the most amount of points if they want to get the #1 spot. And that's why I say, expect the unexpected. Anyone from top 1 to top 9 is going to be fighting for the #1. And guess what? We are here in Mumbai, the city of dreams, where dreams become a reality. And for all these teams, in this 6 matches, one of these teams will get their dreams wish come true.
देखिए सपने जरूर सच होंगे ऐसी यहाँ पे बहुत सारे टीम्स के, बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स के, बट मैं ये जानता हूं कि जो जनता यहाँ पे आई है मुंबई के स्टेडियम में, उनके लिए ये एक बहुत बड़ी चीज है। दिस इज BGMI। क्या हम एक बार राइज अप के चीयर्स कर सकते हैं? I'll say rise up, you say after me, rise up!
Rise up!
Rise up!
Rise up!
Rise up! Rise up! Let's go! This is me Spiro, मेरे साथ है Salty and Icy। अब आपके लिए होगी एक ओपनिंग सेरेमनी।
नजर आएंगे, प्लेयर को स्पॉट जरूर किया बट ही गोज डाउन एज वेल। अब बात में एक खिलाड़ी रॉबिन द आईजीएल
स्पॉट करेंगे, डाउन करा जाए हैदराबाद।
एक 1 डाउन, अब एक 1v2 की फाइट हो सकती है। अक्षत वो क्लक्षत कर ही वो प्ले जोन के बाहर खिलाड़ी समाप्त हो गया। ये एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी देखना ये कि क्या वो समाप्त होंगे। जी हां, जॉनथन
Mumbai! How you doing? Welcome to the final day of the Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2023. We had a brilliant break yesterday where we saw the Indian cricket team take on the Pakistan cricket team, and how fun was that? Can we hear some cheers for Team India? India, 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 India! And while we wait to watch if they lift the World Cup, we are here to see this beautiful Champions Trophy being lifted today. Are we ready to find out which team is taking home this ultimate trophy? And a prize pool of 2 crores. More than 650,000 players ने register किया था. A lot of you must have played also. But यहाँ पे finally we have 64 players from 16 teams. Day 1 था pros का, Day 2 था undergods का. Day 3 किसका होगा? I love you guys. I mean, Mumbai has really shown up today at the NSCI Dome, and we are ready to meet the final 16 teams. Are we ready to meet them? But first, we need to celebrate the fact that these 16 teams have risen out of nowhere. So will you do the chant with me for Rise Up? Let's do it in 3, 2, 1. Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, those here with me and the ones there watching from the comforts of your home, welcome to the final battle of the Battleground Mobile India Series 2023. 12 matches done, 6 to go. Let's welcome the final 16 teams. Team number 1, OR Esports! Team number 2, 4 Aggressive Man! Team number 3, Growing Strong! Team number 4, MICI Esports! Up next, Third World Mafia Gaming! Glitch X Reborn! CS Esports! A team desperately looking for a comeback, Team Night Owl! leading the tournament, but will they lift this trophy? Big Brothers Esports! Not yet done. Midwave Esports! Is their reign done or is their reign just beginning? God's reign! Will they take home the medal? Team Medal Esports! Are these guys going to be the one to take the trophy home? Team Revenant! I wonder if they're going to turn the opponents blind, because this is Team Blind! Trailing by just a few points, could be the ones to take the trophy home today. We have Gladiators! Somehow I always have trouble remembering the final team's name. And you guys always tend to help. Kaun hai final team? That's right! Team Esports! Holly, boys, Holly. They've had the record of having the first game's chicken dinners. We don't know if that is going to follow today, but we have been watching closely. You guys are ready for the final 6 matches of the final battle? India, you're not ready for what we have planned for you today. We've got special guests, we've got special matches, and we've got the ultimate trophy to be lifted. I'm Xerxes, and I'm throwing it to the casters to take you to the first match. Goodbye.
In the arena of dreams, our competitors have been through trials, triumphs, and tribulations. A story that was 3 months in the making, coming to its final conclusion. History will be made on this stage tonight as we're about to begin the grand finale of BGIS 2023. My name is Super Johnny, and joining me on this panel are going to be Necro and Icy Baby. One last day, one last night, 6 matches remain. How are you guys feeling with this crowd all riled up?
I mean, look, it's a feeling that cannot be expressed in the words because right now the arena is electric, the crowd's electric. But what about you, man?
Man, I am extremely tired. And why I feel tired? Because I'm feeling the chills and the goosebumps in the arena where it's just so cold. And guess what? Every one of them are just excited to see who is going to be the champion by the end of the day. And now,
Yes.
I want to talk about the things that is going to be happening here, right? Today, 6 games, predictions. Any teams you guys are looking forward to?
That's supposed to be my question,
I know, I want to ask you.
Well, since Big Brothers are going to be leading the charge at the start of the day, I'm going to be rooting for Big Brothers because I know they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but you never know. With how our days have been in the past, anything can happen.
Exactly, but you know what? I'm going to go with Gladiator Esports. That's the only team right now who's sitting on the top 3 with 0 chicken dinners, and they've got the most amount of elimination points acquired to 77 elims. They are untouchable so far.
Agreed. But as of now, I don't really care about the predictions here. I don't want to get stoned because of the fact that I make a prediction here. But I want to see what the crowds think here because it seems like a majority of them are here for X-Park.
Exactly. I mean, we all heard the chants when the crowd got riled up, when X-Park walked on the stage. And again, I mean, we're hearing the screams in this arena. Look at this packed out arena, ladies and gentlemen. Not a single seat, not a single spot left vacated.
You know, it is just a jam-packed crowd, you know, all the way from 9 in the morning. Now it's like 1 p.m. People were queuing outside just to get into the arena, stand a chance to pick pictures with the casters, with the talents, with teams, any chance at all. And it's a full stadium. And to be honest, watching this 6 match, it is going to be truly an honor to be casting for you guys at home as well to tell you what has been happening throughout everything for today. And I know, my man Necro, I'm sorry, but today I'm going to give the caster's curse. I'm going to say maybe there's going to be a team on the bottom that's going to come out on top. I feel this might be OR's chance.
We all love that astonishing moment happening inside the overall standings. We all love a new team rising up to the champion spot because as we all know, in a couple of hours, we're going to be crowning the champions on that stage back right there.
We also the trophy waiting for its rightful owner on the stage. And again, at the end of 6 games, we're going to have our answer. The first champions of BGIS 2023, ladies and gentlemen, who will be. You guys also let us know your predictions in the chat if you guys are watching from home. And in the arena, I mean, there's only one option. You have to make your voices heard. We have the who's who of BGMI with us. Amraj is here to watch the action as well.
Of course, the VIPs coming in. Of course, some known content creators coming in here too. And it's always a pleasure. Even the crowds now chiming in as well.
We saw the Undergods write their story for the first time in the pages in the history of BGMI. And finally, they have gained the recognition from the fans as well. Glitch Reborn is one of those names we see in the last few days. A lot of fans have been showing up to show support for Glitch Reborn. But still, can they climb up in the rankings? That's going to be an important question. Revenant, they're competing for the trophy here tonight. Do you think they have what it takes to lift it, Nick?
Of course they do, but just look at the signs. There's so many signs in the audience hands. There's just so many cardboards, some different stuff on every single card. At this point, it's just tough to keep track of all of that.
Yeah, I agree, and you can see everyone, they bring the entire family on a weekend just to see how things are going on. Because, like we said as well, 16 teams, it has been 3 months, and now the final day. And one of these teams are going to be an absolute legend by the end of today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite exciting to witness how it happens, how the story unfolds on the final day of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. But I see, I mean, we've had a lot to discuss for a while. You did go through a few important points over with Sparrow and Salty in the pre-show, but now let's again try and break down what is about to unfold and how this stage has been laid out for tonight. We have Big Brothers leading the charge, closely followed by the team of God's Reign, who refused to go out of the top 3.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, Big Brother Esports, they made such a massive comeback yesterday, and now speak about today as well. Right, this is where we're going to be expecting that consistency from a team like Big Brother Esports. But you know what? I just can't really take my eyes off of the crowd.
Yeah,
these guys are
me
so
neither.
pumped up. No matter what happens, these guys will always keep on cheering for their favorite teams.
Yeah, as you can see, family members, friends are also in the crowd to support the teams just to make sure that they will be the ones that actually take it all the way to the top here. But speaking of tops here, you can see Scout OP, the fans looking forward to see X-Park bring him out to the table. Will they do so? Because as of now, they are about 20 points away from the crown. In this case, it is going to be the chase to take down Big Brothers, Gladiator, and Revenant down. And maybe, just maybe, X-Park will take it all the way.
I mean, we never know what's going to happen. I mean, the fans are non-stop supporting their team. They have been supporting their team non-stop for the last 3 days. In fact, not just the last 3 days, but for the last 3 months, they've been rooting for them.
Yeah.
A lot of teams who showed up with dreams and hopes to make it to the finale
my
did get
goodness.
eliminated. But look at this. They have a banner in their hands. We have fans showing up with artwork for their favorite players. But still, I mean, when's the match going to begin?
Before we talk about the match, let's take a look at the crowd. Look at the amount of people here in the Dome in Mumbai. It is a full house. Everyone is here. And if I do recall, it's about 7,000 to 10,000 people live inside. And we also have people outside queuing up to watch the entire tournament as well.
People have crossed borders, state borders to be here. They've traveled thousands of miles to get to this arena, to be in this stage here tonight and experience history in the making. And it is going to be quite exciting to see how the emotional journey, the emotional roller coaster is going to look like.
Not just that, it's an absolute pleasure to be here as well, guys, alongside you guys to cast this entire event.
Yeah.
And considering with how pumped up the crowd is, everyone's just waiting for the upcoming game to start.
Hey, man, do you know what it reminds me of?
What?
Yo, what is that? What does that mean? You gotta tell me what does it mean. No, you're not gonna tell me? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to tell me? Alright, it must be something a little bit bad. But all things considered here, I want to talk about how it feels to be right here. If you've seen a Taylor Swift concert, this is not an esports tournament. This feels like a concert right here and then. When the lights go up, the chills, the suspense, the environment, the atmosphere is just phenomenal. And I want to get the match started as soon as we can, because they are going to be preparing themselves and we are moments away from starting the first game. And whew,
Hey, man.
my goodness, the heat.
You said this is a concert. The rock stars are waiting with their instruments all set, all ready to step into the battleground to begin the action. But again, I mean, it is going to be a little while before we jump into game number one. Necro, what do you think? How are things going to go down?
Look, game number one's going to be really intense. On the last day, usually the teams that are all the way in the bottom five in the overall standings, they always try to pull some sort of shenanigans. Especially even yesterday, we saw a couple of teams going for that targeting play because they already knew. They've given up. They've accepted the fate.
I have a very difficult question for you. Day one, day two, we saw the same thing happen at the start of the day. It was X-Park walking away with chicken dinners in the first wrangle. Do you think the last day as well, when they are barely a few points away from the podium, they're going to kickstart off their final day in a similar manner?
To be honest, when it comes to X-Park here, they have been low-key consistent for day one and day number two, right?
Yeah.
So when it comes to this game, in order for them to take it all the way, they have to have 3 big games to take the number one spot. However, the reason behind this is because of the strategies that has been involved. Because think about it, game one, it was Revenant as well as Godstream stealing the show for top 1 and top 2. But day two, they became the biggest targets of everyone to actually topple them down. But before that, here's a recap on how we started things off before the show happened.
Yeah, I mean, an amazing performance being put on display for the audience in the arena, getting the crowd pumped, getting the energy, the vibes flowing inside. Everyone was dancing, celebrating, and these celebrations were there even before we began the competition.
Exactly. It was absolutely electric. We had so many goosebumps with this entire show that was going on in the pre-show, if you'd like to call that. But Johnny, it's a feeling that can never be expressed in words. With what I'm feeling right now in my mind, in my heart, it's something that no one can experience in words.
I mean, exactly. You have to be here to experience. Oh, you can watch the broadcast as well from the comfort of your home, as we have been talking about it, and also enjoy the experience along with us. I mean, it has been an exciting journey nonetheless, but it's not over. 6 games, a few hours remaining.
6 games deciding the fates of everyone. Dreams to be made, history in the making. Today, we're moments away from finding it out. However, you can hear, I'm not sure about you guys at home, you can hear the chants, the chills, and you can even see them. We're on screen for no reason. And I love this. That's the best thing ever.
Man.
Do you believe Necro has a 6-pack, guys?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I
that's
disagree. I disagree. I don't think he has 6 packs.
I do have it, it's just hidden under a lot of cushion, all right? You just can't see it.
All right, it's a 6-in-1 promotion. I like that. I like that. But speaking of promotions, to be honest, when it comes to this tournament here, they definitely need promotions to push themselves higher here, right? Because if we talk about the things that is about to happen, I can tell you for a fact that there is going to be some rivalries that is going to be happening. There's some gossips happening as well. Because when I spoke to some of these players behind
This
the
is a
scenes,
simulation
in particular,
game set in
I
a
think
virtual
members
world
coming from
and does
TWM,
not
they told
represent
me
real
a
life.
very, very
Please
interesting
play in
thing, is that
moderation,
game 1,
take
game 2,
frequent breaks,
they were playing a
and
little
play
bit low-key, They had a little
responsibly.
bit down shakers, so they took a little bit too long to adapt. But day 3, they are looking to try and take the crowd. And that's something that I'm looking forward to see. And guess what? I heard something in the crowd. What's going on?
I mean, it is going to be excitement because we're just a few moments away from game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this.
The GOAT.
The GOAT
The greatest of all time.
has been called upon by the fans.
Oh my god. Wait, Jonathan? Is it the crowd? Wait, is Jonathan
Wait,
there?
where?
I think Jonathan is going to be coming in.
Well, I mean, if that is going to happen, this roof is going to blow off space, but still, I mean, since we are talking about the GOATs, we could have a new GOAT in the making as well, because we need to talk about the players, IC, as you've been talking about. It was an exciting set of affairs, watching that MVP of BGIS leaderboard unfold as well. But ladies and gentlemen, all of that conversation, right? Game number 1 is set to begin.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 of the last day of the Grand Finals of BGIS. The plane's gonna hit the skies once again, as the plane is gonna be in front of us. Johnny, my friend, my co-pilot, take it away.
Well, it's going to be an exciting set of affairs. As you mentioned, match number 1, all kicking off, ladies and gentlemen. We start the flight path from Stalber Kameshki Hill, and it is going to stick to that eastern edge of Erangel, going all the way towards the military base. I see, we've seen this flight path before. What are your thoughts?
Well, speaking of the flight path, it all comes down to whether or not can they mix things up, right? We talk about contests coming in for this tournament as well. We've seen a couple coming in from game day 1 and day number 2. So far, Night Owls has been the targets for a lot of all these teams, especially coming from day number 2.
Yeah.
They were able to fight back a little bit here, but I do see them heading towards Lipovka, might be midway, looking to try and score an early contest to actually take him out.
It's going to be quite interesting. We've never seen them drop towards the eastern edge of the map. Midwave might be in a little bit of trouble if the zone is anywhere towards the northeastern part of the map, because Midwave is going to drop towards Milta Power. They're going to have a 4-man split drop, and then they're going to try and figure out their rotation. Night Owls, they have an opportunity to go for those early fights, which this time haven't really worked out for them.
Now, speaking of the circles here, Michi.
Oh,
boy!
A military base to kick things off. I'm excited.
Okay, this seems to be home grounds coming from Gladiators as well as X-Park. So this is actually looking good for the fans. Likewise can be said for Revenant Esports as well, who's currently in Milta. These are the teams that are very, very strong. They are the top contenders looking for the top 5 finish. So seeing this circle means that this is going to be very, very favorable for them. However, Big Brothers, they are going to be in Pochiki. That means they are going to be one of the furthest away from the zone, especially from the northern section. As when that happens, and when they try to rotate into the circle, Big Brothers is going to have a lot, and I mean, not just 1, 2 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, they're almost the entire lobby looking to gatekeep them.
sure, but still, let's see how their journey is going to look like. Still towards the northern edge of the circle, they will have an opportunity to pick a few early fights, but gatekeeping the teams coming from the northern part of the map, and there is quite a lot of them. So there's going to be a massive opportunity on the board, but talking about opportunities, an opportunist drop clash in the early stages. Revenant Esports deciding to cross over to the military island. Caught off guard by Metal Esports.
MJ could have been caught in that. Not dealing enough damage. It's a little bit too tough to connect that to break.
Oh no!
Sensei! The IGL gets caught. This is a big blow for the side of Revenant Esports, but they're trying their best to fight back. Fierce replies back with a knockout onto Kyoya, but is that going to be enough to stop Metal Esports?
What a way to actually punish this here. Very, very early rotations coming from Revenant Esports, and Metal Esports, they know this is about to happen. And guess what? Revenant Esports, they are not too happy. MJ is gonna try going here. He comes to bonus play. Rotate, but oh boy! Metal again!
What a great blow-up that was. MJ knocked out as well. Metal Esports now dismantling the players of Revenant Esports limb by limb. And also Top Dog is here to get the confirmation rolling in. CS Esports as well. They want to be the quick ones to make it in the circle too. And Metal Esports, a little bit of salt on the wounds against the players of Revenant. Metal Esports are already kicking things off on a fantastic note.
Metal Esports collecting medals in the early stages, but look at this, what is happening over there? Blind colliding against the players of Big Brothers, and Big Brothers, they are getting absolutely demolished despite they have retaliated this time. They sit there with a massive advantage over the club. Zef to the rescue, he went it all for his team.
So many fights happening at the same time in the early phase of the game. Saw this coming from Big Brother Esports. They're trying their best to fight back in this entire fight. And Blind Esports now as well in the same shoes as Big Brothers. Both these teams down to just that solo survivor. Who's going to come out on top? Now it's a question to be answered. But Big Brother but no save! He shuts down the last guy and the hopes and dreams of Blind Esports to kick things off on a great note.
What a clutch coming from Big Brothers Esports, but it seems to me this circle is slowly messing up every single one here in this game. What an early team fight, and just right from the get-go, we've already seen Oh no! They have to be quick, and guess what? They don't have a lot of mets as well. They have to make it into the next phase of the zone, and this is not looking good for Big Brothers at all.
A blunder in front of a massive crowd in the arena, but still Big Brothers, they will have an opportunity to bring Sarwit back into the action. Should be an easy revive considering they have taken care of the players of Blind Esports. But now we move over to Yasnaya Poliana, ladies and gentlemen, the city in the northeastern quadrant of the map, where this has been historic, growing strong up against the players of God's Reign. All this time, no fight has taken place, but will these teams fight it out today?
That is true. I mean, God's Reign is one of the most legendary teams out there. But I want to speak a little bit about the past now. We saw the fight going on between the players of Revenant Esports and Metal Esports.
Yeah.
But I just like that quick adaptation from Metal Esports. Metal Esports did their research. Whenever it's a southern circle, even in the past rounds of the BGIS, they usually like to rotate that way. And then Metal Esports just caught them instantly.
Yep, speaking of Metal Esports as well, this is pretty much a recap of what's happening right now. Very, very different fights that actually happened between the west side as well as the east side of the bridge vicinity. And what was very surprising was that the east side where Revenant Esports got caught off by Metal, CS Esports was able to sneak past the commotion and rotate safely into the next phase zone. So that's something that is a big win for CS Esports for now.
We'll have to see how the rest of the game plays out for them. So far, CS has done quite well for themselves every single time they've had to play from the southern part of the map. But now, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens is a team whose name the crowd has been cheering for hours and hours now, Team X-Park.
Yeah, the fans obviously looking forward towards them, and X-Park, they were one of the closest towards the next phase of the circle. And guess what?
Yeah.
Look at this. Every single team is just rotating so quickly, but take a look at the resources that they have. They don't really have a lot. And now, speaking of elimination, oh my goodness, look at the faces, man. Ooh.
Yeah.
What a way to go out. What a way to go out right from the get-go. My goodness.
Blind was one of the fan-favorite teams to lift it all in the Grand Finals even, but the performances they have delivered till now have been heartbreaking. And I believe after that beatdown by the team sitting right next to them as well, Big Brothers, seems like hopes might have been shattered.
Exactly. I mean, especially Blind Esports. That initial engagement that they had to have a good start to the day, considering they're sitting on the 7th spot in the overall standings.
Yeah.
Blind Esports needed to lay their hands on any type of the points they can. There's only 42 points separating them to getting to that top spot. But now that the first game already out, the chances even dialed down. But Midwave Esports, a unique rotation.
As you say, Necro, Big Bird in the air.
Yeah, this time it's a little bit of a small one.
Yep, I did not expect this at all coming from Midwave. It seems like they might be looking to actually rotate from the south side to try and get it onto the high grounds of the military base. On the east side corner, I would say the radio tower vicinity is one of the highest points, and having that high ground is going to give them a little bit of an upper edge. However, by doing so, next to them is actually going to be Revenant Esports, who kind of made it through. So they have to be very, very careful where they land, because now look at this, Fierce. They do kind of scout this as well. Do they want to shoot them down though? Oh, he saw this, but looks like they don't really want to give information, because Fierce, he doesn't have a backpack, and this is a big problem for Revenant Esports.
That is true, lacking on loot, lacking on resources, and that's why Revenant Esports, they just want to maintain that common piece, at least for now, inside the game. But Midwave Esports, soon enough, there's a chance this might fight just erupt. But for now, OR Esports, they take a fight against the person. They get fighting advantage in that one.
And MIC has also players of Glitch Reborn. Jelly with a spray, managed to connect a few, but MIC had the sandwich finally is complete. Glitch Reborn stuck between a rock and a hard place, looking to face the early exit in this match.
It's a little bit too far away, considering MICI Esports should have a free pathway to the safe zone.
Yep, speaking of the safe zone as well, let's take a look at TWM as well as 4 AM. They're taking a little bit of a late rotation, and guess what? They're tanking the zone. They're able to get a lot of resources, and this is smart because of the fact that, considering the amount of ambushes that was set up near the bridge, taking it slow, waiting for other teams to take each other out is going to be a smart play. But the question remains, is the circle going to shift completely in military, or is there a little bit of room for the northern section? But for now, teams in the north, there is going to be approximately 4 to 5 teams that may clash head-on to try and make it towards the next phase.
Yeah, and if the zone moves up back north towards the main island, it's going to be a different challenge for all of the teams that have crossed early. But let's see, Midwave quite close to the players of Revenant again. And Midwave, they've gone for a 2-2 split. Their split play has been cut in half by the players of Revenant Esports. And on the other side, where we saw the players of Midwave glide on the southern edge of the military island, they have a different set of players to deal with as well. Medal present just a little bit north of their position. It's going to be extremely difficult for Midwave to regroup now, unless they collapse on the players of Revenant from both sides, finish them off, and secure their spot on the southern shoreline of the military island.
Well, this is going to be tough for them, considering that, you know, they have to play a little bit safe. You can see both Midwave, they're a little bit worried about the position, considering how split they are. But for Revenant, they're also equally worried because of the fact they've lost Sensei, the game leader, as well as lacking in terms of loot. They've been trying to scavenge all this outskirt building on the southern section to try and make it in the next phase zone. But like I said, if they don't have the necessary resources, means that when we head into the final zone, they are going to be pitched away in the open views if the circle shifts to the south side on military base.
For Gladiator Esports, it's a date with destiny, considering that is the drop location for them. They like to drop all the way down south in the military base, and they're going to be packed up with a lot of resources. And we did see a couple of teams, when they try to rotate down south, they were lacking a lot of them. But speaking about God's-Reen, another one of those teams that is supposed to be like the legendary ones, but yesterday on day 2, they were a little bit deactivated. But I'm pretty sure on day 3, these guys will hit back stronger than ever before.
Yeah, speaking of which, growing strong. They are going to be in a clash here. Like I said, everyone from the north is going to be going head-to-head. Max is looking to be a little bit forward. Jelly looking to scoot away from growing strong. But it seems like they are going to try and contest this. And they do find Sparky. What a clutch from Admito, the child prodigy of OR Esports. 17 years old.
What a big blunder from the side of Glowing Strong here in this moment. And still one more guys in the clothesline. Cyclic's OP trying to at least flip a couple of things, flip the script, flip it. Doesn't seem like it's going to be possible anytime soon. Even Eclipse goes down. OR Esports, this team is in fire. They can feel the nerves. They can feel it coursing through the veins that no one's going to be stopping them from taking this squad down.
Strong growing weaker with every single player that they lose. against the players of OR. Godbot waiting for it on the other side, but now OR Esports, they have a slight advantage in this position. An opportunity to just make sure the players of Growing Strong are going to be hunted down. But let's see, the shift of zone takes us to the military bridge. Now this is going to be a way to start the final day.
Now, speaking of the teams here, every single team has been struggling in rotations and resources. But I want to talk about teams that did not struggle. That's going to be Team X-Spark, Gladiator, and TWM. They do have the necessary loot to play a late game circle. And guess what? X-Spark smack middle of the circle. They've got one of the strongest positions to hold with so many angles that it's so difficult to contest unless they fully commit towards a clash against them.
Of course, X-Spark with the prime spot, but this circle is supposed to be one of the rarest circle in the entire BGMI, but now this circle it's came into play, and that too in the first game of the final day. What a great way to kick things off, right?
Yep, when it comes to BGIS, expect the unexpected.
Exactly.
And what a way to start things off, man.
I mean, we are enjoying this, but I'm pretty sure the players playing the game right now are going to be extremely stressed with these zone shifts. When you look at that, Glitch Reborn, they're down to the last player, and Roman only has one option. He's gone for Swan Dive in the river, but Big Brothers, they're off to a pretty decent start of this matchup. 3 finishes already secured. The early rotations towards the military island might have not been the decision.
Yep.
It's turned out to be an advantageous one, but it is the one they made, and it is the one they'll have to deal with now.
Agreed. Speaking of which as well, Big Brother Esports, look at this side. They've taken so much damage, right? They don't have resources, they don't have helmets, they don't have utilities. All they have is a couple of vehicles. And even then, the places that they are scavenging has already been pre-looted by teams like X-Spark. So that's something that is going to hurt them eventually unless they are able to get a couple of freebies and then try to take some loots off them.
And you know what? To make things worse, they are getting surrounded now. We see the players of Metal Esports closing in on their compound. CS is closing in on the same position from the south side as well. It's going to be an immense challenge for Big Brothers to survive from here on out. And every single move that they make can be a critical one today. Leading from the charge, there are only 2 options. Either they fall and lose their opportunity to be the champions of BGIS 2023, or they hold on to their position and well lift the trophy in the end.
Look at the bottom right side of the circle. So many teams just accumulated in that same spot. Soon enough, there's going to be a lot of fights erupting. But right now, we've got Roman OG from the side of Glitch X Reborn. He's supposed to be the star player for the team, and he's the only one left alive.
Well, surprise, surprise, we've got a fish in the sea, and in this case, who's going to be one down hunting the fish? But for now, he's going to survive. But I want to talk about how there is going to be a disparity in between the team's play styles. We have at least a pack of wolves just looking to hunt, a pack of vultures looking for some dead bodies. In this case, it all comes down to see who is going to be the victors, because now the circle. What a day!
The circle shifts down south and gives goosebumps to every single person playing that right now. You know, we already hear the sound of bullets being shattered against the vests of the opponents.
Well, it's going to be quite intense now. A massive cluster of teams already forming towards that eastern edge of the zone. And of course, there are 6 teams waiting to cross the river yet. But this nade from the side of God's Ray. In fact, TWM secures the knock, but it's going to be God's finishing off Admino from the side of OR Esports. The opening finish for this team of God's Ray.
And now, speaking of which here, God's Ray currently also looking to try and force the way through, but no, off the kill feed. We do see Jelly actually falling down, so he might actually lose his life. So they are going to lose a little bit of knocks coming in for them. But meanwhile, Circle going to be closing in. God's Ray still waiting for the next move. Do they rotate towards the west gate, or do they try and swim across? Because as of now, they don't really have the utilities. Aquanaut's one of the star players coming from God's Ray. It's only got 1 first aid kit. They are going to try and challenge this. TWM still thinking and lurking whether or not should they cross, and they don't really have a lot of time to work with.
Metal against the players of Growing Strong now. They have the upper hand. In fact, blink it and you miss it. Metal wiping the floor with the players of Growing Strong. Well, they had only a few men left after their initial collision against the players of OR Esports, and Metal, they were kind enough to put them out of their misery in this game. 4 eliminations on this team already.
Now, speaking of which, Metal Esports currently in a prime position. But oh, look at this! Metal versus BG, And now TWM is going to try and go for push as well. Someone's going to get flagged. Lobster gets the first knock onto Soria to get the finish as well. Then provide a little bit of suppressive nades coming in. Flashes as well. Going to be going as well. TWM, but no! He lost the shot. And Lobster also getting traded off. Michi giving a very, very good defense. Now TWM, they have to play defense, but they lost members in this engagement.
This is not looking too good. Just lining up the bodies left, right, and center. TWM getting shot at. Now Godserene, they take the advantage of this fight, and they find a clear pathway to make it inside the safe lines. Yeah, a couple of bullets being caught, a little bit of damage is being caught, but still, for Godserene, that's such a brilliant and a smooth rotation out of such a tricky spot.
They literally pulled a CS in this case. They walked past, and guess what? They are in position to try and reap the rewards if they can, because TWM and Michi has taken so much. And speaking of which, your CS, they get.
I thought you just spoke their name and they're out of the game.
They're out right
What
from
did
the
you do?
get-go. Well, casters, guys, I'm sorry, but meanwhile, West Side Bridge still covering fire as well. East Side versus Godserene.
The Goliaths now finally fighting against each other. Gladiator versus Metal Esports. We're on course a little bit too low on the HP, but speak about Kyoya. This man's he's on fire. He's delivering return fire onto himself. Gladiator Esports, so much to live up to, so much to hold on, and they crack under the pressure.
What a day for Metal Esports. Top dog, one of the stars, but this time he's going to take a back seat because Kyoya, the berserker of the team, and now the circle is going to shift them towards a mountain terrain north of military base. Godserene right in the middle at the edge of the west side here. Easy rotation for the Metal, however, east side completely empty for them to take.
That hill where the airdrop is can turn out to be the game-winning position for a lot of these teams, but you will need numbers to be able to control that mountain all by yourselves. Metal, although on the other side they've been fighting through thick and thin of everything, taking team fights early in the game, and this game has been quite rewarding for them with the shift of the zone as well. But it seems like the fight at the military bridge does come to a rapid eventually, with TWM fighting the dust and MICI being the team that survives. Oh, that was risky. We do see on the radar 4 AM they have one player in the backline, and Big Brothers, which is 2 players surviving. How far can they go?
Pukar here, we do see 4 AM trying to make a pike as well. Pukar, he's taking some serious damage. But at the same time, he's got the information. However, with the slowly edging in this time, Team Esports, they are going to be spoilers to push it towards the next wave of goal. And hold up, Karan. Play spoilers for now. With the fish in the sea. In this case, he's going to try to go for, and in this case, Big Brothers. Karan is going to get scouted out. That's going to be Sarang. That actually steals it away from Uzumaki.
Yeah.
What a day it has been so far. Imagine this is just game 1. We are in stage 5 already. Down to 8 teams, 25 players in this matchup.
Look at Team Esports now, controlling their tempo of the game and already unleashing hellfire against Big Brother Esports. Team Esports is so adamant to taking this fight, and Big Brother Esports, they do not really have the advantage anymore, considering Team Esports, they've got the man advantage to back them up. Sarang looking for to toss on this nade, but considering it's a little bit far away, Sage is going to have to throw cushion to cover himself, but against broken system, not the bullets. Safe is getting shot at from the back, and as I mentioned, it's just going to block the visual, not the bullets. Safe barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and that name from Sarang finds Safe. One more man to go. Uzumaki barely surviving. One more shot. The nade. Close quarter engagement, but in the end, the last guy gets ran over.
Dreams checking in with the car. Team Esports here to set the tempo. 4 men alive, 7 finishes. The fan favorite team are looking to start things off with the first winner. However, there's still 16 left. Godserene still looking strong in the northwest corner. They are getting pinned by mid-wave as well, but shots are coming in towards this game off the screens as well. We do see Esports also taking a fight against Godserene. They're trading as well.
Oh, this is not looking too good. Equal trades happening on both the sides, but Godserene being pincered between 2 teams, Metal Esports and the players of Team Esports as well. And Esports now, it's a little bit of comms. Storm soon enough. This comp's going to be broken down. What a beautiful nade that was from Ninja John. A 3-pointer. Even Kobe's going to be proud.
Blaze looking to take out the players of Midway. Secure, and they're going to try to get the players of Xbox.
It's over.
And they have.
It's over for God's Raid, but the circle is going to push them even further in. 9 hours has been annoying the heck out of them for the longest of time. And Midway, they need to get out. No! They lose Week C, DX, they find another one. X-Park, they're denying people after people. Try and trade a little bit more.
Open rotations being taken at this point in time. You can see desperation all across the board in this final circle. Even Aru's on the way.
But let's see, while all of this commotion has been happening around Midway, control of the circle, but finally Midway, they're there to play and they're keeping an eye out.
They are in the smack center, but remember what I said in the direction. And right now, Night Owls, they're just X-Park, the car from the top is shut down already. One of the players from the side of Midway, and this is looking fantastic. Along with 7 finishes, he's dominating the board.
What a game for X-Park. They've got 12 finishes. They're still 3 men alive. They're going to go to the finish. They find Aditya. What a game coming in from X-Park. 14 finishes. Now Pukar does know where Cleo is. He's going to look for the fight. We're down towards the 4 teams left. And Team X-Park looking so very, very strong in this first game.
14 eliminations wrapped up. Team X-Park looking for to name this nuclear champion. Things off in a fantastic note. The momentum continues. They strike down another player of Night Owls, and that's it. Team X-Park, now they're going to be the rulers of the most of the part of this final zone.
Finally down to the top. Coming from Revenant to follow. Finding a knock on Pukar and X-Park. They went for a split play. One player trying to get information against the players of Metal, while 3 move towards the zone themselves. Now Saran starts things off. Revenant's going to be kicked out, and now we're down to the top to a 3v3 between Metal and X-Park.
3v3 indeed. Sarang falling down here. Metal also going to be in 2v2. They've lost Lankor. It is up to Kyoya and Paradox to try and take the fight against Team X-Park. Aditya as well as Dreams already the closest towards the zone. And Kyoya looking for the setup. They're pretty much out in the open as well. Kyoya taking high ground advantage. However, it's going to be very difficult to push this.
The crowd's chanting Team X-Park.
Yeah.
And now Team X-Park getting pumped up because of that crowd. Things are looking quite nice for them, but unfortunately they do not really have the men to back them up. Pukar and Aditya, both of these guys playing together, playing like a well-knit unit. Utilities being tossed in the front. Team X-Park, they're finding the connections. They're finding the sweet spot. One man down. Metal Esports now in a big state of discomfort, and both those players, they separate on up a little bit. X-Park on the left, his teammate on the right. One more utility tossed in. Team X-Park, they're looking crowd cheering their name. X-Park is getting pumped up and stronger as every second keeps on passing by.
Now, moments away. They are going for the recess here. Kyoya still has the nades. He's got about 2. He's looking for the setup. Almost missing the angle. He's trying to try set it up again, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Dreams and Aditya regrouping his way through, but little did they know Aditya's got the buggy. And this is going to be able to push forward, but in this circle, it seems like Lankor, they do have the only cover left into his next phase. It is going to be a Mexican standoff between all these 4 players for now.
The airdrop in the middle can actually be an advantage in the hands of Metal. And the tree also the next checkpoint where they can go. Encore still looking for the players. X-Park, if they peak, it's going to be the last mistake they're making this game. The wall of death closing in from the rear. How is this fight going to go?
Circle closing in. They have to back off. They're rotating as well. Lankor scouts this out here. Team X-Park, they may be in trouble.
Team X-Park being pushed inside the circle, also outside the cover. Is out in the open now. Is taking so much damage by the blue. Metal Esports the advantage in this fight already, and that's it. Aditya gives his lies away to the blue, but with that game, Team X-Park they put themselves on the first spot in the overall standing. That was a nuclear game from Metal Esports, and even Team X-Park.
Both these teams having such a big, massive performance in this game. Number one, Metal Esports, of course, the impressive chicken dinner with 11 finishes on the board. And for X-Park, I've lost count. How many did they get?
They've got about 17 finishes by game one. And even then, they are just phenomenal performance coming from them. But Metal Esports, they held on here. They won one of the strongest anchors in this starting of the game. But we talked about how Metal Esports needing a big win. And they've got it right from the get-go here in day 3 for the Grand Finals.
Something goes on with Team X-Park at the game one. Usually in game one, all the time, Team X-Park performs. And once again, they drop a nuclear. They are going to be on the first spot in the overall standings.
I was just about to say this. I mean, X-Park, it seems like first game of every single day in the Grand Finals has just been so impressive for them. The only thing that's not been there from their side was the fact that for the first time in the last 3 days, they have missed out on the chicken in the first wrangle of the day. But look at this, we're going to have a look at the players themselves, what was going through their heads, and the expressions that were there on their faces as the match was going on.
Emotions of the fans as well as the players completely described in the scenes, whether or not did they do well or not, because as of now, with 5 more matches left, they have no more room to mess around. And I'm genuinely worried, because if they get tilted from just game one, things are not going to look good for some of these teams.
Speak about tilted, Blind Esports getting eliminated off the bat. It did not look too good. It seems like they've already lost the majority of their confidence.
I mean, we saw them with their heads down, but hopefully the team can recover. One more thing, even though X-Park just had a massive performance, Pukar, it seems like, was not satisfied. His hunger is still there. He's still hungry for the chicken. Well, there are 5 matches. One of them is a wrangle, which is going to be the last game of the day. Who knows?
This is what X-Park needed to try and topple the number 1 team. And that was Big Brothers as well as Gladiators. And guess what? Both these teams, Big Brothers as well as Gladiators, took a significant hit in this game rather early. Even though Gladiator had the circle in the middle, but things just didn't work out in their favor.
I mean, the control of that northern hill in zone number 5 was so important for these teams. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the highlights of this previous game of Wrangle now. One of the biggest fights we have witnessed between Big Brothers and Blind.
Now, speaking of Big Brothers as well, think about this, right? Big Brothers, they were hit by Blind Esports right from the get-go, and because of that, it kind of messed up their entire tempo, which resulted in them struggle to actually push forward into this next phase zone. And even then, we do see in this circle, because of how military played as well, there was pretty much 2 options they could have played. Is one, push rotate early, or rotate late. In this case, teams that rotated early suffered the most.
Yeah, I mean, late rotations, we saw that military bridge fiasco. Multiple teams colliding against each other. But Necro, I have a question for you. OR Esports, we have never seen them this aggressive in the early stages of the game. This time was different.
They need to be aggressive. You saw the overall standings, right? OR Esports are not really doing too hot in the overall standings. The same thing was to be said for Metal Esports, but they have performed on the occasion. Metal Esports, they knew if you want to have a great journey today, if you want to have a chance to win, the first game matters the most.
Dude, did you see what Saib did? Like, he was the highlight player as well, but he was going for a very cheeky play, prone up, used FPP perspective just to peek under the monster truck to get that kill. That was pretty sick.
Oh, and the shot of Justin by Kyoya over there indoors was quite impressive as well. Just in the last place, surviving for the side of Gladiators, but still Metal Esports finding the weak spot and striking with all they've got.
And of course, X-Park, you know, they were just going on the hunt as well. They were the wolves and vultures, seeing whoever is bleeding, they are going to go in for those finish. And what a performance coming from X-Park, right? Eventually, they were just choosing the right fights in every single time. And eventually, it came down to this final 4 teams.
X-Park just being so aggressive, so dominant, taking that aggressive controls off the prime spot. First, when the circle formed right atop of the bridge, they went for the compound that was closest. Then later on, when the circle shifted down south, instantly they went for that prime spot. Once again, all I want to make a point over here is that X-Park, they're quite assertive.
And I think we forgot about this man from the side of Revenant, just like every single other team in the lobby. Revenant Esports was the first team to lose 2 of their players as they were crossing that no rep Noya bridge. They lost them to Medal Esports, but still, with just 2 players, they did manage to make it in the top 3 of this match as well. Now, that was also quite impressive to witness.
I'm not going to take the glory away from Xpark,
Yeah.
but me and Ankit was pretty much the only one that kind of predicted that Revenant may take it all the way. And if we talk about the journey of how Revenant went in this particular game, they struggled so hard right from the get-go. They were one of the first engages that get completely messed up, and somehow, when they made it towards the south side with so limited resources, Apollo made it work and sneaked placement points all the way to the top 3. So when we talk about consistency, Revenant, despite all odds, figured something out.
That is true. That is a pretty solid point that he brought up, right? Even Apollo in the end, he was spotted, just creeping and crawling, just struggling to make that inside. But now as we do have the MVP in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Kyoya from the side of Medal Esports, of course, with 8 elimination points wrapped up.
Exactly. I mean, he was performing out of his mind for his team and Medal. They had a pretty brilliant fun time inside this first game of Wrangle. 8 finishes, 72.7% finish contribution. But we will move forward and have a look at the top players from this game as well. And I believe there's going to be a lot of representation from the side of Xpark, because almost every single individual was doing quite well.
Yeah, and of course, Medal, Kyoya, he was the one that got the highest finishes, right? They were the gatekeepers on the east side, which caused a lot of problems. But I agree with what you said. Xpark going to have a lot for themselves here. This is going to be your top 5 players of match 13 in the Grand Finals day number 3. And it's scary to see some of these players just completely dominating right from the get-go, as if they transformed and reborn into a different person.
All of that is fine. You see all these known teams dominate, but then you see that one team out of nowhere, which is going to be MICI Esports. Look at that guy, Kunal, on that elimination feat too, with 3 finishes wrapped up with a finish contribution at 75%. Things are looking too rough for them.
Let's have a look at the point standings from this game. We have Xpark leading the charge with 29 points from this matchup, all thanks to those 17 eliminations that they got. Medal Esports on that second position with 26, and Revenant, the survival instincts kicking in at the right nick of time, make sure that they are still in the top 3, but with a massive deficit, a difference between them and Medal. Revenant is there with 12 points, and then we have a tie between Night Owls and Midwave. I have to talk about Midwave in this game. We saw that interesting rotation with the glider. It seemed like they were going to be in a world of hurt, or they could cause a lot of pain for the players of Revenant, well, the remaining players of Revenant, but none of that happened.
Exactly. Luckily enough, Revenant Esports, they did not take any shots against that glider, right? Because Revenant Esports knew they did not have the man number to collide against such a big name like Midwave. And in general, they just do not really have a lot of bullets to waste down on that glider. When you take shots against a glider that's so far away, you're pretty much just trying to shoot them away from your spot, because connecting shots in mid-air that far away is next to impossible.
Agreed. And as of now, in the bottom half as well, you see Gladiator only taking 2 points despite having center control of this military base. It's just really, really unfortunate. But even TWM, Gaustrain, 4AM, CS, everyone was just struggling in that circle. And Blind Esports, one of the biggest surprise in this match. Just absolutely nothing. But now, with the overall standings coming into play, Xpark shoots their way in towards top 2.
Xpark and Big Brother separated by 3 points. Gladiators on that third, just a 10-point difference from the first position, and they still are the only team in the top 8 to be there without a chicken dinner to their name.
After that previous game, I genuinely thought Xpark might just overtake the players of Big Brother Esports, but no, that's not the case. There's only 3 points separating these guys from moving on forward to that first spot.
You know how they could have gotten the 3 points? They could have won the game.
Well, that's why we say when it comes to Grand Finals, expect the unexpected. And speaking of which, let's talk about the teams on the bottom. Gladiator Esports only about 6-7 points away to trying to take the crown away from them. Likewise, can be said for Revenant Esports, who needs about 10 to 15 points. So technically, mathematically here, even God's Reigns as well, if they have 1 or 2 more good games, they can overthrow Big Brothers as well as Xpark for the crown.
5 more matches left, I would say even midway with the way they played the previous match, they have an opportunity to climb up the rankings and secure that podium for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the next page now. 9 to 16 on our screens. Blind Esports sitting on that 9th position with 101 points. OR on that 10th with 97 on the board. Glitch Reborn, Progressive Man, MICI growing strong. CS and Night Owls, the undergods that we were talking about for so long, struggling on that last day. But let's see, as we mentioned, 5 more matches are left on the board, and that means they still have an opportunity to bring themselves back into the top 8 and at least hope for a top 3 finish by the end of the day. Do you think that can happen mathematically, guys?
Well, to be honest, teams in the bottom 8 here, their windows are slowly closing in.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very difficult to do so. So if they really want to bulk themselves up, they got to do the impossible. Because so far, the highest amount of points garnered in the date thus far has been 90 points. And that is done by Big Brother. So for them to do that, well, technically they can still make it in the top 8. But number 1 seems to be a far-fetch for some of these teams, especially teams in the bottom half.
It will definitely be quite a big challenge to secure the first position from that far out. But still, I believe Blind Esports, if they can improve themselves in the next match itself, especially considering Miramar has been one of those maps which they prefer, they have put big numbers on the board on that map in the past as well. There might be a possibility they might be able to cross 120, 130 points in just one game. And then it's all just a straight home stretch.
I mean, at this point, about what he said, expect the unexpected. No matter how many expectations we keep from a thing, there's always a chance that one team comes in, astonishes all of us, and just scoops away that chicken dinner. It happened once in the past. It will happen probably once today as well. Now, speak of X-Park, as I mentioned, after that previous game, I genuinely thought X-Park is probably going to be catapulting all the way on the first spot. But no, Big Brother Esports somehow kept themselves on the first spot. But once again, now they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure.
The difference, Necro, though, I mean, you keep saying, I mean, you were hoping for them to be the first. I believe 3 points is nothing. It's a negligible difference at this point in the rankings. I mean, you never know. Big Brother is the first game. We usually do see them start off quite decent on their angle. They do like to pick up the pace from the first game itself, but that wasn't the case. And this can result in quite a detrimental result for Big Brother's Esports at the end of the day as well. I'm actually quite concerned to see how the next game is going to go for them.
Well, speaking of which here, you can see the crowds, to be honest, they are just, waiting to see the match. And I'm extremely, extremely worried for some of these teams, especially coming in from OR, because they need to pull a big one if they want to try and catch up. So all things considered, there's just a lot of teams that really
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
They're supposed to dominate the whole time, but no, instead Blind Esports at the start of the day getting picked off early like that. I really want to see how their mental is going to be in the upcoming Deserty Lands.
Yeah, speaking of Miramar itself, right? It's a game of long-range battles. Game 1, it was all about trying to rotate and sneak your way into this zone. Miramar, it's all about those gunfire, long-range gunfires, and I want to see whether or not they have what it takes.
There's a man holding a sign, cameraman, focus on me first. Can we make that happen? I mean, the focus is on him now.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, focus Karo.
Cameraman, jaldi focus karo. It's a meme.
Okay, interesting, but now you can see the fans just looking to try and get attention coming in from them, but we're moments away from starting the map for today.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, the Deserty Lands are going to be on the way as the second game of the day is going to be booting up in front of us soon enough. The plane's going to be hitting high up in the sky, and so is the sun already.
Now, we are going to be heading in towards the map of Miramar, and from the perspective of Pukar, Team X-Park, the fan favorites looking to dominate and just hold the trophy to be crowned the best in India for BGIS 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, to start things off, this is the flight path for Miramar for map number 14.
It does start off from the southern side of Montenegro over towards Minas Generalis. Now this flight path makes things so much more interesting. I see we witnessed when the first circle was on towards military base, the entire game was forced onto the southern territory. This time as well, I'm expecting something of similar turfs. Nobody has dropped in close on the eastern part of the map itself. I'm still expecting a certain drop clash, Necro.
That is true. I mean, look, I had a little bit of talks with a couple of teams that are currently in the bottom 5, and they said today we are indeed going to go for a lot of fights. We're going to go for a lot of the drop collision, and we will try to spoil a couple of teams' game. I'm not really going to name the teams, but I'm just giving you guys the gist.
What is this circle? What is going on today? It's just weird. We haven't seen this kind of circle in this past few days, and for it to actually show themselves rather early, especially for the teams who's had an early drop for like Metal Esports as well as growing strong, it seems like they're trying to help and even things out for all these teams.
We've actually seen this circle quite a while in the semi-finals and in the lower brackets, I see. And this particular part of the circle forces these players to be close to that western highlands, right? Metal Esports, their game is set. They know exactly what they have to do. Glitch as well. They can take that western highway, try and hold to that position. Once you get control of that territory, once you get control of the proper real estates in that location, you can block multiple entry points.
Yep, speaking of multiple entry points here, Revenant not having a good start. Seems like they are once again getting completely focused now. MJ getting knocked right from the get-go, so they are going to look for the reset. However, considering that Revenant is still on the east side of the circle, so technically they still have a lot of paths to work with, but the biggest problem is, will they be able to find high ground when the circle shifts into El Pozo?
Indeed, a massive question over there, but I want to bring up a fact right now for the map of Miramar. Now, speaking about the past, the losers bracket, the overall journey we've had inside the BGIS, in the map of Miramar, we did not see a lot of TMRs being utilized. I'm speaking about the Mini 14, but now in the Grand Finals, as we step inside the map of Miramar, even yesterday, we saw so many Mini 14s being used, and that in itself just showcases the amount of difference these guys have had in their mentality compared to the previous stages and compared to the Grand Finals.
Exactly, the use of the Mini 14 basically kind of prioritizes to have the distance between the teams, right? Teams want to take the long distance encounters. We've seen multiple vehicles being broken as well. Teams want to control rotation of other teams. They want to take down their mobility as well. And those are the micro strategies which I think can make a lot of difference in this one.
Well, I like that you actually brought up micro strategies, right? I want to talk the macro aspect of it as well. Because when it comes to Miramar, the team that has proven to be one of the most annoying in Miramar is actually God's Rain, who likes to take the high ground and kind of rain hell upon everyone when they try to take the mountain terrains when it is on the east side. But for the west side, it is going to be the church lands, and that's going to be something that a lot of people want to play around that and get a very, very good one-up in terms of ambushing people.
On the western side, I think Blind Esports kind of take that similar position, right? On the southern side of Crater Fields as well. But since the circle is towards the south, towards the western part, I think Blind might not have that big of an impact. But look at this.
That's the thing, right? When it comes to Blind, considering how things went in Game 1, are they tilted or are they composed now?
Again, considering Blind Esports, as you mentioned, the start wasn't really too good, but let's see, because Blind Esports is one of those teams that likes to assert their dominance in the game, but just because that previous game they did seem quite disappointed in themselves, now there's a possibility they might just try to play for the position and the placement, and I would say that's a wise decision to make.
I think they can follow the Metal Esports format which they put out in the first game, right? To try and take good positions and to scavenge your way along the way. I think Blind Esports have done that throughout the entirety of the BGIS. I recently spoke to Manya as well, and he's like, alright, we're gonna try and give our best. Now, how are you gonna give your best? I told him you have to be aggressive right from the get-go itself, because otherwise there is no point. You guys are way behind.
Okay, that's a really bad strategy.
That's really bad.
To a team, and that's why they got eliminated off the bat in the first game.
Come on, man. I just want them to play their natural game.
Well, to be honest, think about this, right? Blind Esports, Manya has played really, really well for top 2 here. He's the guy that makes things work for Blind Esports, and with your advice, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You have just messed them up. And guys, if you guys are watching at home, if you guys are Blind Esports fans, you know who to look for. You know who to look for. But now, moving forward, aside from the jokes, let's talk a little bit more on X-Park, right? Think about this. Metal Esports, they may have gotten a chicken dinner, but X-Park seems to be on fire. It seems like something sparked within their hearts and they just kept popping off. And I want to talk about Pukar as the scout for the team because he is just giving so much information and also understanding that when and where they should be taking fights. So making the right calls is going to be very, very important.
Exactly. I mean, Pukar is the man who makes the big call-outs inside the game as well for that team, and he's been doing a fantastic job. Usually the IGLs over here in the BGMI, they're supposed to be like the scouters as well, and that's what Pukar does. He scouts things out for his team. He paves a good pathway, a safe pathway inside the circle, and once Team X-Parks establishes their dominance, asserts their dominance on that spot, they just started reigning supreme on all the other teams around them.
I think when you have fraggers like Sarang and Aditya inside your lineup, the job for Pukar gets actually much easier because unlike Midway where Aru has to take up fragging duties as well, Pukar is sort of freed off of that particular role. He only has to scout the map, he only has to preserve that virtual heat map on his head, how to make that rotation inside the circle and how to find the entry point, how to find the weak links of other teams. And this time as well, I think Pukar has done a fabulous job. But we've been talking about this time and time again. You cannot let X-Park get the first game and then of course the consistency dwindles because we've seen they get the first chicken and after that they're not really performing the best.
And now speaking of which here, OR Esports, they are going to be the teams that has one of the biggest highlights in game number one, but it seems like just today itself, as well as yesterday, they haven't been able to pick up themselves. So that's something that I'm a little bit worried here, but what I do realize in this map in particular, it seems like everyone is playing a little bit passive now. I was expecting a little bit more aggression, like you said as well, bullying the weak links. In this case, 9 hours not having any contention at all right from the get-go.
That is true. So I also had a little bit of talk with the known players inside the entire community, and they mentioned all the teams right now that are not able to do good, that are not able to play good, when things get too dire for them, when things get too tough for them, they're going to treat them as the elimination points. They're going to treat them as the free points and drop on top of them and gain those points.
Now, speaking of points, Midwave Esports pulled a very, very big number here in game number one. A very, very underrated team, low-key all the way through from day one and day number two, right? Like Atinki, he was the last man standing when they faced off against X-Park in the previous map. But when we talk about Midwave Esports, they are still in a position to actually take the crown if they have good games. And so far, with the circle leaning all the way towards the east side, it is going to be very difficult. But unless they find a very sweet spot and the circle gods favor them.
I think Midwave actually found a very good rotation path for themselves, dropping towards the shoreline of the right-hand side of the game itself, right-hand side of the map. They use the southern highway and the eastern highway. They're currently using it as well to try and reach a position towards the western highlands. Now, that part, as you can see from the map feed itself, it's already been occupied by Growing Strong. What a beautiful rotation coming in from Growing Strong and Glitch as well. These teams were nearby Valle del Mar and El Pozo respectively, but they've actually outsmarted Metal Esports and found those sweet spots as well. And as you can see, it seems like Midwave is also proceeding toward the same location.
I mean, look, Growing Strong, they've got a solid position hold for now, but once again, you need to understand this. There's not a lot of cover around that entire situation. You will need to play alongside the ridges, but the sidelines will always be exposed.
That's the thing, right? It's so scary to play this position, right? Because technically it's center circle, but based on the terrain, it's just very difficult to play out. So they have to find a way to low-key save up the resources. Meanwhile, on screen right now, Team X-Park, they are setting up ambush. And guess what? They are literally going to go for the hunt and they will find 9 hours. Draco kind of stranded for now, and he is going to be picked off apart potentially.
As I mentioned, the top teams are going to be treating the teams that are already doing too tough inside the entire situation. That's the elimination. And that's what happens. These are free points to be taken, and that's what Team X-Park are here to do. They're claiming these elimination points, and they're not even breaking a sweat.
The fan favorites crowds going absolutely crazy when X-Park gets a finish. In this case, that is going to be 1 point. Meanwhile, Cleo in the vicinity to try to go in for the fun. Do they want to gobble up completely? It seems like Cleo is going to be abandoned by his teammates, and he is going to be completely swamped.
I'm not sure why Cleo stopped in that entire compound. He had a chance to run away, but still Cleo wanted to take the fight against the players of X-Park, and now the march of death begins against Cleo. The man is being hit behind that entire compound. Shots being taken. Cleo picks it low, and that's it. He gets eaten alive.
Absolutely, it was way too late. I felt like Roxy and Dreams was trying to go on a flank. They did try to make that early rotation, but that did not happen.
Yep, at the same time as well, off the other side of the map as well, in the feed itself, there was a major fight between Big Brothers as well as God's Raid. These are two teams in the top 5 position looking to solidify themselves, and they are getting knocked in the feed itself. So I'm very, very worried here for them.
Speak of God's Reign, speak of Team X Park, I once again want to go back to Growing Strong. Now, we mentioned they had a really good position, but even OR Esports from the sidelines now, they're starting to close in. God's Reign as well, getting eliminated this early off inside the games. They needed any type of points desperately. But yeah, things are tough.
You know, I was about to talk about that fight, right? Like, God's Reign being eliminated, oh my goodness. Like, I know it's a very, very big fight, but for Revenant to completely crash into his them as well, that's just insane. Shoving Co-op straight down is going to be a big major step if they want to try and push the top 5.
Exactly. I think we got one elimination point from that entire fight. But for now, TWM, oh, this is going to be so good. Destiny managed to escape the lead for now. He's got no side lines onto him, but still, things are looking a little bit too dire for the players of TWM. It's better to back away. It's better to play a little bit in more of a defensive stance, but TWM, they're adamant of taking this fight. The players are soft enough to give a chance. They can hit the players back of Revenant Esports. He's taking a lot of shots. Here's back to make him cover, but the shots keep on raining down. Sands, this man is not going to stop anytime soon. Yesterday, he was the pop-up for TWM.
But now, speaking of fighters as well, they actually get the knock onto a fierce Revenant. Got a bit of trouble here, but at the same time, they are the furthest away from zone. TWM, they are going to go for the push in this vicinity. MJ getting picked apart. Destiny with 1 HP with the AUG. He needs to go for a reset. Apollo getting tagged out pretty low as well. But Destiny, his health is dropping very low. He needs to heal up. The zone is slowly chipping away. Sam's looking to salvage the situation. He runs some Sensei over. And now Revenant in some serious trouble. And just like that, TWM, they eliminate Revenant in this map.
Big Goliaths, they get eaten alive, they get devoured instantly. A lot of the known names, they're getting eliminated so quickly inside these games. First, it was the players of God's Reign, now it's Revenant.
The table toppers from day 1 and day 2, they've massively slipped up in today's day, and now it's TWM. It's their time to shine. How beautifully they did that. They had the edge of the circle. They knew that Revenant were being pincered by the blue zone as well. Lobster was in a flank position. He was the one who initiated contact, and then of course the rest of the 3 players, they made it happen. The positive trade was always going in for TWM, and now they're on their merry move as well.
Well, speaking of another team here, going strong now, going to win against Midwave. Sparky. Right now, just what he got Dionysus. What a shot coming in from Growing Strong. And Midwave is gone. It's over. Growing Strong, they wiped them out.
Within a flash, Midwave, they evaporate into thin air. Things are looking way too tough, but even somewhere else on the elimination feed, you'll see the players of OR Esports taking a fight against CS Esports. I mentioned this, all the known teams, they're going to be treating the teams that are currently in the bottom 5 as the elimination points, and they're not shaking away, they're not shying away from taking those fights against them.
This circle sort of forces everyone to go into early battles. There's not a lot of real estate to actually work with. Growing Strong, using these ridges to their advantage. They literally have the best spot, the best seat in the house. But right from behind there is OR, who is coming with their red-hot horns.
Well, speaking of horns here, let's take a look at the instant replay of what exactly happened, because this was the fight I was talking about as well. Big Brothers going against God's Reign. We finally have the replay of what exactly happened. It seems like Big Brothers, they were just contesting and they were able to pick them all apart. So, I don't know. Like, I guess as soon as they got the knock and realized who it was, they just decided to go for the Eagle Challenge.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we weren't really able to catch that fight live on air, but still, man, such a big name getting eliminated off the bat like that. Big Brother Esports being able to establish that dominance. Things are looking pretty nice.
I think Gladiators have also a good position. They are on the edge of the circle. This is their natural habitat. They have multiple teams, and they have that little bit of a hill which covers them from the positions of Growing Strong as well as TWM. Now, if they can play across this hill, I think they will get multiple teams. Look at the circle shift once again, just favoring the likes of Growing Strong as well as 4AM and Team Night Owls. The others will have to make that blind move onto open territory that I'm not a big fan of. And look at this, Sarang. He knows that he's been pinned down. Big Brother, such a massive advantage, I see.
you know, I think Sarang is just going to play as a safety net from the side of Team Xbox, right? He's going to be there to try and delay them, while the rest of the teams are going to try and rotate to the next phase of the zone. So they are looking for a very risky angle, but considering how far they are from the circle, it's just not worth it, I guess. Considering that if you talk about the next phase of the zone, growing strong, one of the strongest positions right now, right from the get-go.
Growing strong, they seem like they're quite pissed. And this is why they're just getting so many elimination points against the foes. They're disrespecting them with the amount of domination they're showing in this entire moment. Sparky single-handedly is in the front lines, delivering it for the team. And then the players on the high ground in the back, they're providing that essential cover fire. OR Esports is right next to growing strong.
One more!
Barely alive, and I think so. Sam's has been eliminated from the game. That's it for TWM.
What a shot coming from Godbot, and growing strong. They're playing the edge mountain as much as they can. They're trying to air shots everyone here, but that is a M24 coming from Eclipse. All right.
I'm a huge fan of how Growing Strong has actually split themselves up. Faith and Godbot inside the circle, Sparky and Eclipse holding their sub. And now look at this, OR Esports were trying to breach past it. Jelly was the first one to actually leapfrog him, but that will be extremely punished between Glitch and between Growing Strong, and now he's been taken out of the picture.
Well, we talked about strongest positions in power right now. Growing Strong continue to abuse the fact that they are one of the strongest in terms of high ground. And guess what? Meadow was able to chip away. They're looking for those finishes. And it's going to be Meadow that actually gets it off towards the members of OR. And now the shot from Eclipse!
Oh, that shot connects and the skull cracks open. OR Esports, they're getting picked up limb by limb. There's only one more shot that's separating OR Esports from that elimination.
They're gone!
And when that shot connects, that's it. But no, instead it's going to be the utility from Sparky, which finds that beautiful connection and also that two-piece.
I told you, Growing Strong, they have the best seat in the house, but now they have to transition into something different. The circle will force them, and if they do not have the exit strategy, and I'm pretty sure they will be pincered. They have Metal, they have TWM, they have Glitch hot on their tails. Now look at this, Metal Esports just getting inside the picture, but I think it's going to be Eclipse once again. The sniper just sings the song of death, and Growing Strong, they're being stronger than ever.
Meadow does not realize where Eclipse is shotting out. He's got one of the best views ever, and now Countdown getting straight to it. Oh, Eclipse, he's looking to shut him down, and Glitch X is just taking a chill pill, but look at this. Eclipse is only down to his final one, but he fights top dog in the midst of the smoke. He's gonna go for the finish. He uses all his ammunition.
Oh, the karma heads back to players of Metal Esports and Team X Park over here on the map. They fight against the players of MICI Esports. Team X Park, they continue their march of death. They continue to unleash the hell upon every single team that's right next to him. And four aggressive men and Big Purple Esports right next to each other, but once again transitioning back to that fight.
Circle shifting towards 9 hours. Faith already on the next phase, but the rest of the teams, they are in no man's land, and Team X Spark, they're barely holding on, but they have to find a way to make through it as well. This crossbows coming in blind, they're gonna go for a collapse. That's gonna be Raw taken out, but at the same time, here's the drive-by coming from Blind Esports.
Team X Spark, they run over one of the players from the side of Blind, but unfortunately, even Sarang gets knocked out of that area. Blind Esports looking for to get that grip back inside this fight, looking for to claw their way back up in the overall standings as well. But Team X Spark, they're here to stop him in the track. The Ramen comes in, but unfortunately, Aditya gets welcomed by the DBS to his face. Team X Spark, they're trying their best to fight back, and that's it. Blind Esports, they have been eliminated. Such a big upset for the crowd.
Tick-tock, time not in their favor, because sneaking behind them is going to be Gladiator Esports. Do they want to push them or do they want to back up? But it seems like they're bailing for the zone, so that's going to be a safe life for Team X Spark as they abandon Aditya for the next phase of the zone.
Dreams and Puka are making that big run, but they've been spotted by Destro and its Gladiators. We talked about how beautiful the position was. They were in the natural habitat. They were waiting for their time to pounce, and now they find their play with their backs open. And now look at this. Destro taking the big climb. He's got a skillful right up front. Reinforcements coming from 4 AM, and now this is not good.
He's gone. He's dead. It's over for X Spark. Final 7 teams. Gladiator Esports is going to fight against 4 AM in the north. The fight in the north is just annoying to deal with, and they are still exposed for so many angles.
Golden opportunity. The players of Gladiator Gladiators were looking for is finally here, and they bounce on top of that opportunity to grab these points.
Oh my
still
God.
on the front lines, being the IGL, still
The
just
pan.
providing so much fire, but unfortunately, even Gladiator Esports, they've lost out on one of the dudes.
Bro, Destro, his pan saved his life, but that was Destro's fight because now Big Brothers, they finish off Night Owls, they will take the compound, the only compound right in the middle of this next phase of the zone.
And now they're in the driving seat. It seems like they will be able to dictate the pace of the circle and cut everybody's rotation, but they'll also be the center of attraction. But let's talk about Gladiators for a second. They're still trying to breach past four aggressive men. In fact, one of the players has been knocked out, but Justin displays a smoke grenade, displays an entire smoke fast for himself to disguise. But from the top, it's growing strong as well, and now they have visibility.
This is not looking too good. Growing strong with the bolt action.
Wow.
They've been raining down hellfire. They've been causing so many problems. But unfortunately, the players are now running out of bullets. Even the previous players did not really have a lot of 5.56 to back them up. And this is where Growing strong now. They're just going for the taps.
This is smart. They're just chipping away at all those bullets here to try and deny them those mobility now. Destro, back in the circle. Is he going to die? He's going for a couple taps. Doesn't seem to connect. Faith still holding on to about 80 bullets here. But Glitch X Duke, he finds Spider Jaw. That's going to be 4 AM down. Justin and Shogun stuck in the outskirts of the northern section here. Not looking good for Gladiator.
For Growing Strong, I think this is the only game plan that they have. They have the vantage point. They have the visibility on top as well. Godbot does connect the shot. They need to find as many finish points as they possibly can because I don't see them making it inside the circle. The exit strategy is going to be a suicide mission. It's going to be a kamikaze mission. But Glitch X Reborn as well as Gladiator, they're going to be on the suffering end.
A while ago, the next circle came in, and right now, Big Brother Esports is in the prime spot. Now, Growing Strong, they will need to leave this high ground, and this is where Growing Strong will probably be ripped apart to pieces. It's easy to hold the high ground, but it's tough to leave that.
Calm before the small, long 4 coming in. Shogun in the process of Sparky, but off the kill feed side. They find Faith, they find Godbot, they blew up the vehicle. Not a great sign for Growing Strong. It's up to Sparky to clutch it for Growing Strong. In this case, he is possibly going to be playing the bleeding game because Big Brother Esports is getting the shooting fest here. They are going to be looking for ducks in the field, and they are just shooting everyone right now.
Pumping lead in their body, Glitch X Reborn, they crumble down, they crack open in that pressure, and now the players are going strong too, as I mentioned. They've got to leave that high ground, they will be ripped apart into pieces. Glitch X Reborn as well in the receiving lines. Big Brother Esports asserting their dominance in this late game scenario.
Absolutely, 8 finishes for Big Brother Esports. It seems like they're in the shooting range, but amidst all of this chaos and all of the timing down for GS, you can see the Gladiators, they've closed up the distance, and that means there can be problems potentially, but Glitch X Reborn are going to make it easier. They knocked out Destro, they're potentially going to finish him off as well, and that's 1 man down for GDR.
It's all down to Justin. Gladiator Esports are struggling so much inside these moments, but still, they are trying to perform consistently. At least they want to make it inside the top 3 to have a decent amount of positioning points, because they've already acquired decent elimination points.
Yep, as of now, Glitch X Reborn, they are going to be waiting on the Sparky as well. They don't really know how many teams left. Sparky is just, messing up the numbers for them. He's got down to a 6 more first aid. So they Growing Strong, considering that they've got 12 finishes with a decent placement, they are going to rack up some serious points this game. Meanwhile, Justin, last man standing for Gladiator, not going to be able to have Glitch X Reborn in this fight, considering that the circle is favoring Big Brothers, and guess what? They've got the strongest cover in this next phase of the zone.
It moves out in the open in no man's land. Even Big Brother Esports, they need to push up a little bit to make their feet inside the circle, and this is where the players of Glitch X Reborn will probably reign supreme. All they need to do is delay the rotation, wait for the blue to close in. As soon as that happens, Big Brother Esports will be forced out.
I think I like what Glitch X Reborn is doing. They're just holding their ground, right? They're holding the rotation, but they're also delaying the onset of the inevitable. Sparky actually finds one from the back lines, and Chris OP has been knocked out, but still the high ground advantage. As soon as Big Brother steps out in the open, I'm pretty sure all 3 magazines are going to open fire, Necro.
This is going to be tough. They have the high ground. They found Sarvin!
Oh, what a big blunder from the side of Big Brother Esports. Sarvin knocked out in the open. As I mentioned, Big Brother Esports, they need to take some causes. They need to make something happen.
This is it.
The man's got his bucket ready. They want to jump down on top of that bucket. Will this possibly happen? Will Glitch X Reborn, they ran supreme. The questions are unanswered, but Save, he manages to find the knockout. Nicely done. Great way to get this off. But even Big Brother Esports don't need to worry about the blue in the back. Save catching a little bit of return fire from the top. He knows both the players from Glitch X Reborn, they're going to be causing so much trouble. At this point in time, the blue's going to be dishing out so much damage. You cannot afford to step out of that entire zone, even for a second.
Now, at the same time, Big Brother's 4-man Gladiators last man as well. This is pretty much Big Brother's game. Sarvin looking for the final snake here. You can see Justin holding for his dear life. He's tanking the zone, but Ralph, he will bleed out to the zone. They're playing the healing game. Justin still holding on. It's going to be healed off between both Duke and Justin, while Big Brother is going to be looking for those finishes. As Duke, no more first aid, and Sarvin finds Justin. Another finish in the hands of Big Brother. Now Duke, no more first aids. He is going to bleed out. That's going to be Big Brother that takes the chicken dinner.
Big Brother Esports, they needed this chicken dinner to maintain that lead on the top, and they have done a phenomenal job doing so as well. Winning the second game and showing that even they are over here to win that trophy. Shutting down big names like X-Park, God's Reign in that previous game. Big Brother Esports, they have made a stark statement.
They absolutely have, and right now I think the finals, the overall standing, they're starting to take shape. Look at this, he's so happy, Seth is so happy, he spreads his arms wide because he knows that this was exactly the game plan from Big Brothers. That big rotation onto that compound, that was the game changer, and the circle just kept on forming on them. This is going to make sure one thing, Gladiators and Big Brothers, now there's a big gap, I see.
Exactly. Started from the bottom, and now they are here. Big Brothers moments away from potentially taking the crown. 4 more maps to go. The grind continues here for the Grand Finals in day number 3. Semi-finals, almost non-existent placements here. They were in the bottom half. First day, 6. Second day, number 1. And now, they're still number 1.
The best part is these guys eliminated Team X-Park. That could be the potential competition for the first spots. And now Big Brother Esports, they are going to have a solid lead in the overall standings. Look at the IRL highlights right now. Players, of course, being disappointed considering they got eliminated early.
I mean, this was actually forced by the circle itself, right? The circle made sure that they were the ones who were in uncomfortable spots. Now, how did GS actually change that? Growing Strong were very early in their rotation, were very early in taking that western highway and actually finding the good scouting spots. You saw how lethal Eclipse was with his sniper rifle. You saw how lethal Godbot was with his assault rifle. And this is what happens, right? I always say this. Good finishes is basically a byproduct of good positioning. GS with early rotation and getting good positioning, they were able to farm those elimination points.
You know, I like that actually brought about the circle, right? When Growing Strong was playing on the southwest corner of the vicinity, I want to talk about Meadow Esports, who also played this southeast corner. They were the 2 teams that gatekeep every single team who tried to rotate from the south side into the zone, and because of that, they were forced to use a lot of utilities. But to be honest, the biggest spoilers of the game is gotta be Growing Strong, who went all the way uptown towards the west side of the cliff and got so much high ground advantage, and just enough to take out every single team in the north side, the east side, and the south side. So, not gonna lie, the biggest party pooper in this game, in this case, the Mafia in this game, is gotta be Growing Strong.
And how can we forget about that bolt action these guys brought up? We mentioned a while ago as well that holding on to that position is one of the toughest things to do. How do they adapt to that? They bring in an M24. That's gonna back them up in those long-range fights. Beautifully done, magnificent stuff from these guys. But then as we move on forward to the highlights of the previous game, we saw some incredible stuff. Godstream being eliminated by the hands of Big Brother Esports, a big shocker to the crowd.
Yeah. I think Big Brother is sort of riding on the sense of confidence right now. They know that they're going to win those battles. And even TWM, as a matter of fact, right, they're still at the bottom of the overall standings in terms of the first page, right? They have the opportunity of making a difference. And this fight was clearly a sign of dominance. They did not break apart. Looking at Revenant Esports, they had the right side of the circle and they made sure they carried on that domination till the end.
Yeah, and this was the shot that you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
You know, they are just completely dominating every single team that passed by Growing Strong, and Meadow just got completely messed up. And eventually, when Meadow has no choice but to push away from their advantage zone, Growing Strong was just picking them one by one. And like I said as well, the north side here also going to be another big problem, because if you pay attention towards the crossroad, right? This is pretty much no man's land from Nuevo all the way towards as well. And if you want to cross those crossroads, you have to commit a lot of vehicles into that fight. And because of that, if you pick a fight and get caught out in this, you are going to get picked apart by every single one. In this case, Blind Esports and Export, they took heavy fire, and it resulted in other people just capitalizing on their demise.
Exactly. I mean, it was such a scrappy fight, right? Things kept on going back and forth, back and forth. In the end, they just started running over each other. Big Brother Esports asserting their dominance on this compound. As I've mentioned over and over again, it's understandable that you want to capitalize on the center spot in the late game, but if you're going to be on the center, you better pack a lot of punch, because you will also be the center of attraction.
Absolutely, but look at this, right? Big Brothers, once they got the compound for themselves, the BGMI gods actually blessed them with the circle. Now, we talked about one thing in particular, growing strong, getting that high ground actually comes up with a very big trade-off, and that is there is no exit strategy. They did try to use the vehicle, but as soon as the vehicle tumbled, we knew, right, they were going to be open fired, and that is exactly what happened to them. That was the reason for the demise.
I think about Glitch X Reborn is that they actually hesitated for their push, right? They only had one buggy, and they only sent Chris to actually push the fight. But if you think about it, right, if they decided to go all in as soon as they realized Sarkit was knocked, they could have took advantage, just push and take a gamble that 2 men is not enough to take down an entire vehicle on the buggy. So technically, going for those risks, well, unfortunately say they should have, but didn't do it, resulted in a reset and just completely dropped the ball and gave away a free finish.
That is true. It's understandable too, right, why they did not really do it, considering they're like a new team entering inside the grand final. So much pressure to play around with as well. Not doing that great in the overall standings too. So yeah, the pressure just building up to them, not being able to think freely, that was probably the problem.
Yeah, I agree. But speaking of this fights here, Big Brother definitely trying to reach for the stars from a very, very long journey. 4 more maps to go, and if they somehow find the grind to push forward through, we might see a new legend in the making.
Absolutely. I mean, this is definitely history in the making as well, and all the big stalwarts from the community coming in together to witness it happen. We saw S-Power, we saw people from Revenant Esports as well, from God's Reign. You've got very, very big celebrities from the community, from Godlike, from different organizations, from SATUL, Edbit as well. All of these teams who definitely could not make their journey inside of the BGIS successful, but they certainly are one of the biggest stars in the community.
Exactly. S-Power right there alongside the crowd as well. Recently, he was supposed to be the member of Godlike, but now he's joined Blind Esports. So I really want to see in the future lines how this implementation is going to be. But now speak of the crowd as well. They're chilled out a little bit, considering the game's over, and also the suspense is building up.
Well, they're just all very, very excited to see some good old-fashioned shooting. In this case, Battlegrounds Mobile India, one of the best games out there. In this case, they're just here to support the best team ever, to show you what is this. Oh my god, I'm just like, I'm sorry, I fumbled a little bit here, but you can see a very emotional moment. No, I've just had a loss of words. I'm sorry. I'm about to cry. I'm sorry, guys, but this is so touching.
This is very sweet, to be honest, because this is what BGMI represents. No matter what, no boundaries, nothing. Everybody is a true fan by heart, and that love for BGMI has been transitioned into the BGIS as well. The stadium is packed from all across, from people from all different parts of the country, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure they're here for the love of BGMI. They're here to support the teams that they want to. And Big Brother Esports, in this packed arena, they are starting to assert their authority.
Hey man, BGMI is all about the community. We are here for everyone. And I don't know how to describe that, right? Like, no words can describe what we just saw. Like, I don't know what's the perfect phrase to explain that moment, but it just shows you that, you know, everyone and anyone can play BGMI.
Indeed it can. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Duke from the side of Glitch X Reborn with 57.1 finished contribution. Of course, Duke is going to be there from Glitch X Reborn, right? You mentioned they were a little bit hesitant in taking that control in the final few moments, but once again, it's their first time playing in the land, so the jitters, it's understandable.
Certainly is understandable. As we transition onto the top 5 players now, you have some very nice underdog names. Now, these are the names I've been willing to witness for a very long time. You've got Duke, you've got Godbot, you've got Sarvit, Fate, and Sparky. Growing strong from that game itself. Majority of their players are in the top 5 position. Courtesy to the fact that all of them contributed to that huge elimination point. But Sarvit from Big Brothers just standing up tall, 36.3% finish contribution. I think Big Brothers have to give it to Sarvit, Saif, as well as Rishi in certain occasions.
Yeah, and speaking of this top 5 teams, right, they were the ones that completely annoyed the heck out of the game. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Growing Strong was just so annoying. But let's talk about the points they've garnered in match number 14. Big Brothers Chicken Dinner, 11 finishes alongside with Growing Strong, 12 finishes and 20 points in total. My goodness, that's a big lead for Big Brothers.
That is true. Team X Spark, they need to understand one thing. Yeah, this is not that bad of a performance considering they got 8 points in total, but still, the more points Big Brother accumulates from them, the problem keeps on increasing as well in the overall standings, because now Team X Spark, once again, they need a big game to compensate for all of that loss in the previous game.
Exactly. As we move on to the second page as well, there certainly is a lot of problems. Now look at this. Revenant and God's Reign, these were the table toppers from day one, and now they are dwindling down 0 and 2 points respectively. Even OR Esports, as a matter of fact, these are the top 3 from day one, and they are nowhere to be seen in day 3. This is what the comeback has been from the underdog teams.
Yeah, it is all about comebacks, but let's talk about the overall standings. Big Brother with a big game in match 14 now, 172 points with a huge 21-point lead ahead of X-Park. Getting further and further away, trying to solidify their throne.
We wanted to see the new champions being forged, and Big Brother Esports, they're on the verge of claiming that throne and the crown. But there's going to be one more competitor that is trying their best to drag them down from that first spot. But now, as we do move on forward to the latter half of the board, the woes keep on continuing for a couple of these known teams. Blind Esports not being able to find that sweet mark right next to the players of RR Esports.
Absolutely. Even Glitch X Reborn and Growing Strong as well, right? It certainly was like a 20-point jump for them in this particular game, but they need a lot more of these games. I think for Growing Strong, they only have got 4 more games remaining. First position is somewhat out of the picture, but maybe they might actually make a jump towards the top 5. Who knows?
To be honest, with only 4 more maps, mathematically it is possible.
Yeah.
But so far, X-Park has pulled the biggest numbers thus far in game number one. Big Brothers as well with game number 2. So 4 more games left. Now or never. It's now or never. If not, it's over.
Oh, we have some cosplay action.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, this is something interesting.
This is, I mean, beautiful. This is something that we wanted to see all this time long, but finally cosplays as well now being implemented.
Hey, Necro, I want to capture that in my vlog. Do you mind actually taking over the casting desk so that I can go there and
No, man,
take
I
my
need
camera?
you over here. You're too precious for me, bro. You're someone I cannot afford to lose on the casting panel. I want you to stay next to me, alongside me, but look at this cosplay. I mean, it's beautiful, right?
That's really, really sick. Like, I really like it though. It's so flashy, you know, it's got the vibes, it's got the futuristic vibe. It feels like I'm about to head into a music festival. And guess what? The stadium itself here in the dome in Mumbai looks like a concert. Not gonna lie, especially when we do the Rise Up chant.
Exactly, especially when the show did not even start. In the pre-show, there were a couple of songs playing and everyone was just vibing to the songs.
Absolutely, and I think people are vibing right now as well because they just witnessed 2 amazing games of BGMI, and we have an amazing crowd. Whoa, Necro, you have got some fans right up there.
I mean, I do have those fans over there, but unfortunately they cannot be captured in the camera. But basically they were just asking me to speak in Hindi, which I will be maybe later on when we finally have the last game rolling in. But speaking about the entire crowd, of course the vibes are quite electric, everything's feeling quite nice, but the players are definitely feeling quite pressured. The more the crowd, the more pressured the players will be.
Well, speaking of the pressure, as the games are slowly dwindling down. Oh, wait, What's up? What's up? Salty, they're calling for you.
Wait. This actually. So wait. By the way, I'm pretty sure the Hindi desk. Wait, I just got completely obliterated by the wire itself. But the Hindi desk, they are actually trolling me right now, which I'm not gonna allow them to do. So I'm not gonna allow you to do so. This is not what you're saying. I am salty. Hai kya?
Yeah, that's just us giving you guys love, man. Like, I don't know where Johnny is. Oh, Johnny's jumping in. Hi, Johnny. What's up? What's up, Johnny? We're just having a little bit of fun. Having a little bit too much fun if you think about it. Anyways, I've had my fun. I'm gonna leave the desk. Goodbye. Nice to meet you guys.
Hey,
I'll
man,
see you
come
guys
back.
in probably next year.
Well, I guess you know what? Johnny was just waiting for that opportunity to yeet the mic away, and that's what he's done. So now we've got Johnny joining alongside with me, right next to me sitting actually. Speak about the vibe, speak about the crowd. Of course, Team X Park Scouts fans are all over the place. But Johnny, the upcoming game is going to be the map of standoff, the most aggressive map so far made inside the BGMI.
Exactly, and I mean, so far it feels like even Erangel and Miramar weren't too far behind. So my expectations from this map of Sanoff are already pushed to an unrealistic level, but still, Big Brothers, what an amazing performance on the previous map, bringing themselves back with a little bit of a safety cushion on the board now.
Exactly. This is what I mentioned, right? Team X Spark, they will need to compensate even more for the loss they had in the previous game. They had a decent amount of points, nothing taken away from that. But then Big Brother Esports, they got 26 points in total. So that's just going to create a little bit of more difference in the point structure in the overall standing. But for now, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, to the map of Sanok. As the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again. The rainforests are going to be on the way. And Salty, my co-pilot, take it away.
I am so excited. We are almost reaching the halfway stage of the Grand Finals. Now look at this. The flight, the Big Bird goes onto the skies. We have the perspective of Delta, but I want to witness, where does the flight take us? It starts off from docks and moves on towards Tatmok. Does have the central part of the map itself. We know Sanok, Johnny, is a very small map. Majority of the teams will be going to their desired drop locations, but look at what Kampong has actually brought for us.
Yes.
Growing Strong and Night Owls, they're dropping in together. We're in for some fight.
I mean, you're talking about Kampong, look towards Sami as well. We have TWM dropping quite close to the players of Revenant, who have gone for a 4-man split drop. Camp Charlie in their control along with the city of Bantai. Fierce dropping in the middle of nowhere, but this is going to be the first fight of the game. Night Owls taking on the players of Growing Strong.
Growing Strong right next to him as well. This is going to be an interesting fight. Growing Strong, they're definitely feeling that momentum. We were speaking about Godbot. We decorated this player so much.
Yeah.
We hyped this player up so much, but he wasn't really able to perform in the Grand Finals in front of the crowd. But finally, in the previous game, Godbot got that elevation that he needed.
The performance, the momentum boost that was required for the players of Growing Strong was there. But can they keep it going? Can they be consistent enough to score points? Even in this match, Eclipse has the high ground against the players of Night Owls, but Kampong, who is going to rule this city? That is the question.
No initial contact setup as of yet. Night Owls, they're holding their horses. And now this is something which I like, right? Of course, knowing Night Owls, they would have attacked right from the get-go itself, but now they know that this is the opportunity to shine. They know this is the opportunity to take down a big team in the form of Growing Strong. And it seems like Growing Strong is also not retracting back from this fight. Even they want to set this up. But it's like a chess game, Nick.
Yeah.
Who is white and who is the one who actually makes the first move? Nobody wants to decide that.
Well, Cleo still waiting for a line of fire to be made available to him. Growing Strong in the meanwhile, looking for a position from where they can control the city for themselves. And it will be quite interesting to see how the fight for the city of Kampong is going to turn out. In the meanwhile, we're going to switch perspective. Now we are on the players of TWM, who are all the way towards Shami. And it is a western circle in Sanok, Camp Alpha. The entire island, quite decent. In fact, the entirety of it inside the zone, making any team landing in that northwestern quadrant quite happy with this game.
Same circle that we saw yesterday, Johnny. Once again, repeating itself for Blind Esports is probably going to go for that dominant control on top of the mountain once again.
Yesterday it was worse than this. Yesterday, I mean, the circle was even more towards the northwestern side, more dominant towards the northwestern part. Today, there's still a possibility that we might have a southern shift and it might land between the intersection of the three islands, but let's see. I mean, if that happens, that's going to be an epic game of Sanhok.
You know, to be honest, CS Esports towards Painan, the village of Painan as well. I'm very surprised that GlitchX Reborn is still not here because they're very close by and they know CS, as a matter of fact, will be here. I'm just expecting these two teams to collide right at the start. CS Esports, they have verbally mentioned that they want to take on the challenge.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday they spoke to Necro and told him they were going to go for drop clashes. There was a drop clash in one map, but that was it. Also, while you guys were breaking down the previous match, I was just with the audience just looking at the big screen. And you know what? During the highlights, even the players of Big Brothers were watching themselves perform on the big screen in the center of the stage. And their reaction from their facial expressions, it was like they weren't satisfied with the win. They want a bigger win.
It's good. As a professional player, you should never be satisfied with your performance, because once you get satisfied with your performance, this is where the complacency starts kicking in.
True,
and when complacency starts kicking in, that's where your demise also starts kicking in. We've seen a lot of the esports athletes in the past where they get too complacent and then they end up destroying their careers on the way.
Absolutely. I think these, of course, it's a very new thing for Big Brother Esports as well, right? Being at the LAN, performing in front of such a huge crowd as well. And I think this is where they want to give it their all. They want to give it their best. And especially after that double chicken dinner yesterday, I think Big Brothers, they've definitely found their mojo. They've definitely found their rhythm as well. And now they only want to perform their number 1%, their best, their absolute best.
Glitch Reborn.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny, this is one of the teams whom I had very high expectations from, especially because of their performance in the semi-finals. They were extremely consistent.
Exactly, it wasn't just you, it was me as well. I mean, with the way Ralph, Roman, Duke and Chris played in the semi-finals, it looked like this team had the caliber to fight for the trophy and lift it at the end of the finale as well. But with how things have gone for them in day 1 and day 2, now that dream, it seems like that is all it will remain, at least for this year.
I mean, might just be it, but I'm pretty sure GlitchX as an entirety, as a team, they have definitely impressed majority of their fans. They have satisfied so many people in the community that I'm pretty sure they're going to be coming in hard next time as well.
For sure.
But let's just come back to this game, and the first circle has been very calm. The fight towards Kampong definitely did not break out. Night Owls and Growing Strong as well, they are quite comfortable. But now look at this. Shots being fired between GlitchX and MICI, and it seems like Chris OP will be the first one taking down Necro.
Exactly. This is not looking too good for the players of GlitchX Reborn. The previous game, they started things off in a fantastic way, but even the players of CS Esports, they lost that one, so now things are down to even Steven. At CS Esports, they would want to flip things apart once again in this entire moment, but at this point in time, even the players of CS Esports, they've given up. I had a pleasure to talk with these guys at CS Esports. They've accepted the fate that they're probably not going to be the one to win this entire thing. But CS Esports, they're definitely here to spoil a couple of things.
Well, and this might be the spoiler that they have prepared for the players of Glitch Reborn. With Chris down, CS Esports had the opportunity to bring themselves back in this fight, but now Ranadeep has been taken care of. And Glitch Reborn, they sit there with an advantage in terms of the numbers. Chris getting a revive from Roman OG, but will this reset be enough for the squad wipe? But here's the third party, Revenant Esports. They show up out of nowhere with a massive high ground advantage to work with.
Exactly, and now they have so much visibility. Roman OG was almost spotted, but now look at this. Ralph actually turns around, slams back. Fierce has been knocked out. Revenant Esports might be deterred from going in from their third party as well. We just saw from the map feed that it was MICI in the background as well. 3 teams, in fact 4 teams in close proximity. And now GlitchX Reborn, they're just trying to survive.
Big boy Fierce has been knocked out in CS Esports. This man is just in the shack, pinned down. His position's compromised as well. They know exactly where he is, so that's why Duke is just going for the spam shots. And that's where sprays being unloaded, magazines being unloaded in that direction, but still no connections found. Revenant Esports, they make the wise decision to pull out.
Revenant Esports might have fallen back, but look at the radar. Glitch Reborn inching closer to the players of CS Esports, looking for the first squad wipe of the game. And Sarthak is completely pinned in that shack. Nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide. Glitch Reborn in the front, Revenant on the high ground in the back. Even if he peeks the window, he's going to be a dead man soon. Sees Duke crossing over, but can't really react to it. Here's how things were started. Leo YT caught completely off guard by the shotgun in the hands of Chris.
Now this was a knockout. This was a knockout from Ralph Fierce. Just getting a little complacent in that situation. But yeah, once again, Sarthak on the verge of getting knocked out.
This is such a tough outing for both these guys. But considering for GlitchX Reborn, they're sort of stuck in this stalemate situation they want to get out of. For CS Esports, they already know they've accepted the fate. For them, they've got nothing to fight for. Then for the experience, and that's what they're here for. Sarthak is barely surviving on a sliver of HP. The man does not even have any type of meds to back him up, and that's where CS Esports, the problems have already started to kick in.
Problems have definitely started to kick in, but I wonder where the rest of the CS players are. ParaBTC still in the background. He knows that he has no way of helping Sarthak as well. But Sarthak is still holding on to his dear life, which is actually a little funny because it seems like GlitchX as well as Revenant, they're kind of deterred. They don't really want to lose men early on in this particular fight.
True. I mean, if this early in the game you're going to lose players, especially on Sana, it's going to be a massive struggle for survival even in the mid-game stages. But let's see, Glitch Reborn, I believe they are still aware about the threat waiting for them. But Roman OG, he wants to go for a white flank. Might be a risky decision, has taken a lot of damage from the back lines. He's going to fall back and regroup with the rest of his team. Revenant Esports, this is an extremely cheeky move. They're not left the high ground till now. Still waiting for an opportunity to strike. Still waiting for those finish points in the early stages of the match.
The next circle strikes in, it kicks in, and still maintains that anonymous aura. We do not exactly know where the upcoming shift's going to be, and that's why even teams, they're just trying their best to close on to the shorelines, because that is the center of the circle.
Now this is why I like MICI and their positioning, right? They've got the right port of this particular Delta region that I always call it. Revenant Esports, GlitchX Reborn, CS, all of them will start eventually huddling up on that particular position. But the fact that Big Brothers and MICI, they've already captured that territory, I think this is going to be a very, very hard task for others to actually reach forward. On the other side, TWM, they have a very nice bridge to their advantage. They have complete access to it. So I'm pretty sure their rotations are going to be cut very simple.
There is an opportunity for them to actually rack up a lot of points with that. It all depends how the fight towards the southern edge of the circles are going to turn out. In the meanwhile, X-Park on our screens. Switching over to the players of Growing Strong, who are in fact still outside the zone. And they have gatekeepers in the form of 4 aggressive man waiting for them right on that southeastern edge of the zone. Skillful, constantly peeking and checking the surroundings, needs to be careful. Because if he can see the opposition, and if he can shoot and dish out damage to the opposition, they can do the same to him. Eclipse spotted out. What will the reaction from 4 AM be?
4 AM in a very good spot. Not a very good spot, they're just barely outside the circle. They've got 120 meters which they need to cover, and Growing Strong coming in from the outside have like an opportunity for them to just kind of gatekeep them so far. But now look at this, Pukar just struggling underwater, man being knocked out, and so many shots being fired at him. This definitely looks like a scene from a movie, a detective movie.
Yeah, this is not looking too good. Pukar, his teammates as well, they can't really help him out at this point. He's out in the open, in the water lines, and considering all of the rest of his teammates are inside the cover, Pukar, the problems are going to keep on continuing for Team X-Park, as we've got the players of OR Esports in front of us, another one of those teams that everyone was looking forward to, but now this is the last chance to try and make a comeback. If they do not have a chicken dinner over here, that's it for OR Esports.
I mean, the fall from heaven was quite drastic, and it has taken them all the way to hell itself. The second page of the leaderboard, struggling to even secure a few points, but it seems like there was a little bit of a trade in terms of damage between Godbot from Growing Strong and 2 individuals from the side of 4 aggressive man. But they have another man for his back line to be paid, taking a lot of damage upon himself. Sliver of HP, and he manages to survive, but the blue zone will be able to help 4 AM secure that knock. Can they convert it into points though? That's going to be the question they ask themselves.
4 aggressive men just wanted to go in aggressive in this one because they know these are free elimination points to farm. But of course, Growing Strong just suffering from that late rotation. They could not really find that entry point as well. Clips does have that flank on available for himself, but he still needs visibility. Spots Spider-Jot out in the open, but the vehicle was too quick to actually being shot down.
It's so weird to see Sanok off to such a slow start. You do not really see this that often, but hey, it is what it is, and that's why teams are now trying to adapt onto the play style, on that pace that's given up to them for aggressive men. They close on up, they get the confirmations rolling in. Even Godbot's now going to be out of the game. From the previous game where Growing Strong was dominating all the way through, now Growing Strong, they're getting picked off the bat.
Well, it seems like the dominating run, at least for the first 3 games, is about to come to an end. Eclipse, last player surviving from the side of Growing Strong, as we keep talking about him, has kind of pulled off a miracle, but talk about miracles, and this circle itself is going to be one, as we have a western shift, ladies and gentlemen. Camp Alpha, well, half of the island still inside the zone, along with a decent chunk of that ruins position. TWM, they're going to be so happy they've been able to control that western shoreline along with the bridge all to themselves.
Keep questioning, keep guessing. That is what the circle actually wants us to do, and the entirety of all of you guys to do as well, because nobody knows where to gamble, which island to actually move upon. But of course, just like you mentioned, Johnny, I think both Blind and TWM, they're going to be extremely happy. MICI have made their move as well, but now look at this. This was the replay that happened. The bike actually flipped over. A lot of shots being fired. Growing Strong were mowed down by a lawnmower in the form of 4 aggressive men, but OR Esports still to find that entry inside the circle. They're still struggling.
Exactly. Speak of the struggle, and the real struggles are being seen by the players of Team X Park, because the circle is now is really far away from them, and if they do want to make it inside the circle, they will need to win a fight up against the players of Godsreen, and that sounds next to impossible.
Yeah, they are the lads, as you mentioned, Necro. And again, as we talk about him, it was so important for Pucar to be able to cross over, because he was the one who was supposed to find the opening, provide the suppressing fire for his team to cross over towards that Camp Alpha Island, but that did not happen at all. And as soon as Pucar fell, so did the hopes and dreams of the X-Park entering stage 3 of this matchup. It's going to be a big challenge for these lads to move forward in this game. But let's see, they have another set of opposition closing in the form of Metal Esports. Now Metal, they've been on fire throughout this entire day, but now taking damage from the blue as well. It's going to be difficult. Top Dog under fire, Sarang kicking things off.
Sarang, he did find a couple of connections, but still not enough to get the knockout rolling in. Just the man's now being softened up. Team X Park looking pretty good so far, but still now they need to make it inside the circle, and that's where the problems are going to kick in, or maybe the real problems are going to kick in. How can Team X Park try to make it? It will be a long rotation if they want to try to make it from the safe way.
I think he might actually use the bridge. Oh no! But now look at this Kyoya from that position. It's completely open, firing, unloading a magazine. Oh, the gas is taking it down. But X how did? Okay, it was Top Dog who completely wiped the floor with Team X Park. That was fireworks inside of the arena and outside it as well.
Metal Esports, they get rid of the biggest competitors inside the lobby, and this is also going to be raising so many concerns for the fans, because now there's one more chance for the players of Big Brother Esports to capitalize and establish that lead even more.
And Big Brothers, I mean, we're going to wait to see them inside this matchup, see them what sort of performance they're going to bring to the table in this game itself. It is going to be an important match to establish them as the leaders of the leaderboard, but now it's God's Reign finding the players of Metal. 2 knocks secured, 2 players on the run, on the fight.
That was Ninja John!
I mean, that was phenomenal, to be honest. This is Ninja John, but apparently God's Reign is still inside the circle. Metal Esports have been halted dead in their way, but God's Reign, they have no rotation path. How will they make sure that they enter the circle, especially with Blind asserting their superiority? And once again, the circle shifts. MICI in front control. TWM are starting to sneak in, but God's Reign, they finally found a transportation for themselves. Robin will be the first one to go down.
But
Metal and God's Reign, all of these teams will make their entry.
Camp Alpha, we know the rulers, Blind Esports, they're waiting inside the circle, but still, as we were talking about the Ruins Bridge, it's going to be an save from TWM, finding the players of OR Esports. He needs to secure the knock, but it's going to be him on the receiving end, and OR off to a decent start in this match. They've dealt with the initial threat And now it seems like the bridge is going to be open for them to cross and make it towards the Camp Alpha Island. But more teams waiting for them on the other side. But the biggest threat for anyone crossing over, it's going to be Blind Esports, who always manage to control that Temple Hill. And that's going to be a massive high ground advantage for them to work with.
This is going to be a frag fest for OR, to be honest, because they are holding the bridge. So many teams from the ruins position still yet to cover. And now look at this, Night Out in an aggressive spot. They know they're on the open end of the circle. They have time to prepare. And Midwave Esports, they are slowly crumbling down.
Exactly, indeed, they're crumbling down from the back now. Are the players of Night Owls as well closing in. Midwave Esports in the front. Night Owls clearly spots him out, but out of nowhere, it's an all-out brawl breaking out into players of Gladiator Esports, and even the trades are starting to happen back and forth for aggressive men in this receiving end, at least for now. And Gladiator Esports, they've got Destro alive, but as soon as they say that, even Destro gets knocked out because of the blue. It's all down to Delta PG. Can he hold things off against the players of four aggressive men? Because even Gladiator Esports, they're losing out on the man number. Being all down to Delta, he can feel all of that pressure.
And here comes the third party. It seems like the players of TWM have heard all the commotion. They've seen the bodies drop. But Midwave completely unaware of OR Esports, it seems. And Admino, the young prodigy, making sure the punish is going to be there. Whiskey finds the trade back in the back line. Jelly coming in from the flank as well. Midwave nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. The Swan Wife is going to be the only option for them. He's on the hunt in the water.
He definitely is on the hunt for the water because he is a fisherman, Johnny. You don't recognize him. OR Esports, they know they are going to be guarding this bridge up until eternity.
A few years ago, Necro came up with an impressive invention. Necro, you want to tell our audience about it?
Exactly. So technically, bullets do not have fire, right? So
yeah.
I just try to roleplay the bullets as if like there's a fishing rod. So I call them the wireless fishing rod when they're trying to shoot someone inside the water. So technically, the bullets are supposed to be the wireless fishing rods. But for now, there was a resurrection that came in. Midwave Esports, they got two players back to the water. But for now, Big Brother Esports on the end lines. This team is probably going to be unloading so many magazines. For them, it's going to be a feast being served on a silver platter. Big Brother Esports capitalize and build that momentum, build that lead in the overall standings.
Uzumaki being tasked to gatekeep and shore and guard this particular shoreline. There are so many teams approaching him, but he is the only one who is stopping them dead on their way. It's the entirety of OR, it's the entirety of Midwave, it's the entirety of Revenant, and of course we have Glitchix Reborn swimming over there as well. Uzumaki, if he actually goes on an absolute finish frenzy, he's going to get so many numbers for himself.
So many fishes in the water.
Aquarium.
Yeah, it is an aquarium at this point, but this was the only option left for these players. But it seems like, again, on the map of channels, God, BGMI are going to be kind on the players of Blind Esports, but Big Brothers still looking for more points. 4 eliminations already secured. They can hit double digits already in this matchup.
The more elimination Big Brother Esports wrap up, the more points Big Brother Esports wrap up, the more pressure X-Spark is going to feel in the later stages of this entire tournament. And this is where Uzumaki, once again, the man in the front, the man behind all the crimes that is currently happening inside the game. He will push on the charges. Revenant Esports in the front line pulls out that DBS, a slash to the face to shut him down. Look at the amount of elimination points the players of Big Brother Esports have. And Uzumaki, this man, it doesn't seem like he's going to be stopping anytime soon. Sits in the weak goal, goes to the passion. Uzumaki's way too low. He loses out on that life. Greed is never good, and that's a prime example of that.
Going for the finishes, the players of Big Brothers. TWM did in fact go for a brilliant punish on these lads. Now Sams, he's moving forward, running towards the shack. Is he aware of Max, who's waiting for him inside? It seems like he is. Nade being cooked. Sams is going to be pushed. The nade is going to be locked. Will it connect? Those shotgun dudes from either side. And it's going to be Max maxing out on the accuracy. 4 eliminations on the board for OR Esports as they find themselves in the top 7 of this matchup.
It doesn't even matter. So close, but so far. Max being the only man alive. The damage is already being dealt to OR Esports on the verge of losing this game. Blind Esports in the prime spot. As I mentioned, Johnny, once again, as usual, the circle shifts in on the top left island, and Blind Esports, they're here to claim that territory. MICI Esports finally making it in the final few situations.
Exactly, MICI and Blind, they both love this particular circle, but we just saw the elimination. There are so so many players who were available, who were alive with just one player available. Big Brother Esports, they have finally been taken out of the picture. They are going to go through the exit doors with 8 eliminations, but now Blind Esports, they take the high ground. MICI have got a prime position for themselves, and now they are being denied. But Ronnie, all by himself, going down the lawn.
Flipped, and Ronnie just unleashing hell upon the players of MICI Esports. They closed out at 2 players, and here we go. Another spray comes in to get the confirmation rolling in. MICI Esports, 2 players on the top. They are supposed to be in a supreme spot, but no, the tables are being flipped against them. The scripts are being flipped against them. Blind Esports, they're marching towards the players of MICI. This will be the march of death for MICI Esports. They need to dodge all the bullets, all the potential enemies. But to do so, it sounds like a daunting task. And that's it. MICI Esports, they've been eliminated. And Blind Esports will be the one to claim the territory and also the chicken dinner.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Blind Esports, finally a big win for the lads as Stanok rolls around. Even yesterday it was a similar story, a circle towards the Camp Alpha Island, the Valley of Death being ruled by Blind Esports. And even on the last day, Blind, they capitalized on a zone that favored them the entire time. It seems like it's just a circle that can decide the fate for Blind Esports. And if it is on top of them, they have nothing to lose.
Absolutely. I felt like MICI and Blind Esports would let be an actual Mexican stand-up, but that did not happen. But let's talk about Blind Esports as a matter of fact. They did get this big chicken in a courtesy to the circle, but not really a lot of finishes. They had about 8 finishes to actually work with. It's not going to be enough, but with multiple of similar performances, maybe. Do you think there is something in the line for Blind Esports?
Listen, the real question over here is the comeback still possible? They were on the latter half of the board, on the 9th spot in the overall standing. Is the comeback still possible? They've got almost 8 finish points wrapped up, and Blind Esports add 15 more points to that. That's a decent amount of points, but I highly doubt to make a comeback they will need at least 2 more chicken dinners.
Exactly, Necro. They need more chicken dinners and they need to be massive itself. I mean, 8 points along with the chicken, that's not going to be enough. At this point, you need to hit double digits in form of elimination. But you know who was able to get close to those double digits? Big Brothers. They were in the top 6, I believe, with 8 or 9 eliminations on the board. So Big Brothers, they're building a safety cushion on that leaderboard already. Now the only question that remains is how massive is going to be that safety cushion. But we look at the beautiful, the beautiful people from the Hindi desk, Pero, Maisie and Anki, trying to make a point to both of them right now.
Exactly. I mean, these guys are having some intense conversation, right? We can already hear the conversation in the back, but still, let's just pretend. Let's try to give them the voiceovers, right, Johnny? What do you think of these guys speaking? Let's speak about these guys, too. What do you think of these guys are speaking? They're probably saying that, guys, do not lose hope. There's still a chance we can make the comeback. Just try to go all guns blazing.
But I wonder, why is Joker not involved in that conversation? It is Ronnie, Knuckle, and Manya talking amongst themselves.
Because Joker is like the man on which every single player from that team relies
now
on.
he's
Joker
actually getting
is the
involved.
star player.
Yeah, I mean, he is the star player. He was considered one of the prodigies when he started. He made his debut, but let's see what this team can do. Where can they finish up? I mean, when we began our journey in the BGIS, there were 2 top contenders, Blind and Gladiator Esports. And now both of them, it seems like hopes and dreams are fading away slowly and steadily, game by game.
I'm actually very concerned about Gladiators, to be honest, because Gladiators, they had the position for themselves. They had the spot on the overall standings. Even for X-Park, as a matter of fact, in this game, they're slowly fading away as Big Brothers. They continue retaining that advantage. This spray down from Ninja John, it definitely surprised every single one of us because nobody expected him to track a bicycle.
But you know what? We've been speaking about all these teams. We've been speaking about the potential comebacks, the potential rise-ups from the second half of the board. One team that has slipped past under the radar is going to be TWM. They had 4 elimination points, and they also managed to secure the 2nd spot in the previous game. So that's a decent amount of points being wrapped up. That's going to propel them somewhere in the top 5 or maybe also in the top 3.
I do agree with you, but I think, I mean, that big of a leap for TWM, it's going to be a little bit tricky considering now even more teams from that second page of the leaderboard are making a bounce back. And of course, I mean, elimination numbers, that is going to be a massive point of the concern, especially for the teams in the top 5, because we do see those massive eliminations being brought on the board always by the teams on the top of the leaderboard. And even in this game, it wasn't too different. Big Brother stuck kicking things off. I mean, they were there. Revenant Esports, they're trying their level best. I want to talk about Revenant. Nekru, what is going wrong for this team? I mean, it seems like from being a team that was at one point at the start of the Grand Finals, one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby, now they're going back to those survival instincts.
It just seems like the old stuff is repeating all over again.
Exactly.
And it just seems like the old Revenant Esports is back. In the Grand Finals, it felt like Revenant Esports, they were ready for the challenges.
Yeah.
They were ready for the competition. In day 2 as well, Revenant Esports was able to perform decently.
Yeah.
But now in the day 3, they haven't been rising up at all to the occasion.
It has been a challenge indeed. Salty, what are your thoughts on this team?
I think Revenant Esports, they were playing very flawlessly, but then IC started coaching them. And apparently that just completely destroyed their momentum. I'm sorry, IC, if you're watching the stream from the back lines, yeah, it's a sour pill which you might have to swallow.
I'm not going to be surprised if that man never returns to the desk again. After this day, you're never going to see Salty.
I mean, technically Salty didn't say anything wrong, right? Considering he was having a little bit of chatter with the coaches as well, and Revenant Esports has not been able to perform. But hey, it's all friendly jokes, guys. We're just doing some banter stuff. But you know what? Getting back in the real stuff once again. Soon enough, the MVP of the previous game is going to be revealed as well. But you know what? We also saw another team, MICI Esports, somewhere in that top 3. We all know there's no chance for MICI to make a comeback, but still, it's all about making a mark. It's all about making that presence known in the land.
Exactly. I mean, they have made their presence felt, and what can you expect from a team that lacks a lot of experience? You hope that they gain a lot of experience from this tournament. And MICI, they have been improving. Improvements have been there game after game, day in, day out. And I think if they manage to qualify to the next LAN event, whatever that may be, maybe we're going to see them in a new form itself.
Possibly, but as we transition on to the top 5 players, look at this, right? Uzumaki right at the very top. Now, how did he make that climb? He was tasked with that southern frontier of that circle, and all of the teams who were rotating, we remember so many fishes under the bridge.
I have a question, right? We keep talking about the trophy, we keep talking about the teams, but there is prize money being given out today for individual player performances as well. We saw MVP of the BGIS and of course MVP of the finals, Ninja Jot. He's been missing from this list.
That is
so
true,
far.
yeah. Ninja Jot hasn't really been able to perform so far. But for now, as we move on forward towards the points.
Now, for God's sake, slowly and steadily, they take downhill curve. They are not definitely in a good position with 5 total points. They're not helping the case as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the overall standings, Big Brother Esports once again at the tippity top. 182 points for themselves. Gladiators with 159 points. 1 chicken in a necro for Gladiators. They might be coming back.
But once again, Big Brother Esports is just consistently maintaining that lead on the first spot. All the time, they're consistently performing in every single game so far on the final day. One thing is for sure, they've cracked some type of code. They know how to perform in these type of lobbies. They know how to gel up with the momentum. They know how to gel up with the vibe.
Hey, the code is simple, Necro. I mean, all they have to do is just go for those finishes, and as long as they have the finish numbers on the board, it is going to be quite exciting. But we have the overall rankings now.
Exactly. I mean, in general, you guys saw the first page, but on the second page, we have the entirety of the stuff. Now, Aura Esports, once again, over there on the second half of the board. But Aura Esports are going to be feeling a little bit left out considering Blind Esports left them.
Yeah, absolutely. Even midwave, as a matter of fact. Look at this, right? 2 chicken dinners, but still at the 108-point mark. This is what I've been talking about. The consistency has been lacking. The same goes for Glitchix Reborn as well. They're yet to get themselves a big chicken, but still on 99 points. I think these are the teams who could have actually banked on a couple of big games. Maybe they could have propelled themselves at the tippity top. You never really know. I'm still waiting for that big Gladiators chicken, Johnny. Don't you think something like that is going to come throughout this entire Grand Finals?
I think we are due for one. I mean, we are owed one at this point. I mean, I've heard the fans screaming for Gladiators to secure that win for the last 3 days. I'm going to include today as well. They've been hoping for this team to give them a massive game. And yeah, Gladiators have delivered every now and then. They've gotten so close, but still that one win is missing. And imagine this. With a win, they can bring themselves back on that fighting position, fighting for the trophy. And if they win again, that pretty much puts them on the first position. But Big Brothers, that is the reason the aggressive performance is coming out from their end, because they want to have a safety cushion.
That is true. There's just so many things to discuss, right, Salty? But as usual, the time just keeps them passing by. But for these teams, as the time's going to keep them passing by, the pressure's going to be increasing, especially for Gladiators and X-Park.
Yeah, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw on to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back, Mumbai. मजा आ रहा है? 3 matches are done. Were they what you expected them to be? मजा आया कि नहीं? आवाज नहीं करोगे तो हमारा स्पेशल गेस्ट बाहर नहीं आएगा. You know who's coming up, right? But first, let me welcome two very special people from Crafton. We've got Sean Son, who's the head CEO of India from Crafton. Make some noise for Sean. And we've got Meenu Lee, who's the head of publishing for Crafton India. Make some noise for these guys because these are the main reasons why we are here and playing this beautiful game, enjoying this wonderful tournament. You can do better, guys. और हमारा जो अगला गेस्ट आने वाला है उसके लिए तो you have to do even better. Do we know who's coming? कौन? He's India's golden boy. उनको गोल्ड की आदत सी बन गई है. He Olympic gold medalist, world champion, Asian champion. You have to chant if you want to see him on stage. मेरे साथ उनका नाम बोलिए. नीरज. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Neeraj Chopra. Keep those chants coming. इनको भी दिखाते हैं हमारे esports के crowd का जलवा. Welcome to BGIS India 2023. One and only Neeraj Chopra. नीरज, आपने इतने सारे स्टेडियम देखे, इतने सारे अरीना देखे फ्रॉम अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, और आज मुंबई में यू आर सीइंग हिस्ट्री हैपन विद द वेरी फर्स्ट BGIS इंडिया 2023. वो क्राउड और ये क्राउड, कुछ फर्क है या सेम? कैसा लग रहा है?
नमस्ते. सबसे पहले तो बहुत ही क्राउड ये बोल सकता हूं कि अभी जहाँ पे मैं खेलता हूँ स्टेडियम बड़ा होता है, आउटडोर होता है, 80,000 के करीब लोग होते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे कम है, लेकिन जोश उतना ही है.
बिल्कुल ही जोश इतना है. और जोश की बात करते हैं, द अमाउंट ऑफ मेडल्स और जो प्राइजेस, कीप दैट कमिंग. ये प्यार बस आप ही के लिए. इतने सारे मेडल्स, इतने सारे प्राइजेस जो आपने जीते हैं, आपको जीतने की एक आदत सी हो गई है. और हमारे सब ये जो 64 चैंपियंस अभी बैठे हुए हैं, उनमें से एक बनने वाला है चैंपियन, और उनको आदत पड़ने वाली है जीतने की. उनके लिए कुछ एडवाइस एज टू हाउ टू कीप योर हेड हाई बट एक्सपेक्टेशंस लो.
बिल्कुल, बस मैं यही एडवाइस दूंगा कि जिस जुनून से खेलना शुरू किया था वही लास्ट तक लेके जाएं. और बिल्कुल, मुझे तो लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे चैंपियंस बैठे हुए हैं, यहाँ पे जो भी जीत के जाएगा या जो रह जाएगा उसको भी सपोर्ट करें. और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि स्पोर्ट्स की दुनिया में ई स्पोर्ट्स एक नया उभरता हुआ स्पोर्ट है. एशियन गेम्स में हम थे, बहुत खिलाड़ी आए थे, बहुत लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, और जिस तरीके से ई स्पोर्ट्स उभर रहा है, आप लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छा मौका है. अच्छी तैयारी करो यार, मेहनत करो. ऑल द बेस्ट.
और आपको पता है, ग्रास रूट्स लेवल से आप आए, you've risen up, these guys have risen up. पहले इनमें से कितने प्लेयर्स को कोई लोग जानते नहीं थे, मगर आज वो यहाँ पे बैठे हैं इस वर्ल्ड स्टेज पे, रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं अपने फैमिली को, अपने आप को, अपने शहर को. उनके लिए आप क्या एडवाइस देंगे? प्राइमरीली बिकॉज यू नो हाउ इट इज़ कि जब आप भी कहीं से आए, आप कोई आपका नाम नहीं जानता था, और अब हर एक इंसान आपका नाम जानता है.
सबसे पहले तो मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस बोलता हूँ सभी को जो जो अपनी फैमिली को, अपने एरिया को, स्टेट, डिस्ट्रिक्ट सब जो आए हैं रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। शायद से आपकी फैमिली को और आपके आसपास के लोग आपके ऊपर प्राउड होगा। और बस मैं ये बोलूँगा कि यार ये शुरुआत है और जो आगे एक रेवोल्यूशन आने वाला है स्पोर्ट का वो सभी को पता ही है। बस आप मेहनत करते रहिए, ग्राउंडेड रहिए, अपने रूट को हमेशा ध्यान में रखें और आपको मैं ऑल द बेस्ट बोलता हूँ। अपना अच्छे से मेहनत करो और अपनी फैमिली का, अपने कंट्री का प्राउड फील कराओ।
नीरज हमारे साथ एक चांट करेंगे। हम यहाँ पे राइज अप को बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस दे रहे हैं क्योंकि ये लोग सब कहाँ से आके राइज अप कर रहे हैं। ऑडियंस, हमें राइज अप का चांट पता है, एक साथ करेंगे नीरज के साथ। लेट्स डू इट राइट नाउ। चिल्लाइए, राइज अप,
राइज अप, राइज अप, राइज अप।
एक्सीलेंट। हमारी क्राफ्टन की टीम आपको एक कमेमोरेशन के लिए स्पेशल मोमेंटो देना चाहते हैं। सो यू कैन गिव देम द स्पेशल लूट बॉक्स and a javelin. Keep the applause coming, keep the cheer coming, guys. This is a historic moment for all of us right here, witnessing the rise up of new athletes. Let's go!
अभी इंडोर है वरना मैं आप सभी को थ्रो करके दिखा सकता था। यहाँ पे खतरनाक है थोड़ा।
Correct. The champion Neeraj Chopra is going to be right here with us. Please एक photo opportunity के लिए trophy के साथ sir. Guys, you guys can keep chanting. Jai. While this is happening, are you guys ready to go into match 4?
What a historic
To find
moment
out
for
कौन
the
बनेगा
Indian
हमारा
esports, ladies and gentlemen.
champion.
A man who has made the country
Then
proud
let's
at
throw to the
multiple
casters for match
occasions.
4. Thank you, Team
Here
Captain. Thank
to
you,
motivate
Neeraj Chopra.
these lads sitting
He's gonna
right
be
behind
around.
us.
We're
about
going to be around.
how they can
You
also
guys have
make
been a
their
wonderful
dreams
audience.
come true and how
Let's
they
see what
could be the
action
ones
awaits
making
for us on
this
the other
nation
side.
and their
Over to you,
families
casters.
and their cities proud on those big stages. But it's not all over. 3 more matches remain between us at the moment. We are going to award the trophy to the champions of BGIS 2023.
Yeah.
I see you watching the previous match from the sidelines. What are your thoughts on what just went down?
You know what? Unexpected things has happened as well. It's not over. But at the same time, let's talk about Neeraj Chopra,
Yeah.
India's pride, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've heard a lot of rumors as well that there has been so many people outside the stadium looking to come into the venue itself.
Oh, yeah.
They even broke the barriers to come in. It's just crazy. And guess what? Our Hindi casters are going to be commentating all the way in the other side, and
Yeah.
we are giving so many languages across the nation to give you guys the best coverage for BGIS 2023. And guess what? This is wild. Like, as a Malaysian, I've never seen something like that. Like, like 9 in the morning, people are queuing up just to get in the venue.
Oh yes.
Oh, we start at 12:30. Okay, people are waiting. Great. Full house by 12:30. Try to break the barriers by like 1 p.m. And then I believe police has also blocked roads, preventing people from actually getting into the venue. So I'm like, this is culture shock for me, man.
We are out of seats in the arena. We don't have any more seats remaining. I mean, I do see all around me, even in the background, you guys can see people leaning on that railing right there, and everyone just wants to see India's golden boy. I mean, gold after gold, this man has just won it all for this nation. And of course, now someone on this stage of BGIS is going to win it all for themselves, and this could be their very first win, considering Big Brothers still are leading.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? I mean, Big Brother certainly had that very big advantage, just like we saw, right? Neeraj Chopra came out of nowhere. He had very humble beginnings, but then went on to become one of India's golden boy, one of the ultimate pride on the Olympic stage. I think for Big Brothers, the story is somewhat similar. The story is somewhat similar as in they came in, nobody knew him, and right now at this stage, they're dominating. They had that very big of a shock. 2 chicken dinners in day 2. And in day 3, they start off on a phenomenal note.
Well, speaking of phenomenal notes here, 3 more matches to go, where we crown who is going to be coming up with the trophy. In this case, there's just so many things that we can talk about as well. Teams are here and prepared to show you one of the best BGIMI performance ever. And you can see they are going towards their final battle to try and reclaim the throne. In this case, Big Brother is one step closer to be immortalized in a LAN event here. In this case, the first ever LAN esports in a while for India in particular.
I mean, it's been a while since we were allowed to be with our audiences, but now all of them have showed up together in massive numbers. We see players praying to the gods of BGMI, praying for a win, desperate for that win. And especially the teams competing within the top 6. In fact, anyone can walk away with the win. Anyone can walk away with the trophy. The gates are still open for these lads to secure those points for themselves. But 3 matches remaining. One of them, the next match itself, is going to be played on the map of Wakendi. And then we move on to Miramar and Erangel.
I think in the next game onwards, like Vikendi will sort of set us majority of the information. It will tell us who or where they are going to end up on the overall standings. For sure, comebacks might happen on the map of Miramar and Erangel. And personally speaking, I would love that to happen. I would love the ante to stay up until the last game, and we wouldn't be able to predict who the winner is going to be. But considering latest trends, considering how mobile Tingli has been, I think that's not really going to be the case. Was there something jumping?
Yeah, a lot of people are jumping in the crowd, Salty.
There we go. This is the energy that we like. This is absolutely buzzing. The atmosphere is brilliant. Everybody loves the camp, don't they?
Exactly, and speaking of which as well, there's just so many people. And I wouldn't be surprised if we make an earthquake later on by the end of the day. But all things considered, let's focus on what's about to install here. The teams are prepared to jump in towards Vikendi, where it's going to be very, very cool. It's just like cool. You, just like me. But I've heard rumors that we are about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the match about to begin here for BGIS 2023 in towards the map of Vikendi for one final time into the icy cold plains of Vikendi. And we are heading off with a bang.
Ice on the map, ice on your veins, and I'm pretty sure the players are geared up. Ladies and gentlemen, the big bird takes it to the skies, and I am excited. I'm pretty sure my co-casters are excited as well, but the flight path, where exactly does it take us to? Starts off from the sides of Krichos, ends towards Vinery as well. Does have a central cut towards it, or what do you think about it, Johnny?
On Vikendi, it does not really matter, but let's see how this one is going to go. I mean, this is a map that's, I wouldn't call it the smallest in the game. I mean, that is Sanhok, but this is not that big as well. You will be able to glide towards your preferred drop spot. And of course, one major advantage on Vikendi is the time taken from the flight path to the first circle forming. You have an idea of where the zone is going to take you in the very early stages of the game itself. And that is such a brilliant opportunity for all those IGLs to plan out the moves for the next 20 minutes of the game.
Now look at this, the circle forming once again. This is interesting.
No way.
But we have a little bit of a fight already. Night Owls and Big Brothers, and Night Owls want to spoil their game. They want to take the challenge to the Big Brothers right at the get-go.
Well, they have to make it quicker because right now, Night Owls trying to play the party purpose, trying to deny them that throne, and this is exactly what the other teams are looking forward to as well, because if you think about this, if Big Brothers bow out rather early means everyone else stands a chance. In this case, playing spoilers, Night Owls going to be looking for a third party. Uzumaki looking for the safe play. He's got a level 3 helmet, but aside from that, he's also got the DBS, so that means he's trying to mask his footstep in case Night Owls looks to try and flush him out.
I think this is going to be extremely, extremely important. Night Owls might play the Robin Hood of the entire lobby, and they might actually open the floodgates for everyone to make that cut.
That is actually true. I mean, if Big Brothers, they are taken care of super early in this game, and Night Owls are the ones to do it, who are in fact at the bottom of the rankings. Then any team from the top 4, the top 5 will have an opportunity to take that threshold away from Big Brothers, and Night Owls, compound by compound, they're clearing out the city.
Well, speaking of which here, seeing Night Owls, looks like they're not going to try and contest this. They are going to be grouping up together with Cleo and Roxy, but I'm a little bit worried for them because as of now, they have no information coming from Big Brothers, and Big Brothers are slowly starved and deprived of their resources, while Night Owls is casually just running around, denying all of their loots there. So Big Brothers, they have only time will tell, because as of now, they're just waiting for a reaction from Night Owls.
Dreams leading the charge for his team. Safe in the distance. One of the problems for Big Brothers is going to be the spread that's going to be there from the team. Night Owls, if they run in for a trade, they're going to have an advantage. But Sarvit can find the opening.
Sarvit looking for the shots here. He will try and clip Roxy. Roxy down towards low. He will back off. Narrowly escaping as well. But Uzumaki getting naded off. The crowd chanting for this spoiler. As a Night Owls looking for the reset as well. Dreams getting tagged out a little bit more. Roxy getting traded off. So it's going to be a 3v3. Sarvit once again holding a very nice angle, but he doesn't have a helmet. So any stray headshot is going to be able to take him out. So Night Owls still looking for those flank Drango. Looking for a long swing here. Rishi is there to try and provide the assistance. Roxy getting picked up. Uzumaki in a trap position, unable to be picked up as Draco is looking to try and punish anyone from the side of Big Brothers to try to save him.
But Night Owls, they've managed to bring their man back into the fight. It's not even going to matter from the flank. Safe starting things off yet again. Draco is going to fall. Night Owls again down to their 3 players. Dreams is going for a push. He's going to find his way indoors while Clear holds the outer line. Safe, he's going to try and pre-fire, expecting a peek from the opposition, but that's not going to be the case. Now, looking to secure the finish point before Night Owls get their man back into this fight.
Well, looking for the reset. Uzumaki slowly bleeding out there. They need Rishi to try and push forward to try and fish him out, but at the same time, Night Owls is at a stalemate. Draco half HP as well. Big Blinds looking to try and go in for the push, but they finally picked up Uzumaki, so that's good for Big Brothers. Meanwhile, Night Owls, they're trying to regroup with Draco. Do they find the finish? Roxy barely catches the clip on Sarvit, but aside from that, they are wasting a lot of time.
Absolutely. I think Night Owls, they know as a matter of fact Draco and his life has been lost. Cleo, if he tries to cross on this passage, I'm pretty sure he's going to be open fired, but Big Brothers, it was a great setback with Uzumaki being knocked out, but now they have reset. Now they have resurrected back in this fight, and they have reinforced vigor. Will they be able to take down the Robin Hoods, or will Robin Hoods open the floodgate, Johnny?
The trades from either sides have been reset, but now Night Owls looking to kick things start yet again for the 3rd time in this fight. They're going to have to find a better opening than getting a long distance knock.
Well, speaking of knocks here, they're looking for the flush. Sife's got the DBS, but he doesn't have a helmet. Night Owl's going to be 3-man pushing his way through. Nades come in. Oh, barely catching as well. He's got the Molotov on Draco, but big boy Sarvit is going to be backing them out and provide the assistance. Molotov forces Sarvit. He actually clips him. He's going to be in trouble. Uzumaki having the high angles, but seems like he doesn't have a lot of work with him. Looking for the push. He gets the pump. There's one. There's two. There's one. They're getting destroyed. Roxy last standing. It's over. Big Brothers showing them why they are the best team in India.
A plan to wipe the team at the top of the leaderboard backfiring in a matter of seconds. Night Owls getting taken down, and Big Brothers, they don't even break a sweat.
Sit down, Night Owls. Sit down. That's what Big Brothers say. I'm gonna be #1.
They're sitting right behind us.
The stadium, the entirety of the venue just erupted as Saf opened fired with his DBS in the close corner. That was so beautiful. That was patient play. But now we have another fight. We have 4 aggressive men and Team CS Esports building up.
Yep, 4 a.m. versus CS right now. Leo YT going to be bleeding out as well. The Molotovs clipping onto Karan. Looking to go to spoilers. They do get the full finish in this vicinity. Para going to be last man standing against 4 a.m. But they do have the DBS coming in as well. OP around a dip. pounds them off. They get another one. And now 2v1. The Molotovs are clipping away. They are looking for the reset. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. It's up to Skillful to clutch it for the team. Beautiful nades coming in. Molotovs try to zone them up. Skillful looking to slowly chip away his health. Ranadip gonna be finished off in this vicinity, but here comes a reset coming from 4 a.m.
I mean, a brilliant comeback from 4 a.m. in this fight. Ranadeep, it seemed like, was going to destroy all of them all by himself. The 3 takedowns in the staircase with the DBS. A brilliant use of a perfect choke point. But Spider, have to give him props. I mean, the repositioning on the outside, especially with how he was lining up the utility, was actually quite brilliant. And that was the only reason Ranadeep was picked off by the Molotov and the nade combination. And 4 aggressive men were able to recover in this fight. But this was, to be honest, quite extended, quite a bizarre fight for both these teams.
Exactly right. I mean, Big Brothers kind of played it out a little better. Look at this. Sav just holding down that corner. He knew that the choke points were being set up. No information was passed on to Night Owls as well. The brilliant use of smoke coming in from Big Brothers, and they used it. The timing of that peak was absolutely perfect in this one as well.
Oh
now,
my goodness. The
4
Molotov.
aggressive men. Utility usage at its very best. This is what I said, right? Skillful as well as Spider. In certain situations, they absolutely turn into the gods of BGMI. They know how to time their explosives.
I briefly spoke to 4 a.m.'s coach, analyst here, Commando. He was telling me here, oh, they're feeling a little bit off, but I told him the goal here for 4 a.m. is try to make it to the top 8, and they are trying it right now. Fortunately for them, their hopes are still alive for now, but God, Big Brother, man. Damn, that was a very, very strong opening here. Scythe just popping off. But I want to talk about Big Brother's journey right now. Considering that fight looks so long, it feels like they have been delayed overall in the initial rotation they want to play around it.
The delay in the rotation was going to be there, but it is still better. I mean, in Vacandy, we know the heal battle strat is quite prominent, works out quite nicely. All you have to do is just go looking for those first aids and stack them up on just one of your players. But one thing is for sure, Big Brothers, they're not going to go that route. They are going to take those fights. And talking about fights, look at the radar. God's Reign growing strong. It's not a wrangle, it is Vacandy, but the clash is still there between these two.
Not just 2, Johnny. There's another one in the vicinity, and that's going to be Midwave Esports as well. God's Reign. They know they have the high turf. They know they have got Growing Strong completely pincered. And I think Growing Strong can sense that. Growing Strong can sense that the Grim Reaper is coming in for them. Midwave, of course, have huddled up onto a compound. It's all about this fight being initiated. And now the ball is in the court of God's Reign. They might decide to lob in a couple of utilities. They might decide to take some pot shots to unsettle the lads of Growing Strong. But with Midwave in the backlines, I think Growing Strong, they have no exit plan.
Yep, speaking of exit plan as well, at the horizon, we do see glimpse of Revenant Esports. That means that if they start making noise here, Revenant Esports may potentially look to try and rotate their way through, which is Midwave Esports, right? Like in that vicinity, and there's pretty much a 4 teams here, but X, they're looking for a shot. They are trying to punish TWM's rotation. Ninze barely scraping by, and he will recruit the rest. So that's going to be a retreat coming from TWM.
Well, Glitch Reborn, TWM circling around them like vultures. Both these teams on the northern edge of this zone. And on Weekendy, we know the shift is not going to be too drastic. They might just have to move south a little bit towards Mount Kresnik, and if they actually are able to reach the summit of that hill, might just find decent cover to work with till stage 4 maybe.
I actually wonder what TWM is planning though. They're taking a very northward rotation. They possibly want to take that northward curve, come down towards Mount Kresnik and the southern part of it as well. But there are too many teams in that location already.
Agreed.
Did the circle even move?
Exactly, the circle is slowly closing in though, if you think about it. But TWM, you know, like you said as well, outside rotation here to try and dodge Glitch X completely. But this time, they are looking to try and get a couple of knocks in to try and chip at the utilities. But with the circle slowly inching by, but I don't know, man. Like, what is this circle? It's like, it felt like it didn't even move at all.
That is Vikendi, man.
Yeah.
This is what
weird.
we are sort of used to it. I
Exactly.
think this is also a little bit of a culture shock for you guys because this is, I'm not really sure. We've seen the first, second and the third circle and Vikendi just almost not even move. There's no change at all as well. And even, you remember when we were speaking to Blaze as well, he was the one who actually said that the Vikendi circles don't really make any sense. You find a compound, you know you're going to be safe for at least 3 circles.
Now, you know what I want to see. Uzumaki, the playmaker from inside Big Brothers, and this time they are going to get naded by God's Rain. Blaze, you can hear the chants of relief coming in as they want to try and take him down. Now, they know it's Big Brothers. Uzumaki chipped towards half HP. God's Rain looking to go for the push. Ninja Jod on the sides going for the flank, but at the same time, God's Robin taking some damage coming from mid-wave as well. So they have to be very careful whether they want to push this wall. Prones are coming in from the side of God's Rain. Do they want to go for the push? Off the kill feed as well, we do see Spider Jod fighting a couple stragglers. But God's Ninja. Molotov's available, but it's a little bit too far off. Big Brothers used up so many utilities. Smokes has been popped off. Barely clipping by, but seems like they are looking for the reset though.
Yeah, they certainly are looking for the reset. It's an attempt to get back control of this entire vicinity. Big Brothers, they did not have any business to try and push onto the compounds of God's Rain. That is one of the reasons why they're distracted from this particular fight. Saf, of course, being under heavy fire, but it seems like no, able to safely get back, but no, he's actually been knocked out, I see.
No, he actually fell off, and that's huge. The crowd just going absolutely crazy. Sarvit now stuck in towards the bush himself. God's Rain looking to pressure a little bit more. Uzumaki cooking up a nade as well. Does he connect? He opens expel, crosses over, doesn't cross the barrier. Ninja John for the finish. Sarvit sneaking slowly but surely. Trying to save his teammates. Arconox gets picked up from side of God's Rain. Big Brothers still at a stalemate, and again, all these gunshots are making so much noise, and little did they know, sneaking right behind them is gonna be
Growing strong.
growing strong, but they are still having low ground. So fortunately for now, they are gonna be okay for now. Saif gonna be bleeding out on the top side. Nate on the side's not gonna connect. But Big Brothers, they are stuck.
Oh, I like this approach. They're trying to smoke out the left-hand side, maybe trying to close in God's Rain. Do they want to take this fight to the face of BB? That is the question, because they know multiple players are completely isolated behind rocks and behind compounds.
Well, Big Brothers, their attempt to just lure the players of God's Rain towards that left-hand side did not really work out too well for them. Big Brothers now stuck in that 3-man wide split with Sarvit just completely pinned behind that rock. Uzumaki trying to go for the rescue, but Ninja Jod constantly making sure the player's position is going to be in check.
My goodness, they are smack in the middle, and with the circle closing in, oh boy, they are going to be in a very, very long stalemate here. Midwave hurt all those gunshots. Likewise can be said for Growing Strong. That means Big Brothers and God's Rain is going to be having a very, very long time here. But at the same time, for how long do they want to be here? Because little do they know, utilities are going to be bleed out as well. But Sarvit, he got picked off, and Blaze gets the knock onto his Big Brothers. And this is not looking good for them.
Well, he found the angle out of nowhere, and this allows the opportunity for Ninja Jod to go for a push. Rishi can be caught off guard, and he will be, in fact. Aquanox, where did he come from? The high ground advantage on Aquanox, and that is a wrap for Big Brothers in this game of Weekendy. 3 elimination on the players of God's Rain. They have started.
The teams, as soon as they realize who they are going to completely do everything they can to stop them in his track. They want to deny him the throne. In this case, the ones that come on top is going to be God's Rain. However, Big Brothers, they will bow out in 14th place with 4 finishes. Still some points.
Yeah.
But it is a good sign for the rest of the team left.
It definitely is a lifeline, I see. And I'm pretty sure God's Rain, as well as the rest of every other team inside the arena, they're going to be celebrating. But for God's Rain, they know their task is cut out. They know there's another presence, because they were here for a very long time. Intruders have been taken out. But look at that. DX Pucar has been picked off in the distance.
Oh,
it's X-Park as well. First and the second teams, they're in trouble in Weekendy.
Oh my goodness, X-Park, they too soon out in Sanhok, and this time they will lose Pucar, the scout and leader in this regard. So that means Team Export, they have to do it without a little bit more resources to work with. However, when you speak about the zones here, God's Reign, they are going to send Rob out of the vicinity. God's Reign, Idusui Michi, Ninja Jog, taking some serious shots here. They do have the high ground advantage, but little did they know, trailing behind them, right underneath, it's going to be growing strong, but they're not looking for any kind of fights. But M-Wave, they find Soria as an opening, and Michi, they're in a little bit of trouble. Atinki getting knocked right now. Do they want to commit? But Miss Michi says it is going to be them grouping up.
Well, it is their fight. They're controlling it quite nicely. Kunal getting the finish on Atanki. 3v3 numbers advantage to neither of these teams, and MICI, they're looking for more.
Wow.
It seems like Whiskey has been spotted out, damage dished out by Medit upon him. The moment he re-peaks that angle, he's going to be done in this game. MICI, crosshairs locked, weapons loaded, looking to go for a hunt, and this is just the worst possible situation Midwave could have asked for. 2-1 split, Aru Dionysus on one side, Whiskey completely isolated with his position compromised.
I think this might actually cause problems for Misi as well if they do decide to converge on top of them from either direction. But why is so many action happening at this point? Because this is red hot in terms of real estate inside of the entire circle. The southern part of Mount Kresnik, people know, the players know that the circle is going to center up on Vikendi. There are not going to be any hardships. Even Big Brothers had that similar mentality from Goroka, that straight rotation on towards God's Reign. This is the position that majority of the teams will be looking to mark themselves up until the 6th circle.
But we have quite an interesting shift of the zone moving towards the northeastern side of the circle prior, and as you guys can see, a massive cluster towards that western and southwestern quadrants of the zone. There's going to be a lot of teams moving up north, and it is going to result in a lot of mid-rotation collisions.
Now X-Park looking to play a little bit more consistent as they are looking for placement points. As Pukhar, their scout has down, they are going to have Dreams as the secondary scout to try and gather information. No gunshots has been made yet. He is going to try and gather as much info as we can, but now shots has been made. That means they will have somewhat of information, but how will they proceed is going to be the question here, because God's Reign on top as well. Do they scout the members of Gods? Ooh, going strong.
Wow.
It is right underneath there. There's a couple of nice bunkers, but at the same time, I don't think they spot them out at all.
But I'm definitely sure the engines firing have been heard by God's Reign, and that is exactly what they're looking at. Look at this, the shots being fired as well. Ninja John through the gaps in between the shacks. It's a lot of damage which is being dished out. But Team X-Park, they know now what the situation of this terrain is. They've spotted Growing Strong, they've spotted God's Reign as well. Now after assessing this heat map, of course, will they decide to fall back, or will they try and contest this position? That is the question.
On Vikendi, falling back is even more difficult sometimes than taking the fights and moving forward. X-Park, if they try to fall back, they might run into the rest of the competition that was moving up north from the southern half of the map. But here's a recap of how things went down between Big Brothers and God's Reign. Big Brothers off to a momentous start after wiping out another team in the early stages of the game, but then running into God's Reign turned out to be the worst nightmare they could have faced in this map of Vikendi.
You know, to be honest, while this is actually happening as well, there's just so many information coming from X-Park, and we do see a glimpse of Meadow Esports because completely dodging the way through, and it seems like a huge cluster on towards the northwest corner, but now we finally catch a glimpse on how the southeast is going to be looking like here as well. OR playing on towards the edge of the river, playing outside of castle. They are going to be able to try and submarine their way, but all things considered, if the circle shifts down, they are in prime position to try and sneak up on any team trying to take the high ground.
We still see teams sticking towards that northwestern or the southern side, but the city of Pudvosto is where the zone is going to lead us next. But in the meanwhile, we have TWM going up against the players of Glitch Reborn, and they have two openings, two knocks secured. Glitch Reborn surviving inside these small little compounds with just two players. Roman in the back lines, Duke up front. Can they save their team? Samsung looking to cross, but Destiny already inside. Damage rated out, Ralph Payne's inside, and there's no way for TWM to have a safe opening into this fight. Trades coming in for the side of Glitch. This might be a reset opportunity for them.
Oh boy, another nade from Duke. The counter engage comes in from GlitchX. They are not taking this without a fight, as TWM had no choice to go for suppressive fire, but the reset comes in. They want to save Duke. Roman hasn't been able to heal himself up yet. Ralph wants to go in for the finish. And as you can see, Ninze looking to back out. Sam's gets picked up. Nades not in the right direction though, but Duke slowly crawling his way towards the edge. TWM has a rough idea. They're lobbing Nades to try and finish him off. But Lobster, do they want to make for the far fetch? But the zone is slowly closing in. Seems like they will take the safe retreat, take those vehicles and back off. Meanwhile, the zone inside though. Look at this. A lot of teams on the west side. What?
Look at that cluster on the south of Mount Kresnik. Now, of course, so many teams surviving just because of the terrain. There is so much variety in the topography. Godrain, of course, having that high ground will have the advantage. But GlitchX Reborn, they're closing up. TWM, they're closing up as well. And that means that there is going to be an elongated warfare for the control of the northwestern part of the circle itself.
But let's see, northwestern cluster. Not everyone will be able to make it through. We have already seen growing strong stuck in the Valley of Death between the players of X-Park and God's Reign, and it seems like Glitz Reborn and TWM are looking to move in the same direction. On the radar, we see two players from the side of TWM move up front, and that might just be a distraction because they've left one man behind, and Glitz Reborn might run into a trap.
Oh boy, south side OR, they're looking to sneak up, and guess what? Gladiator looking to finish Mob, and at the same time, Revenant from afar looking to actually join this fight. Gladiator getting a couple shots in. Max pretty much knocked as well. Delta, they know it's OR. They want to try and shut them down. Max going to be running through, gets clipped at the edge. Delta looking for the hunt. Jelly still going to be looting, swimming underground here. Going to be looking for those heals to actually play themselves. But Gladiator looks like they do not want to overextend. They heard the shots coming in from behind. Revenant toying with them as well, looking to salvage and pick up a couple of freebies as well. But Gladiators, they shift their focus, they give OR that lifeline, and looks like they are going to focus on Revenant instead. But guess what? It was a distraction, but Revenant, do they want to commit? It seems like they're just there to apply pressure.
Gladiators, the scavengers from the edges of the circle, how beautifully they are juggling between two juggernauts. On one side they have OR Esports, on the other side they have Revenant Esports as well, and Revenant Esports have been held back. Gladiators, they knew, as a matter of fact, the amount of pressure that they were providing against OR could have given Revenant the space to move forward and could have potentially taken their compound, but now they are reset. Nades try to be lobbed in as well, and Revenant Esports, they want to make this invasion happen.
Now shots already coming in. Revenant slowly inching away towards the south side here as well. They have sent one guy over. Gladiator getting denied those information here. MJ using those names to try and mask those footsteps or information to try and go in for the flank. They've got a very nice flank position on the west side here with Apollo slowly creeping in. Fierce as well. They want to go in for the fight. Sensei already inside the next phase of the zone. They're calling in for the cavalry, but with the rest of the team of Revenant pressuring the south side on Gladiator, that pretty much sums up the south side. Meanwhile, top west corner, what is that?
It's a lot of dreams in a very awkward situation. All of them will have to move forward to find an entry inside the zone, and Metal Esports, as they try to do so, they step into a death trap laid out by the players of Going Strong. The drop from the hills not really working out for the players of Metal. They've lost two already in this fight. Faith finding the second as Top Dog is going to be the casualty to his bullets. Metal, two more players left on the high ground looking to cross over. And let's not forget, we have God's Reign in the distance as well with a high ground of their own. So this crossfire between the players of GS and God's Reign is just proving to be too brutal for Metal to deal with. But talk about brutality, and Revenant, finally the push comes to shove, and Gladiators, they are getting eliminated by the players of Revenant.
Oh boy, they are going to try and apply pressure here. They've lost Sensei on the side because Blind Esports went in for the collapse, and now Gladiators has no choice but to fight against them as well. Revenant 3v3. They are pushing in slowly. Delta does have the DPS. They want to go in for the surprise here, but there's just so much smoke. 10 teams left, 26 people alive across the map, and you can see the kill feed. Michi taking jabs onto what's Going Strong as well as God's Reign. The fight's on the top left, dominated completely by Michi.
Oh my.
Wow, Revenant. Oh, Apollo. Very, very close here. Slowly inching away. They've lost Sensei, right? MG pretty much. Oh, no! A pixel of his head exposed, and Gladiator gonna push forward now. Do they want to? But the zone slowly inching by. Gladiator afraid that maybe people are gonna try and capitalize on the situation.
Gladiators, they're being blindsided by Team Blind Esports from the back lines. They're also taking shots,
no.
and that just
no.
gave Revenant Esports enough time to actually get back into this fight. Fierce, up close and personal. He's trying to 1v3 against the entirety of Gladiators. But now look at this. From the backlines, MJ has been taken down as well. And this is Blind Esports. They just gave Gladiators a lifeline.
It's over for them. It's over, but at the same time, Gladiator, they are going to get reset as well. Blind Esports completely knows what's happening. They are going to capitalize on this situation. 4 finishes for Blind Esports, 7 teams left. Gladiator trapped like rats. And in this case, Blind Esports, they do have a little bit more hunker down on the south side. And in the middle of all that is happening right now, Midwave in the middle, not making a single sound at all.
They're the only team that's inside the circle at this point, and even the climb uphill from Gladiators can in fact give them a detrimental result. It's going to be uphill fight. Midwave, Blind will have no information while they're going to approach it, but the only advantage they have to work with will be the fact that Blind has the numbers. It will be a 3v2 situation if they charge forward.
Absolutely, and you mentioned about Gladiators. We know that, look at that radar, right? As soon as Gladiators make that northward run toward the circle, Blind Esports will open fire. There's a little bit of that ridge to come into play as well, but you mentioned about the numbers advantage. I'm pretty sure Midwave, they're sort of trying to stay away from the action as long as possible. War Esports in the middle of collision, and TWM, they're charging up.
Now with the circle closing in, TWM going to be dodging the way through. Mark Jelly. Oh no, Jelly got picked off. Gladiator Justin securing a finish, and as soon as they go for it as well, they are going to try and push out forward as well, but now Blind Esports, they're going to go for the pressure. There's a lot of shots coming in. They're crashing up onto the base, onto Midwave Esports, but at the same time, they survive. They find an edge, and they are going to be A-OK for now. But today, from Manya, the man, the myth, the legend, the complete Kobe Bryant of BGMI. Manya does it again. Gladiator completely shut down. Meanwhile, on the edge as well, look at this, going strong under the shack of TWM, and I don't think they realize, Sam's.
What?
Oh wait, they know they are gonna go for the Molly, they are gonna flush him out. Sam's gonna go for the juke around as well, rings around Roses, and they take him out. Beautiful stuff from TWM.
6 eliminations on the board, but it still feels that Blind finds themselves in a position to win it all. Ronnie spoiled out, Lobster going for a spray. He's not going to connect on his mark. And Blind, with this 3-man widespread with ridges for cover, can actually pick off the players of TWM.
TWM, the circle is on them. Midwave, they still have the edges as well. But Blind, the numbers and their gun power is under their radar. They will have to turn into Super Saiyan mode to actually get back in Delta with the heal battle. He's not going to survive for long, is he?
Exactly. Now, speaking of heal battles here, Midwave not making a single sound here. They still have one guy left. That's going to be Aru. Try and play some placements here. TWM in this exact same situation yesterday. This time, trying to claim themselves as the kings of Vikendi by the end of this match. In this case, Blind, Manya, and Ronnie still alive. They are going to push forward as well, 3v3, and they are going to try and clear the houses. Aru not making a single sound. Has a DBS though. Waiting. Aru is going to try and make noise. Oh, he made a noise. They know he's up there, so it's going to be a little bit stalemate. He's going to use the smoke here to try and get some sort of cover. Looks like he's going to go for the ball. Oh, Naku finds him. Aru, big mistake. Trying to pick down here with his legs. Unfortunately, will get scouted out first.
But that does bring us towards the top 2 teams of this game of Vikendi. TWM taking on the players of Blind. And Blind, they're still looking for an opening. Sam's, Ninja, and Lobster holding off this opposition. Manya has taken a lot of damage. One more lead. Landing even close to him. He's going to be down on his knees. And it's going to be extremely... Oh, the vehicles are flying.
Now, this is the same thing that has happened yesterday with TWM. This time, it's going to be up to Blind Esports. Manya going to be in the ones in the front charge as well. TWM Gaming going to be zoning them out. The circle slowly closing by as well. They're sending in Ronnie, potentially going for the healing game, but looks like they want to call all hands on deck for this 3v3. Naku, Manya, not in the bestest of condition, but Ronnie, they know exactly where they are. He's cooking up the nade. He's not trying to lob it over. It looks good. Ninja, does he connect? Ooh, barely. A pixel off, and TWM, they will drop down. That will buy Blind Esports a little bit more time to slowly creep up on TWM. And now the counter days comes in. Sam's getting tagged up pretty hard. Still alive though for TWM. Can they get the heal off? But Sam's, it seems like he's not healing up. Oh, he got the first hit out. But Blind Esports now looking for the shoot as well. The nades from Naku. First stock from Blind Esports, but Naku counter nade as well. A second one comes over, and he connects a lobster. Sam, last man standing for DWM. 1v2. Blind want to play the numbers game. Sams, he has to make a play. Does he push forward the nade? Oh, he claps him here in HP. Ronnie looking for another one as well. He might be over DWM. Blind, they're pushing forward. It's over. It's done. Blind Esports. Winner, chicken dinner.
And no leftovers were found of the players of TWM, but Blind just blew them to smithereens with the amazing utility being put on display. First, it was Knuckle, double knock secured, and the next man in line was Ronnie. Oh my goodness, what an impressive game from this team. And again, the climb today has been impressive. I wonder how close they are from the podium. What do you think, Salty?
I mean, I have no words, to be honest. 2 back-to-back great games for Blind Esports in the final day of the Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Blind Esports are riding on top of a surf. Or they are riding on top of a tsunami, to be honest. And now they're making the big climb. They're trying to do basically what Big Brothers did yesterday. And I'm not even sure if they have done half the job.
At the same time, you can see the faces of disappointment coming from TWM. True. But nevertheless, what a clutch coming from Ronnie. Kamikaze his way, got 2 nades, got 2 knocks to set the tempo for Blind Esports. And now, Blind Esports no longer blind in our eyes as they try to kind of climb their way to a better position.
Have you taken your hands off their eyes, I see?
Well, I definitely have.
Alright.
I definitely have, because they are in the spotlight in one of the greatest, biggest stage of esports in India, here in the Dome.
But look at the disappointment of God's Reign as they were forced to take an early exit. Revenant as well. Quite frustrated after their early wipeout in this matchup. But Blind, an impressive run from this team. Although I do have to say, I found this game of Vikendi extremely weird. Usually the strat is alright, as soon as the hard shift of the circle happens, you're going to try and make a run for the center. Not this time. This time teams were fighting for the control of the edge.
Yeah, I think majority of that happened because teams tried to huddle up on the southern part of Mount Cresnik right at the very start, and that just forced these teams to stay in that position. The topography, there was one team at the very bottom growing strong, God's Reign up top, you've got Midwave, you've got MICI chiming in. That pressured all of these teams in that only one situation.
Now,
exactly,
of course, in case you missed out on the action as well, this is pretty much the highlights of how things began in Vikendi. Big Brothers had a very, very early visit coming from Night Owls, and guess what? They proved themselves why they deserve to be #1, because even if everyone comes in, Saev pulled some very, very big shots coming in.
Yeah, also have to give props to the man on the right-hand side. The crossfire that was there through the window was actually quite impressive. So, one player sets up a bait, the other man hides in the bathroom, and the prey just runs in.
Yeah.
Well, perfectly. It was all planned out.
It's a beautiful crossfire by Sarvit to actually assist him, right? So at the same time, even that happened as well. Big Brothers, they had to overcome another Titan. So it feels like everywhere they go, they have so many to worry about.
They certainly had, and TWM, of course, from the northern part of this entire map itself. Initially, they were trying to duke it out against GlitchX Reborn, but they knew, right, this is one of the toughest compounds to actually fight, courtesy to the fences which separate the inmates and the outsiders. And TWM knew that this fight was not really a good one. They decided to shift their focus on that Mount Cresnik battle, and having the high ground, they could take control of GlitchX Reborn as well as every team who were underneath them.
Yeah, and speaking of which as well, even Revenant, they were in a position where they had to decide whether or not should they push forward or in. But in this case, they sent Sensei up forward out and open, but instead got swarmed by Blind Esports. And because of that, Revenant did not have the green light to actually take Blind Esports' position. And because of that, they were set up in a crossfire between both Gladiator and Blind Esports to completely wipe them out.
It was Gladiators, I felt, who were under extreme pressure because their backs were also exposed. Revenant had so many opportunities to secure that win. Apollo just so casually peeking his head out wide and going for the nade lineup. Gladiators going for the impressive punish. TWM also, I mean, yesterday's Vikendi was impressive. This one as well. It seems like this is the map this team is meant to dominate.
Well, TWM definitely the kings of Vikendi, but this was the play coming from Naku, right? One nade from Ninja and a kamikaze play to knock Lobster in. And he just had no fear. He understood the task. He was given an assignment, and that's to be a suicide bomber. In this case, he got one, he got two. Game's over. Okay, I've done my job. 2v1, I've equalized the score, and guess what? I've got the best position for my team. They even got the reset to go in for a 3v1.
True. I think Blind Esports played it down to perfection, right, in that final fight. They wanted to corner TWM1 in that one little spot, and that is what TWM did. They played it down to the script. All of the players on that rooftop, nades on either side, just forced them into that one little dead spot, and Ronnie just flanked in, the Ferrari pre coming in, and he was coming in with the nade. That was just absolutely insane.
They read TWM like a book, because as IC pointed out, Knuckle starting things off with nades from the right-hand side, and then Ronnie was already prepped with his nade. The pin pulled, he was cooking it up for Sams because he knew the left-hand side of those combos was the only option that was left. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move forward, and we will be having a look at the numbers of this game. Starting things off, it is going to be the MVP of the matchup. We do have Knuckle from Blind, of course. After that phenomenal performance in that final fight, he has to be the MVP of the match. 5 finishes on the board, which amounts to 50% contribution of the overall finishes for his team.
Johnny, I've been praying for this game. I've been praying for Blind Esports to get back to their final form. Knuckle has to lead the charge, and this time as well, he is doing so. 50% finish contribution is a lot in a game like this, and 5 finishes, he almost did his job, and Blind Esports slowly making that comeback. Justin as well is another player I've been looking out for.
Agreed, Justin clutched it up big time by getting that pixel start to actually knock Revenant down, and because of that, Revenant had no choice but to concede that entire zone to Gladiator as well as Blind Esports. Of course, Faith, Kunal, and Aquanox, these are 3 star players in that map, and what's really surprising, Aquanox really popping off in day number 1, but today it seems like God's Reign has been taking a huge hit from day 2 as well into day number 3.
I think it's not really God's Reign and their fault, to be honest. They were in the middle of a lot of teams in that situation, and that way they kind of controlled it at least till 70-80% of that entire fight. I feel they did a decent job. It's just they were overcrowded on the southern side of Mount Kresnik.
Oh, wait. What is happening? I mean, we have Anki and Maisie being joined by Neeraj. I'm jealous, man. Can we go over there, please?
What? Wait, can I just go in and click a selfie? I don't even need to talk with Neeraj Chopra. I mean, my mom is a huge fan of this guy, and I see, trust me, if I actually go and click a selfie, she would be very proud of me and of him, of course.
Well,
hey, if we are not going there, you are not going there as well.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, look at us. We're just down here on the bottom right in the corner. We're just 3 sad boys on the English broadcasters. I don't know, man. Like, come on, man. Production, come on.
Screenshot it later.
Okay, fair enough.
Will my phone be able to get the
Yeah, we're gonna screenshot.
Try. You gotta try, man.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I don't really have 100x zoom on my phone, but maybe somewhere down the line I can actually frame. But it's not really gonna happen.
Hey, it's us. Look, we are in the back. We can see ourselves between Maisie's head and Mr. Neeraj.
Wait, we gotta see. Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
we do on the top right on the corner. Top right corner, we do see him. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
I think we have to also listen.
I have no clue what they're saying though. Yeah, you gotta explain it to me, man.
So, I mean, a lot of back and forth between Anki, Maisie and Mr. Chopra over there about his journey, what motivated him. Because, again, I mean, when you are coming from the grassroots with no support, no clear pathway in front of you of how you actually want to succeed, want to be the best of the best, want to have that gold medals around your neck. I mean, sometimes things can get lost, right? You can lose direction, you can lose motivation. But, I mean, this man who has done it time and time again, and of course, I mean, winning in the Olympics is not easy. I mean, you have to be an absolute god to make it happen. And he has done it again and again and again. So, I mean, of course, a lot can be learned, but...
We've got fans just here to support him as well. Now, you please translate for me. What's going on? You gotta open one ear and tell me what's going on. Sorry, English broadcast. It's going to be silence for now as we try and figure things out.
Talking about the values of players coming from grassroots, how important family values are to them, how important their family's motivation is to them.
Speaking of families, so I see there's a very interesting thing. Blaze's mom is actually in the stadium. She's in the front row. She's supporting her child with a poster. Like, that is one of the sweetest thing which we could have witnessed. I spoke to her very briefly, and she is so excited about it, like the entire esports industry.
Hey man, it's all about support. It's all about family, man. Sometimes family makes everything. But
Also,
of course,
not forgetting your roots.
Yep,
Not forgetting your roots, where you come from, what your journey has been, like the struggles, the hardships that you've faced, always keeping them in mind. And of course, I mean, if you've fought against those hardships once, you can do it again, and you will eventually come out on top. I mean, I find that to be quite true.
Inspiring words coming from him, and at the same time, the crowd's absolutely cheering for their favorite teams. But speaking of the crowds, you can see they're just extremely excited as they receive words of wisdom from the man, the myth, the legend, India's pride.
You know what's even more exciting? I mean, we are seeing all these lads in the crowd, in the stands right now. You never know. The next year they come around, they could be on the stage. Hey, my job to translate. Yeah.
I mean, it potentially might happen, but what is he saying right now?
Yeah,
Are
if
you
you let me listen, I can... Believe in yourself. As long as you keep believing in yourself, you can always make a comeback.
Go on. I'm waiting for the translations.
He's telling about his story about when he was going through hardship. He always believed in himself, and that is why he became the best of the best.
Wow.
And now Anki's asking him questions about BGMI. This seems important.
Okay. Okay.
He says he used to play.
Oh?
Yeah.
Nina Chopra plays BGMI?
I mean, I'm very surprised, to be honest. In between his practice and everything, he still finds time. This is what unites every single one in the community. This is a game which is...
Okay. Go on, go on. Give me some more.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite impressed by athletes as well. And as Salty was saying, he used to play in between practice sessions. We used to play BGMI quite a lot. Was in love with the game.
Neeraj Chopra is also like us, right? Whenever we get time in between broadcasts, we're like, all right, boys, let's just fire up a TDM.
I mean, that man is built like a god.
Yeah, I mean, unless and until I actually start gymming very seriously, I definitely wouldn't be able to get to his level, but...
I wonder if he can get him to practice with one of those teams one of these days. It's going to be so exciting. And whoever it is. First of all, I mean, I can't believe, I know there's a little bit of a distance between us and the Hindi desk, but never in my life I believed I was going to be under the same roof as an Olympic athlete.
As an Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, gold medalist, yeah.
You know what? Never in my life would I have thought be in India as well. You think about it here. Like, I've been casting for 9 years. It's first time here, man.
Hey, guys, at least we were on the same frame on the broadcast, right?
Yes.
We were on the same frame. We shared the stage. It was lovely, to be honest. But let's just transition on to the point standings. Blind Esports at the very top, 25 points. I see. What are your thoughts about this?
Now, Blind Esports definitely really popped off in that particular match. I want to shout out towards DWM, though. This is really, really unfortunate, even though there is a disappointment for them with the top two. But DWM has consistently gotten himself in the top two finish twice now in both Vikendi maps. So I wouldn't be surprised to call them as the kings of Vikendi of India for now. But of course, in the bottom half as well, let's talk about Big Brothers. 11 plays with only 4 points, alongside with Revelant is 4 points as well. That means these are the top contenders getting slowly shoved down. And I don't know, man. As the games close by, X-Park also getting only 1 point. Ugh, this is very concerning.
So there's a lot of concerns on the board at this point. I mean, as you mentioned, X-Park, Big Brothers, Revenant, the constant downfall is there from their side. But still, I believe after this game, the top four, the difference is gonna, well, they're fading away slowly.
I think the conclusion from this game itself is going to be the fact that Big Brothers and all the other teams who are at the very top, they didn't really move much. They didn't trouble the scorers. But Blind Esports made a very massive comeback. And ladies and gentlemen, overall standings, Blind, Big Brothers, they have won 86 points for themselves.
Oh my goodness. Big Brother, a very, very huge lead for now. They are only 13 points away from Gladiator Esports. So it might be a fight between both Gladiator as well as Big Brother.
Gladiator still does not have a chicken though in their hands. And imagine if they're able to secure a chicken dinner, they're going to take a massive lead. But look at that, Blind Esports, they were on the second page when their journey began on day number 1, but they have fought through the struggles and are now in the top 3 with 153 points to the board. X-Park, a close chase, coming in with 152 on the 4th position. The competition still can go in anyone's hands, and we have 2 maps remaining, Miramar and of course Erangel.
Of course, right, the basic maps, we go back to our defaults, but look at this, Midwave Esports and OR Esports, both of whom have been pushed down. It seems like their dreams have been crushed, and I don't see any opportunity for them to actually make a comeback. 2 more games to go, and I'm pretty sure it's only going to be a battle between the top 4.
Agreed. And speaking of which as well, 2 more maps to go. And the highest scoring we've seen thus far in a map is 26 points. So technically, 2 very, very good games by anyone on the bottom mid to half of this race is going to be able to upset and deny Big Brothers that victory though.
Well, is anyone going to rise up to the challenge? Or is Big Brothers just going to drop a massive, massive bomb in the next 2 maps to secure an easy win, an easy trophy, and are going to walk away with the prize pool, 75 lakh rupees in the bank as well. The fans all right up.
Yep, and as you can see, there's just so many people just looking forward to see how the match is going to be happening as well. The final 2 match to decide India's best BGMI team ever in the first LAN in a very, very long time.
This is the Revenant crowd, and they've actually gotten a lot of purple gang with them as well, but majority of the crowd, with the support that they have, X-Park might just be able to pull off something magnificent. Because imagine this, if X-Park in the middle of nowhere in the last 2 games, if they manage to find a comeback, what is going to be the atmosphere like?
I mean, but let's see how this game is going to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar all set to begin, and the second last game of the BGIS Grand Finals is about to take place.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 more maps remain for the BGIS Grand Finals day number 3. 2 more maps. And this is going to be map 17 as we head into the hot desert plains of Miramar. Teams looking to fight for the trophy of being called the best of the best India team. And the journey of a very, very long 3 months journey. Slowly but surely about to end.
Well, and this flight path is going to be quite interesting as well. This is the perfect flight path you can ask for on a map of Miramar. Any of the diagonals are going to be quite interesting, and this one from Val Del Mar to Tierra Bronca.
And of course, speaking of the map itself here, I've got an expert brought up towards the desk here. We have Necro joining us to tell us what is happening.
It feels great to be back over here once again. And speaking about how games have been going so far, Blind Esports making that big leap in the overall standings. Now finally is in the top 3. Even TWM, they've got a chance to claim that first spot, to claim that crown. So many possibilities in such little time. This is just making me lose my mind.
Yep. Speaking of the games here, the flight path coming in. We do see Big Brothers going to be playing on towards Minas as well as Los Higos to actually play a little bit outskirts. But if the circle shifts out north here, Big Brothers might have a very, very difficult time once again. But no, it doesn't. So that means we are going to be seeing a Los Leones potential urban warfare or maybe even a Chuma circle. But, of course, all things considered, TWM, they are going to get contested by CS this time though.
I mean, we saw this happen yesterday as well on the same map. This time, though, Sam's caught off guard. 3 players from CS Esports surrounding his position. Sarthak, I believe from the way he is sitting, even knows where Sam's is. But I want to talk about Big Brothers on that Los Higos prison island. Imagine the amount of pressure, the level of commitment this team has to win it all. Just a few steps away, in fact, 2 to be a little bit more precise, from being the champions of BGIS. But here's the first fight, TWM versus CS.
CS Esports sticking to that statement that they made in the past. They said that they're going to go for some drop collisions, and that's what they're doing once again on this deserty island. TWM is one of those teams that is desperately wanting to get this chicken dinner, that desperately wants to get some good games in the hands. But CS Esports, there's a chance this team can play the entire spoiler at this time.
Now Sam's looking for that 1v1 against Rana Dip. But at the same time, do they want to fight this though? They are pushing up high ground. In this case, Destiny does have a little bit of M4 as well as SMG to push forward. But it is still a very difficult uphill battle, considering that DBS one pumps are going to completely shred through those level 2 armor, or in this case, level 1 helmet.
Yeah. But still, I mean, the distance can be a concern sometimes. Destiny needs to stay hidden because a lot of information due to footsteps, if that is given to the players of CS, they might have the opportunity to just isolate him from the rest of his team. Try and see if he can take him down with a low toss nade or a Molotov.
You know, at the same time, 6x scope to try and stop CS's exit path, and CS has no choice but to play this save here. Potentially look for an opening to bail out, but for now, Ranadip slowly checking every single corner. They know for a fact, but if they exit in the wrong corner, they are going to be shredded by that 6x M16.
I mean, at this point, CS Esports, they do not really care of being gate blocked. All they want to do is just spoil the game for a couple of these teams, and right now on their radar is going to be the players of TWM. TWM being the underdogs, they desperately need to win that fight, and also this entire game, as I mentioned, to stand a chance this tournament. And for now, TWM, they're just looking to find that initial contact, that initial connection. They know exactly where the players are too.
Yep, Lobster thinking about this one. AK pre-firing his way through, expecting CS to make a little bit of reaction. They are getting a little bit angsty here. Sams does have the Uzi, but at the same time, Uzi is not going to be the doozy because the circle now looking to close out. TWM says, you know what, we're wasting a little bit too much time. We have to rotate and get those vehicles to prepare for the next phase of the zone as it's slowly shrinking. Sams doesn't have the helmet. Oh, that's why they are not pushing out. Any random stray bullet headshot is going to take him out, but at the same time, Sams getting those informations. TWM says we are going to go for the big flank. But Ranadip does have the DPS. So if they push through the garage, TWM Gaming is going to be looking for some serious firepower heading their way.
Utility is going to be important before they push into prep Ranadeep for an easy knock to be secured. And Ranadeep, look at him. He's hiding in a corner. Just behind the crates. TWM, they have absolutely no way of knowing where this man is going to be until he starts shooting and shots being fired. His position is going to be compromised. But how will TWM react? That is what we have to see.
That's a big question indeed. Ranadeep gets no second. This is not the great start CS Esports wanted to have inside this fight. Before TWM, it's a date with Destiny. This is exactly how they want to kick things off, but also a little bit of salt added to the injuries. He's punching the player away, and Ranadeep hits the corner as balls. Sam's now trying his best to fight back with the Tommy gun in his hands. The last man to go in the name of CS Esports. For how long can he try and keep on running away for his life?
Well, they are looking to try and wrap this up to try and get as many finishes as possible, but now shots coming in. Seems like TWM, they have to go in for the swarm deal. YT, one of the oldest players coming in, he's going to defend against it. He's got the Tommy gun, but here comes the flush. Eventually, it's not going to do him any good as TWM completely take him out. And Para says, you know what? I'm out. I don't want to play this game no more. He is going to completely bail to try and get some placements. But look at this. TWM, they do not want to let him off the hook. And Para, does he try and run? But seems like he's not going to try and snake his way through. But he is going to be running out open with his tails tucked between his legs.
That's the only option that's left for him on the board. Now the question is, will TWM get him away scot-free? Because you have Lobster on the flank as well. And there is a massive possibility, a high probability of Para getting spotted out and picked off. Lobster, we see him running in the distance, making sure that no escape routes are left unguarded. CS Esports, they want to make sure they get the squad wipe, all 4 points in the bag as quickly as possible. TWM. And if they can convert this game, yesterday you remember the moment they were able to play well on Vacancy, they did secure the win on Miramar as well. And TWM, I think they're going to look for a massive game in this Miramar again.
Exactly. Para BTC, considering it's the last glimmer of hope alive for CS Esports, for them, it does not really matter. All CS Esports is waiting for that last man to leave his breath, and this is what TWM is here for too. Right now, they're like the Grim Reapers, eyeing out the players of CS Esports. The last guy, Para BTC, he can hear his death approaching him, slowly and steadily marching inside the house. Okay, though, 10 bullets in the mag. Can he connect all of those? Can he find the beautiful connection that the players of CS Esports are waiting for? CS Esports, they're here the entire blow to the players of TWM, but I highly doubt the blow's going to be successful enough. Para BTC, big bust in that closet room. I highly doubt they're going to long enough considering Sands casualty there. But let's see for how long ParaBTC is going to be staying in here. He's got 2 players on him out. SNS ParaBTC steps outside this room. He won't get Molotov tossed out, but that's it. ParaBTC
Oh no, he's burning, he's burning.
It's burning up, but it's completely fine. He's going to be alive.
Okay, that's gotta be close, man. That's gotta be close because TWM, they might have lost another member in that knock there, but still pretty drawn out. CS Esports getting eliminated. That means TWM will secure themselves 4 finishes right from the get-go.
I mean, no matter what happened, Lobster and Sam's, I believe there's going to be an exchange of words, because it was Lobster's nade, the reason for Sam being on his knees. A little bit of friendly fire in the early stages, and that could have actually resulted in a lot of awkward moments, because as we saw Ninja burning over there, luckily for them, Destiny was in the backlines quite healthy. He could have gone for a revive on all 3 of the other teammates. But now Big Brother's on our screens, an early rotation for them.
And
from that prison island up north towards the main island.
Now, speaking of which, here, we finally get a glimpse on the next phase of Circle and the layouts on what every single team, what's going to happen here. But seems like Circle is going to be shifting up north. Picado maybe lost the owners as well. We do see OR already on the north side of Los Missy in the urban warfare. Meldo going to be leaving on the top side. TWM still on top of Chumacera. But at the same time, it makes so much sense why they want to be there.
I miss one thing on this map. I miss Night Owls in Los Leones. They would cause so much trouble for anyone even close to the city. And now, since they were struggling in the finals, they've abandoned that drop of theirs. They've moved up towards the northeastern quadrant of the map. And they look to play a slow game on Miramar, which is quite weird because the entire BGI, we've just seen this team take early fights in this map.
Now, at the same time here, pay attention to the minimap. Oh, it's gone here. A lot of people just taking vehicles, want to get the quick rotations to try and get those strategic points. And X-Spark, one of the fan favorites thus far, starting things off very, very strong in the opening match for today.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, taking a slight hit as they may be losing their potential chance of taking the #1 spot if they do not get those big games this game.
As the game's passing by, the lead keeps on increasing. Big Brother Esports as well. They took a bit of a hit in the previous games, and that's why that gave an opportunity for the players of Gladiator Esports and also Blind Esports to close on up to that first spot. So even the pressure's going to be on the players of Big Brother Esports. At this point in time, every single move you make on the board will be counted for the future.
Now, speaking of the future here, Metal Esports, they are in a position that is very, very awkward. And why I say this is that this terrain right here, it gives you a little bit compound, but it's not necessarily the greatest for zoning. But in terms of final circle-wise, it's okay. But you will have to lose a lot of those vehicle structures. So in this case, if they decide to stay for too long, but guess what, Xbox, they do actually know there is a team, so they might consider taking the fight.
Fight it out, as you mentioned. Now they want to get in a position from where the line of fire is actually going to be available on the players of Metal. This wide rotation can be quite risky because X-Park, they're moving from the northwestern side of the map, from where the players of Glitch Reborn are closing in as well. Even though it's going to be a while before they reach this central position of the zone, if X-Park are still out in the open by then, it's going to be trouble in paradise. They will be sandwiched in the middle of nowhere.
Agreed. But for now, they're still waiting for the next phase of the zone. The zone slowly closing in. About 1 more minute left before it completely closes for third circle. So I guess every single one, they want to be on the move right from the get-go as soon as the circle shifts. So being quick on it means that they will know what to do next. In this case, Metal Esports as well as X-Park is still going to be loitering around as well. They are preparing themselves to get the move right on the spot. But now here, we do see a fight coming in. Revenant Sensei getting a knock on Sanchit, but says that, you know what, this is not a good spot. He is scouting for the team, but he is going to retreat off. Meanwhile, Blind Esports, they do lose Mania, the star, and now there's going to do the spin off.
Blind Esports, the man is caught out of the open. He's got no other choice left. It's somehow surviving. He might just make it out alive from this entire situation, but as soon as I say that, it's Duke to receive him on the opposite side, and Duke shuts him down and also gets the confirmation flowing up. Blind Esports, they've had a fantastic previous game, but now the transition onto this deserting lands hasn't been too good.
Chrysopi still looking, it seems like Glitch, they're still looking for the last player of Blind, but while they are looking for those individuals, I hope they look at the zone as well, because now we have an extremely hard eastern shift between La Benedita and Los Leones. Night Owls all of a sudden smack in the center of the zone. God's Reign quite close as well.
A very disgusting zone for every single team who expected this to be a Truma or Lost Leonos fight. And the only one that predicted it correctly is going to be God's Reign. And guess what? The circle there, it's something that they usually do. And this is something that favors them a lot because of the information. They were so spread out. They were able to catch glimpses of rotations coming from TX and a couple of gunshots down towards south. So that means they will have so much to work with, knowing that the rest of the teams are going to be going into this next phase kind of line.
Exactly. Big Brother Esports is on a move. At this point in time, Big Brother Esports, the only thing they've got to run in the back of their head is to make a safe rotation in the circle. Right now, they're really far away from that circle too on the southern side, but TWM as well, getting a couple of catch-outs here and there against the players. They're growing strong, and right now, TWM, they're definitely the alligators inside the game. Looking forward to munching a few players away, but speaking about munching, instead, it's going to be the players that are growing strong who strike back even stronger than the players of TWM. Even Destiny now is going to be on the chase. He's here to get the revenge against the players going strong. Sparky starts out. He knows TWM's in the front. Something needs to be done. Sparky's also catching a lot of hurt from the back line, but eventually he gets knocked out. Nicely done. Destiny back in their court.
Well, at the same time, what a shot coming from Sam Smith. At the same time, TWM having so much cover fire from afar, but to what extent Lobster needs to pick up Ninzi as well as Destiny, but the zone closing in off as well. Do they want to go for a reset? Seems like Destiny will be able to pick up in about 10 seconds. Growing strong Faith, a little bit far off. He is going to be taking this opportunity to scoot away while they going for a reset. Meanwhile, Southeast.
Midwave Esports, such a tricky spot to be in, but still they somehow make it out alive. MJ on this side, he's somehow just staying over there, but for Revenant Esports, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to get out from. Midwave Esports, they get caught by the opposite team in the name of Gladiator Esports. You get out of one trouble, you get caught in the other one.
Exactly, I mean, rotations in this map are looking extremely difficult to make. As we talked about the shift of the zone towards that eastern side, it seems like all the teams had the same thought process in mind. They thought that Los Leones is going to be abandoned, the teams in the city would have moved up north, but that wasn't the case.
Now we do see glimpses and moments here of Revenant Esports still finding their footing from the southeast corner, but they are pretty spread off. And look at this, the terrains, the topography, completely out in the open, and I like how Revenant Esports is trying to sneak by in the out and open here. And speaking of no man's land, right?
Yeah.
Who would rotate there? And guess what? Because it's no man's land, it's the perfect hiding spot for a team like Revenant, though.
That is true.
That's a 200 IQ play.
Well, hopefully it will pay off because as of now, they do catch off mid-wave. Likewise can be said for Gladiator Esports. So Sensei looking to take charge as well. Oh, he is going to flip, and the circle actually going to be collapsing on towards God's Reign. And guess what? Look at how spread off God's Reign is.
That is true. Night Owl still though, smack in the center in a really good spot. Right next to them are the players of 4 AM. Godsreen as well now trying to make it in. At this point in time, Godsreen, they just want to hold the highest ground possible at this moment in time. Makes a lot of sense too. Godsreen, they want to reign supreme. They want to get a lot of elimination points wrapped up because the competition now is starting to slip away from their hands.
The spread that they have though can be a massive point of concern for the players of God's Reign, because if Blitz Reborn decide to go for a wide flank, they can actually pick off the players by isolating them. But we have the players of X-Park in front of us, and it seems like they are taking this off against the players of Big Brothers now.
Yep, agreed. And now Bukar get a couple of finishes in. Sarvit down very low, and Big Brother! They lose Sarvit now. Big Brother will lose one man. That's the one finish coming in. They will blow it up, and Sarvit is down. And guess what? No! Delta yoinks that finish away.
Oh, this is not good. They're going to be quite disappointed considering that elimination point just got ripped away from them, but it's completely fine though. Teammates far as long as they're alive, get inside the lobby, that's all that's going to matter for them. Big Brother Esports, they're making such a desperate rotation happen, but that too, they do not find a safe spot at all. Safe gets knocked out. This is not looking too good. Big Brother Esports, they're out in the open, nowhere to go, not a lot of cover to play around with. They need to adapt on the fly.
2 men down for the brothers, and they are so lost. What do? Rishi does have no clue how many people has surrounded Big Brothers. Uzumaki forced to try and play this day, proning out in the open, trying to smoke up, to try and pick up Saif, to regroup, to think on how they want to do next. What do they want to do next?
There is no line of fire available for Rishi as well to provide any sort of support to his fallen comrades. Uzumaki, even though he has Saif quite close to them, even going for a revive is going to be a challenge, because Night Owls, they have set that up as a bait. As soon as he goes for a revive, he is going down as well. But over here, TWM, it seems like trouble in paradise for this team. But they were trying to find their way inside the zone. They have lost Ninze, and his teammates are going to be forced to abandon their comrade as they find a safer position inside the circle. But Medal looking to start things off, and in fact, to kill the players of Big Brothers.
Agreed. Look at this. They've got an M249.
What a beautiful spread that was. Ejects out the first man. And this is where TWM will be stopped in their tracks. And now Metal Esports, it's time to quickly adapt to the situation that's given to them. Paradox is out in the open. Of course, he's catching a bit of burn. Destiny 2 is trying his best to get the resurrection back up. Team X Spark versus MICI Esports. His fight is now finally breaking out. Suction knocked out, but the return knock comes into play. Pocara's wall finds himself on either side of his front. Aditya gets knocked out as well, and within a flash, within a second, the entirety of Team X Spark, they get eliminated from the game.
Oh no. What a rush coming from BG Esports. Feels bad for the fan favorites, but what a rush indeed. However, on the Q feed as well, we do see 4 AM also winning those fights against Revenant here. But on this vicinity, Metal, they want to try and get this freebies onto his TWM, but at the same time, it's so very difficult because across the other side of the map, we also have God's Reign pressuring them, trying to slow down those rotations. But little did they know, look at this circle, Glitch X completely dominating the north side here, and Roman still smack middle of it all, and they've heard every single gunshot. That means they know what's up in the entirety of this map.
For the first time, we see Glitch Reborn actually dominate their rotation. They have become a zone magnet themselves. But what about Gladiators now? From being in a position from where winning was actually possible, they had to climb back again, make a comeback on the last day of the tournament. And if they win this game, might just be closer to the trophy. Destro dodges the shots, is looking for some cover, and will find it behind this boulder.
Even the pan on the back is sort of helping him out over here, assisting him to cover those bullets.
I'm not gonna lie, Destro has got to be the luckiest guy, because just today itself, he's got so many pan blocks thus far, and because of that, he's been able to survive. Meanwhile, Big Brothers, 2 men alive, still somewhat, 3 men alive. They are gonna try and pick Saif off. Metal looking to push their way through, but the circle inching away as they are going to push them up north. And guess what? Their neighbors from Vikendi, 9 Owls, is going to be the east side and potentially pinching them.
Metal Esports looking for a assert that dominance, but good spin through Zamaki. Will he be able to shine through like a bright diamond in this pressurous situation? That's what I want to find out. Nicely done, the opening's found, but then the return knockout comes in. Metal Esports, they're doing a fantastic job and shucking away against the players of Big Brother Esports, but still Rishi in the back is trying his best to pincer down the players of Metal. This will be a tough scenario to recover from, but it's not impossible. One man's out in the open from Metal. A lot of shots missed. Now Safe is going to be looking for to make that push happen. That's what he's trying to pull off. The Molotov tossed in on top of Top Dog. Maybe it's going to find the connection. Maybe it's not. But Top Dog moves away in the nick of time, and as Safe moves away, his life gets stolen away from him.
Oh boy, what a game coming in as well. Metal now with the circle coming in, he had to get out as well. This is circle 5, he's gonna bleed out. He's gonna leave Lancora here. Top Dog only has 2 first aid kit, is desperately running in towards the north side as well. But guess what? If they rush in now, God's Reign is gonna rain on them. But meanwhile, in the middle of it all, Night's Owl still chilling their way through. But Gladiators also gonna be playing on the outskirts as well. But BG in the open no man's land field in the barn with a couple of smokes in to try and blade his way through. But the nades from Rose Roxy. But God's Reign, they really want to rip their finishes.
Oh, God's Reign, this nade might just be the closure that they're looking for to put up against the players of MICI, and a beautiful connection with the utilities out. Another man hits the Dankus wall. MICI Esports now getting dismantled limb by limb. One more man to go, and for how long he's going to be able to keep himself alive.
Surya, he's still there for the side of MICI, but God's Reign, they have dominated this fight all this time. 4 eliminations already on the board, and they're looking to control this entire western edge all by themselves. There is no competition heading their way. Majority of the teams, in fact almost all of the teams, are towards that eastern edge of the zone. It's just one man from the side of Metal, Top Dog, who's anywhere close to the southern or the western edge. Let's see how his story is going to go in this matchup as well.
Now we do see a heal battle. Distro. He may be lucky with the pan, but this time he has no choice. Oh, he actually found a body.
Wow.
He's got 12 first aid, so this is huge for Distro because he's going to be able to outlast away here. But this time, with 8 teams left, he's slowly inching away. I don't think anyone realizes where he is. Meanwhile, Top Dog sacrifices his loot. He is going to try and inch his way through. Godrain has no angle to catch him off guard. Ninja Joe right at the edge. I don't think they see him here. He's got to be very careful. He doesn't. Oh, he does have a helmet though, but Godrain still checking every nook and cranny to try and finish off Top Dog. But with those vehicles, he may be able to punch Top Dog, but Top Dog looks like he's going to bail. And Godrain says, okay, it's clear. So Top Dog is good for now.
Exactly, Equinox from the top, looking for the reign supreme, looking down on all the peasants, and this is where he finds one of them in the name of GlitchX Reborn. Godrain, once again, they make a stop. They've got their target locked, and they want to terminate them, exterminate them from this game as Ninja John pulls out the frag grenade, but then unfortunately starts catching a bit of hurt, and this is where Ninja John will need to back away a little bit. Godrain, they're dominating this entire final few moments. Midwave can be the biggest threat that they can approach in the future, but still for now, GlitchX Reborn is a big point of concern for them.
It can be a point of concern. The one advantage Godrain has is the fact that Glitch Reborn is on the low ground. They just don't have to get distracted as long as they're focused on one fight at a time. Godrain will be the team winning and walking away with the chicken dinner of this game. We have Top Dog getting eliminated. Metal Esports out of the pitch here. Top 14 remain. 10 players still alive. Glitch Reborn taking on the players of OR and they have not secured. Admin of the last man is going to fall as well.
The young man gets dug in the deep in the grave, and now we've got the players of Godrain on the top. GlitchX Reborn trying to pull some shenanigans at this point in time, and Roman OG starting to push up against the players of Gods.
Now, GlitchX Reborn, they may have the numbers, but think about this. They are low ground. They have to push up on towards Godrain unless the circle favors them here. Roman slowly creeping away here. Circle. Oh, it is still 50-50s, but Roman, he does have the DPS and a big flank, but Ninja John has such a topography in his favor. Godrain still going for the push here, but Robin, if he decides to push up forward, he is going to be able to catch up Roman. But guess what? Chris is also there to potentially trade him off.
Ninja John still from the top looking down. And now 3 players in the front in his line of sight, but the 4th man is a bit spread out on the left. This man has had a lot of eyes locked on him. He's also supposed to be on the first spot in the entire tournament's MVP. Can he maintain that spot?
Well, let's see though. 3v4 situation, high ground for Godrain. Although they are out of utility, no throwables available. Otherwise, this fight would have been extremely easy. Shots fired from either sides. Ninja John hiding in the brush, looking to see if the opposition is going to expose themselves. I mean, they need information. That is the only thing they are lacking right now.
Now they are going for a little bit of cover fire coming from Aquanox as well, but little do they know, they are looking to try and send Robin to try and flank the sides here. They did a fantastic job sneaking his way through, but of course, Godrain looking for that opening pick to try to even out the fight. And with all this smoke coming in, it is going to be very difficult to do so as the circle slowly closing in.
These teams are now slowly and steadily inching in towards each other, and it's only a matter of time when they collide against each other. All they're looking for is a bit of a glimmer of focus, a bit of a glimmer off that flinch of the opponent team, and as soon as they find that, that's it. Ninja John once again, the Supreme and the Prime spot, looking for to unload the magazines against the players of GlitchX Reborn, but still, GlitchX, they're doing a fantastic job in holding the ground they have.
They still have the advantage, but look at this, Ninja John doesn't have a helmet, so any stray headshot is going to take him out as well. So GlitchX, they still have the potential to win this as they slowly itch away, but look at this, all the utilities completely swamped on, and they're looking for the opening pick, and guess what, Aquanox, they find Ralph.
Now we're on the even Steven Cross, baby. This is where Godrain will have a chance to once again reign supreme. They've already found the opening. It's a 3v3 scenario. Once again, considering it's an uphill battle for the players of GlitchX Reborn, already they're stacked with a lot of disadvantage. It all depends on the upcoming circle, who will be forced out in the open, who will need to leave their comfort zone, and move in for that battle.
Last utility from Ninja John. No more for Aquanox as well. And it's going to be difficult because GlitchX, they get the reset potentially. And because of this, It's going to be all over again. No, actually, Ralph doesn't get picked up. Oh, no, he does get picked up. So that's going to be the reset coming in. With no more utilities, God's Reign, they have to come down from the higher and mighty horses here. And Aquanax only with 20 bullets left. Robin, 40 bullets as well. As GlitchX is going to say, we are going to group up instead.
GlitchX looking forward to show those patience, but there's a chance the battle finally might just brew out. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the silence breaks out into chaos, and Robin finds one. He's looking for the second one as well. The vehicle in the front gets blown, but now is also converted into a hard cover that Robin really wanted to block all those bullets from. GlitchX Reborn, it's going to be a 3v2 scenario. The vantage advantage in the favor of God's Reign, but Aquanox, he finds that beautiful knockout. 2 more to go. It's a 2v2 scenario.
What a clutch from Robin and Aquanox here. They're all choked in. They now know they have the advantage, know exactly where they are. But Robin, he overpicked. He's going to get punished. And now they immediately focus on Aquanox. And GlitchX says, we are going to open the push. And the pump comes in.
It's a 2v1 scenario. TBS from close to red. Watch the blood Grim Reaper. And he's looking for to rip apart the competition.
No way!
And he finds that connection. What a beautiful chicken dinner that was. God's Reign, they clutch the final few moments to name this chicken dinner. What a beautiful statement. What a stark statement being created by these guys.
Aquanox, an absolute god. 1v3 his way to victory, taking the winner chicken dinner. Aquanox, that should be illegal. That should not be possible. How did you do it?
The pop-off after the win. Equally brilliant. I mean, Blaze had to calm him down, sit him down. The job's not done. One more game left for the day. But still, God's Reign reigning supreme with the high ground advantage as well. But mad props to the players from Glitz Reborn. The only mistake they made was underestimating that man, Robinson, the IGL from the side of God's Reign. I mean, that was just brilliant.
At this point, I wouldn't even call that a mistake. It's just straight up lack of experience. GlitchX Reborn in that fight, it felt like somewhere down the line, something in the back of their mind was forcing them to push up.
No, I'm going to stop you at there. That's not lack of experience, man. That is a big play coming from both sides, because technically GlitchX Reborn should have won. But if you think about Aquanox, he played it like a beat. He clutched it in the most small pixel ever.
The knock on Ralph has to be the longest range DPS knock I've seen. I mean, that was just individual pop-off. Without that, this game was GlitchX Reborn's win.
Oh, you can see the frustration of GlitchX Reborn. What a way to be sent off, but Aquanox, with that play coming in, he's going to be an absolute
That's a proud mom. That's a mother proud of a child right there. Blaze's mother. She's been there for the last 3 days, supporting her son in their journey. And I mean, imagine this win of theirs, I mean, was just very impressive.
In the city of dreams in Mumbai, where dreams become reality. And guess what? A legend has been born. Aquanox, a god amongst men.
Yes.
A sigh of relief. The players of God's Reign were looking for, not just there yet, but they also needed to find that sweet success. They have, but they cannot get too complacent just on behalf of this chicken dinner. They've still got miles to keep on climbing up. In the upcoming game, God's Reign, they need to have a banger performance.
One more map for God's Reign to try and shift the scoreboards. And anything is possible, because I don't even know who's going to be the ones at the top right now, because it's that close.
Exactly, it's extremely close. Big Brothers, though, they took an early exit. I believe, if my maths is correct, we had one player from the side of Gladiators who went for a heal battle, and I believe Gladiators finished with 8 points. 8 points for placements. They had 5 eliminations on the board. That's what, 13 points. So they might have actually... Oh my goodness, they might actually be tied up with Big Brothers. Did Big Brothers have any finishes?
Well, that's the thing. It's so close. How would we know if you think about it? Because at the same time, you can see, oh my goodness, like India's pride still looking forward to crown who is going to... Is he going to present the trophy to the champion?
I think so as well. That's what's going to happen. I think so. The only reason why he's staying over there is because he wants to hand out the trophy. It would be such a crazy moment to witness. Imagine Neeraj Chopra walking up to the champions, handing them out the trophy. The crowd goes wild. Man, it sounds like a fairy tale to me.
Yeah. The future champions in the making. I mean, these lads standing and screaming in the crowds are going to get motivated as well. Look at the wave. Everywhere this camera goes, you can see the wave coming in. And of course, I mean, a big celebration will happen no matter who wins, because it is definitely be a big moment for any of these teams to be able to lift that trophy. But we know the contention, what's on the line. Big Brothers, Gladiators, even God's Reign bring themselves back into the fight with this win of theirs.
What a day here in India, Mumbai. What a day. But of course, all things considered here, we have to wrap up the highlights of how things happened for match number 17. Of course, TWM Gaming had a very, very interesting strategy here.
Yeah.
They wanted to try and steamroll their points to get as many finishes as they can in early aggression to catch people off guard. They were on a very, very good run. However, all things considered, as the game progresses here, they were losing out a lot of positioning.
This was one of my favorite fights, Glitz Reborn taking on the players of Blind. The gatekeeping attempt was quite brilliant. The way they were able to control the spread in that team fight was actually quite phenomenal as well. But then again, I mean, you can only win so many big fights in a single game. And I guess Glitz Reborn finally in the end bow down to the gods themselves.
I mean, Johnny, for you that was a fun fight, but for the players of Blind Esports, that was one of the biggest blunder they could pull off. After that entire fight, Blind Esports is of course going to be disappointed in themselves because they were in the top 3. They needed to keep the momentum rolling. They needed to keep the ball rolling in their court. But that's not happening anymore.
Agreed, but at the same time as well, there's just so many things happening in this map as well. Every single team fighting for their legacy to be crowned one of the best in India in BGIS. And guess what? Nobody knows who's going to be number 1 at this stage. And you talk about Big Brothers losing out early. This was the exact moment. They bowed out at actually almost 10 plays, I believe, in the hands of Metal Esports. So that means it's still going to be anyone's games. And of course, I feel if God's Reign takes the final game, they might be the actual champions.
Imagine if Gladiators end up winning the last game, they end with a chicken dinner, and that takes them to the trophy.
Speaking of that, Destro was actually going for med strat till the top 3. So Gladiator Esports, once again, there's a chance they're going to close on up to Big Brother Esports.
If my basic arithmetics in mathematics is correct, if I can add numbers properly, and Big Brothers, we're going to see how many finishes they have in this game, right? At this point, if I don't add Big Brothers points from the map of Miramar to their previous standings, Gladiators and Big Brothers are tied up in the number of points. Depending on how many finishes Big Brothers have, there's going to be just a few points of advantage. It can be either 2 points or 3 points. But look who's back. Mavi in the house again.
The legends joining alongside in the crowd. Mavi, someone who has had such a big legacy in the esports in the past, is finally over here. Even he's going to be witnessing the historic moment that will be happening after the upcoming last game.
You show this man once and instantly everyone's trying to figure out where he is. People are pointing towards him like, look, there is the man, there's Mavi himself. And now they realize that they're on camera instead.
Wow. Well, look at the crowd. And to be honest, I am extremely excited to see what they have installed here. And to be honest, this past 3 days, you know, casting on BGI's Grand Finals has been a real pleasure here. And I hope you guys enjoy yourself, because I truly enjoyed this moment of watching one of the best in action. And to be honest, seeing this crowd is happening here, I want to go and take a look and join what they have to say in the crowd, because I'm going to have I'm going to have Salty come and take over my slot. Goodbye.
Wow,
it's been a pleasure. Goodbye.
Interesting. Well, I guess Terrence is just going to leave us like that. He's going to leave us hanging. He's going to go in between the crowd and have a lot of fun, I guess. Well, I wish I was Terrence, because even I want to have a lot of fun. But you know what? We've also got Sid amongst the crowd. This is some crazy stuff. All the superstars, all the content creators that are known in the Indian gaming community, they're over here.
I have never seen Sid that confused about being on camera before. I think he just wants to have a fun time. He wants to enjoy his time in this LAN.
I mean, this guy's having a lot of fun time, right?
Yeah, because he gets to now join the crowd. Enjoy the match with the audience.
What? Is his flight just get preponed or something?
Oh, no.
I don't think so. I see, are you leaving yet? No, right?
Wow.
No, he's not leaving.
He wants you to leave, by the way. He's saying your flight to Malaysia has been preponed, I see.
I say I love you. You might not be able to hear me, but that's fine. That's fine. He doesn't have to hear me, ladies and gentlemen. It's between you and
Go back, watch the broadcast, and
Yes.
No,
yeah,
I,
we're gonna be with him when it
it's a
happens.
trade secret.
He's
It's-
gonna bust you open when you go back to your
no, but
hotel
he'll be in
room, you know
Malaysia,
that?
no?
No, we'll do it tonight.
Wow, this man is already making the future plans. But you know what? Enough of the jokes. Getting back inside the game once again. We have got the MVP of the previous game on our screens. 5 finishes wrapped up, 15% finish contribution. Of course, Ralph is going to be on the top of the screen, right?
It was an impressive performance from Glitch Reborn. Every single player from their side standing up tall in this matchup, but does it even matter? It was too little too late. We saw Glitch Reborn take a massive fall from Day 1 itself, and now in the second last game is when the performance that we were waiting for sort of comes back just a little bit. We have Ralph being joined by a Roman in this game. 9 eliminations on these two players combined.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can have a look at the other players as well, right? Top Dog from Medley Esports. Every single time it's just been Top Dog or somebody else just getting those finishes. 80% finish contribution only on Top
Yeah.
Dog. Now, this is the point which we were discussing in the pre-show as well, that Top Dog has been the only one who's been single-handedly carrying the team forward. And that is one of the reasons why Medley Esports are not really in that advanced position on the overall standings.
I mean, you're speaking about Metal Esports, and I feel like over here the big point of concern and the big talking point should be Revenue Esports.
Guys, someone wants to have a word with you.
Revenue Esports has been deactivated. You know what? I see what's up.
Hi, it's really rare for 4 of us to be on the same desk together here.
Wow.
But I want to tell you guys at home that it has been a pleasure, and you know what, it has been a long journey for BGIS, but at the same time we have to give it to our original 3 English casters to take the journey. And thank you guys for showing me what India truly is, and it's been a pleasure. I'll see you guys right after this show, but for now, this final game, it is all about the best of the best. And of course, production, why do you want to wait for me? Why? What's up?
I mean, look,
I think they
I
want
think so
to...
they want to show us on the
Yeah,
universal
yeah,
cam right there. Yeah! The cam is right there, Salty. Wow, show some muscles. Show some muscles, bro. I know you got a lot. He's taking off the blazer as well. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow, it's a bodybuilder show right there, boys. Let's go. He's the man who hits a lot of gym. Salty, we can't see anything. You're too skinny, buddy. You're
No,
too skinny.
my muscle is right there.
No, you're too skinny, buddy. I mean, what is that? That's fake. That's really fake.
Anyways,
That's not real.
you know, thank you so much, Hindi casters, for you guys. I love you all. I'll see you guys. Goodbye for me. And of course, we've got the Hindi casters. We've got all 4 people. Coincidentally, for some reason, we did not plan this, but I like that all our talents in the casters, we have the same wavelength. We said, hey, we are here to do something. And guess what? You know, we are here to see who is going to be the champion. And to be honest, none of us know.
I mean, it's a historic moment, ladies and gentlemen. Every single person in the crowd as well is currently waiting for the champions to be crowned, and we're only a couple of minutes away.
Yeah. I mean, just
Wow.
a few more minutes to go.
Wow.
Champions are going to be crowned.
Wow.
Wow.
This is a nice moment, to be honest. Just
Yeah.
fans from every single age group.
Yeah.
And from the jersey, I can make out it's for Glitchix
Glitch
Reborn.
Reborn,
Is,
yeah.
is she crying because Glitchix Reborn maybe are low? Is
They
she-
just, yeah, I mean,
Oh,
that was a
no.
tough fight in the
Oh,
previous match, a
no.
hard loss.
Oh no!
Definitely
don't lose
upsetting
hope.
to the fans.
Please don't cry, sweetheart.
Not everything's gonna end
I
right
see.
over here,
Go.
right? The future's always gonna be strong, even in the future. Always keep on hoping for things to get better.
Yeah, IC has been looking after these 2 kids, so we're going to send him to look after the small little child upset with Glitch's loss. in the
Wait, did you
previous
just
game
call
as
us
well.
kids?
Yeah, you guys are kids. You
No.
call us boomers. What are you talking about?
Yeah, ladies and
Fair
gentlemen, there's a generational gap between Johnny and us, and of course with IC and us, it's 2 generations. So it's completely fine. To be honest, we have just been talking
He's just gonna
about.
blow shots
Back
on
in
everyone
my
like
days,
that, bro.
ladies and gentlemen.
He's calling you old, man. Icy's calling you old. He's saying there's 2 generational gap between you and him. Between
Whoa.
you and this guy.
What's up, Icy?
You need to have a word with him, bro.
What
Oh.
did you say?
So I basically said that between us and Johnny, there's 1 generation gap, and between you and us, there's such a 2 generation.
Yeah. Finish him. Finish him.
Finish him. Oh, no.
Guys,
That's a deadlock.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Finally, I can. Oh my God, this is just too much fun.
I wouldn't be
Oh,
surprised if
boy.
Salty never returns after tonight.
Oh, by the way, IC just left his bag. He's
Oh,
gonna
wow.
go without it to
That's
Malaysia.
a gift. That's a gift for you.
That's a gift for you.
Yeah, just keep it for yourself, man. But you know what? I think so enough of the jokes right
Yeah.
now. We need to focus on the upcoming things that's going on. The upcoming game is going to be the last game, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine all of the journey that we've been witnessing throughout the grind.
Look
been a
at the
long
energy
time.
of the crowd. Look at the energy of the crowd. I mean, it is going wild in the anticipation of the win. And, well, only one question. Also, I mean, two questions actually. What's the difference on the leaderboard and who's going to lift the trophy?
Yeah, I think Oh, Johnny, by the way, do you remember our production always used to mess us up with never really showing the overall standings before the penultimate
Yeah,
game?
it's gonna happen on land now.
Is that going to happen on land right now? I have no clue.
No one has a clue, man. It's us, it's the 8,000 people in this arena. All of us have no idea who's first, who's second, who's third, who's fourth, who's where in the overall leaderboard. But now only one thing's remain. I mean, I think the countdown is underway for the last match to take place. And as soon as that happens, it will be absolute silence. I know for a fact there's going to be silence in this arena for the first few moments. Everyone watching the big screen in the center of the stadium, watching every single second of the action unfold in front of their eyes and watching the champions in the making, the champions of BGIS 2023.
1 rupee ki Pepsi said bhai sexy.
Well, I mean, the first statement is not true. The second one is, though. Yeah.
I just went and had an interview with Sid and I asked him, why is SATUL Sid in Team X Park jersey? Now, he told me one thing, that he is here to support his brother.
Yeah.
And the penultimate game of Miramar could have actually changed hopes. He was willing that they get a chicken dinner and the entire stadium actually gets riled up.
Yeah. What happened?
But yeah, I mean, I was like, all right, fine, that might not actually happen, and that did not.
I mean, right now, I'm just wondering, are Team X Park even close to win that entire tournament? Are they even closer to that first spot in the overall standings? I highly doubt that's going to be happening, right? Gladiator Esports definitely on the second spot. They've done a fantastic job in maintaining that. Big Brother Esports, have they moved down or are they still there?
I think they're going to be still there. I think they're going to be still sitting on the first position. But just to be safe, Nick, I mean, Gladiators, X Park, be it Big Brothers, why not just win the last game, end it on the highest of the high note, the banger of a chicken dinner to lift the trophy. Imagine, first you pop off from your seat, with wherever it may be, around this massive screen, and then you pop off on stage when you lift the trophy.
That is true. I mean, speak of popping things off, right? Right now, Revenue Esports, no matter how much they pop off, they've lost the chance to gain the victory. They've lost the chance to win the championship. It was one of those teams that we all were looking out for, considering they dominated day one, day two, such consistent performances. But over here, when it matters the most, they forget to perform.
And it's a massive heartbreak as to how it happens. Day number one, they didn't leave the first spot alone. Day number two, up until the first 3 games, they were still managing to retain their first position for themselves. But then there was a fall, and it was so massive that recovery is nowhere in sight for Revenant. But look at this. Fans still riled up. I mean, it's been what? We showed up, I mean, these lads showed up at 9 in the morning. It's almost 4, and everyone, I mean, the energy is still high. Wow, it's 5.
Wow.
I've lost track of time.
This is what I love, right? Even we have the same energy. We've been here for a long time, baby, and I do not plan to give up this energy because I am going to be the one to create the hype.
Well, that is going to be your job. But ladies and gentlemen, just an update. The match is going to take place. And well, it's going to begin in a few short moments. One last game, one last ride, and one last flight. As we take off on the map of Erangel, the final game, game number 18 of this BGIS 2023 about to take place. And as IC was there to point it out, it has been a pleasure for the last 3 months to be able to cast out these actions for you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, this is going to be Super Johnny joined by Necro and Salty as we're about to take off. And in Erangel, game number 18 is all set to begin. Necro, my man, take it over.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the Grand Finals is on the horizon. We all are waiting for the champions to be crowned. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The plane's gonna hit the skies for one last time in this this arena in the BGIS, and it will all be decided right here, right now. Here we go. The plane's gonna hit the skies now.
Absolutely. Now this is it. The one last flight that we are taking over our home turf, ladies and gentlemen. And we start our journey all the way from Storbar and end towards the military base. A very horizontal, a very vertical flight path, in fact, which definitely leans towards on the right hand side. Johnny, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, this is the same flight path as we had in the first game itself. That's all I'm going to say. I hope it's going to be a similar circle as well, because hybrid zone, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to have in the last match itself. But let's see, 4 AM taking the exit towards Salba Kamesh, King Glitz Reborn, heading towards that Savani side. And of course, it happened in the very first match they played together. It's going to happen in the last match itself. We have GS and God's Reign dropping in the city of Yasnaya Poliana.
I need to see some drop collisions right now. A lot of teams have lost their hopes. They better try to play some spoiler. They better try to drop on top of the teams that have a chance to win this entire thing. They better drop on top of some of the known teams, right, Salty?
Absolutely. And look at this. I think Midwave and Night Owls, they definitely are gliding pretty close to each other, but nothing really all of a sudden, to be honest. God's Reign and GS, like you mentioned, pretty in close proximity. Even MICI and Big Brothers, as a matter of fact. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a circle. Military base all over. And Gladiators, they might actually have a chance of making a dream come true.
Is this game 18 or game 12 all over again? I mean, it's the same circle, same flight path as game number 1 of the day, but we are seeing a switch in how the teams are moving around. Big Brothers hoping for a big game, and along with that, big money at the end of this match. 75 lakh rupees potentially theirs within the reach, the grasp of their hands, almost touching that trophy as well. But it all depends on how they play in this final match itself.
Well, I mean, just like we talked about it, Gladiators, Big Brothers, all of these names, we have said it time and time again throughout the last 3 months, but it's very nostalgic to understand that this is the last game of the tournament. This is the tournament which is going to give us the BGIS 2023 winners. And it seems like the stars have lined up for Gladiator Esports. The circle is theirs. It might just be theirs as well, the trophy that I'm talking about.
The stars have lined up, but it's up to them to connect those dots. Can they connect those dots? If Gladiator Esports, they capitalize, they adapt on the fly, there's a chance everything can be lined up on a silver platter for these guys. But if that's not going to be happening, they lose an opportunity to be the champion of the official tournament. And that's going to sting them forever throughout their life.
This is history in the making. It's gonna be, could be in fact, one of the first trophies for one of these teams, and second for a lot of them. But now switching focus to the players of Blind Esports, we're seeing them rotate early for the first time ever in this entire tournament. Don't want to make the same mistakes they made the last time a wrangle was played today, earlier on in the day. Manya leading the charge for his team, wants to cross towards the military island as early as possible. But is this quick rotation going to work out for them? Because there's going to be a lot of action waiting for them on the other side of this bridge.
I mean, action will definitely be there, but it seems like Team X Park, they've already started to take up the role of the guardian angels of the bridge itself. Look at this! He is in full-time range! CS Esports is under heavy fire. On goal will take so much damage, but one of the players from Team CS Esports will be knocked out.
Of course, CS is here to play the spoiler, but Metal Esports, they're here to stop him in the tracks. Who's going to be the one to top this entire battle? That's what we're here to find out. Metal Esports against the players of CS. CS, they managed to find the escape route out of this tricky spot, but again, for CS Esports, they've already given up on all their hopes and dreams.
Metal showed up to camp this Nova Epnoi bridge in the hopes of catching the players of Revenant Esports of God. But now CS Esports, they are in a very awkward situation. Para to BTC has been left behind close to the gas station, and Metal Esports, they have full freedom to push this compound to their wills. He's pinned out, Para on the first floor. Paradox lining the nade for the rooftop, in fact, but Para BTC hiding in that staircase 2v1 situation in no close combat. Shotgun is the only way he comes out of this alive.
Indeed. Yes, finally this battle breaks out. S12 get personal. All he needs to do is find an initial connection. SNS, that happens.
down.
will go down, and that's what happens. Pillar BTC knocked out and finished.
And that's the second man from the side of CS Esports to go down.
I mean, to be honest, CS Esports, they definitely have been hit extremely hard in this rotation. Medal Esports, what a beautiful bridge camp was it. And now, they're yet to find the remaining two players, but it seems like CS Esports have made the run. They have cut the chase. They don't really want any business from this bridge area. But two finishes already for Medal Esports. CS Esports, their hopes and dreams have almost been buried alive. But what a journey it has been for CS Esports as well, right? We all remember that run inside of the semi-finals.
Exactly. Top 2 finish among some of the best teams in the country. That is how this team got here. Well, I'm talking about the grind. In fact, they started all the way in the grind, came into the BGIS round 3, and then there were a lot of struggles, but somehow they did manage to recover, and finally they made their way through all the thick and thin of things to the grand finals themselves. Even Blind Esports, I mean, from the day they started playing in this tournament, they were considered the top contenders. Every single fan, every day we were live with our broadcast. I think Blind was that name people were cheering for. Even though as the performance dropped, the dreams of lifting the trophy were fading, the fans never gave up, and I still believe a lot of you are still cheering on for them.
Yes. But another thing that I've also seen in the past is that if their fan favorite team, if the fan favorite team's not able to perform that well, some audience tend to spread out a lot of hate comments, and which they should not do at all. They should try to stay positive. They should try to keep on supporting these players and the team, because that's what's going to lift up their morals, because they're already going through a tough time. If you're going to spread out hate comments, then it's going to get even more tougher. So just keep on supporting your favorite teams and your favorite players.
And I think, to be honest, for Blind Esports as well, right, it is, or it has one of the most loyal fan bases out in the community. Every time you open up the chat, believe in Blind is always there, and I'm pretty sure these players, they've done enough to actually deserve every bit of the love that they get. I understand in the crucial phases of the tournament, they have kind of underperformed and could not really live up to the expectations of these particular fans that they have earned, but this is only fine because every single player in this lineup, they're young. You look at Joker, you look at Mania as well. All of these players are extremely young.
Yeah, I mean, young lads with a lot of firepower. That is what they used to be, and that is what they still are. Hopefully in the future we're going to see them regain their old form. But ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of an update to that no rep noise situation that was developing. And it seems like, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of a cautious approach this time from Revenant Esports. Do not want to be caught off guard by the players of Medal again for the second time in the same day. God's Reign on our screens now. And it's going to be interesting rotation for God's Reign. They are being chased by the players of Night Owls, Glitz Reborn, 4 Aggressive Man. And they've somehow figured out a way to leave the players of GS behind.
Oh, Night Owls.
Poliana.
Here we go. The body hits the deck once again. Knockout found. And one of the players of Night Owls being knocked out. This is where the confirmation flows into with no issues for Aggressive Men. Nice way to kick things off inside this entire game. Now at this point in time, every single team will at least try to win the last game. It doesn't matter if you've lost out on the hopes and dreams of winning this entire tournament, but every single team wants to name this last game to themselves.
Exactly. I think everyone wants to end this on a high. Everyone wants to bow out of the tournament with a very, very good run. But GlitchX Reborn in this one, definitely paying the price. But look at this circle. Oh my God. Wait a second, Johnny. Like, this entire circle possibly has more water than land.
This is the finish you can hope for. I mean, extremely hard western shift of the zone, and I believe it's going to be the military bridge that's going to be up for contention in the next few moments. We have a cluster of teams closing in from the southwestern side of that island, where Gladiators still holding on to that sea building of their. CS Esports have managed to cross over towards that western edge of the military island, with Team Xbox taking the southern fence of the military base itself.
Johnny, the hell's gonna break loose quite early in this final game, considering there's not a lot of landmass to play around with. Big Brother Esports, they still haven't rotated from Georgia Pool itself. This is going to be such a late rotation.
In 30 seconds, the blue zone is going to close in again, and we will have the multiplication of damage going up. But look at this, Blind Esports, it seems like don't really have an information of this imposter that's just hiding behind the tree. Wexy waiting for the players of Blind to expose themselves, and he's not alone here. He has his teammate to back him up.
Exactly, I mean, Midwave in a very good position, especially with Blind Esports, with no information about their presence. This is where one of the players can actually be taken down, and if I'm sure, if on the initial contact Midwave get 1 or 2 picks, I think Blind Esports and their journey will be done and out.
And that's the exact moment why this man hasn't really been taking any shots. The trigger discipline, he wants to confirm at least 1 knockout when he lets that trigger loose, but he's not really going to be shooting anymore considering Blind Esports. They want to be quick on their fields. They want to secure a really great spot inside the circle. But speaking back right now, it's finally going to hit the deck once again. Blind Esports knockout. Blind Esports in a big receiving line. And Midwave Esports, they're trying to fight back. But this is where Blind Esports, they hit back. The players of Midwave Esports so strong.
And this is going to be a tough fight for Midwave to come back from.
Oh no.
Blind Esports, they have full control of the situation, but while they were distracted by the players of Midwave, look at them. They skated away unbothered, untouched by the players of Blind. No damage on them, not even a single scratch on their vehicles.
Blind Esports, they have to get the head out of here because they have no business in this position. For sure, they have a knock which can be confirmed. They might just be able to farm a few elimination points from here on. But the situation is not going to favor them. As a matter of fact, Metal Esports just leapfrog this entire situation.
Yeah.
They are prioritizing the circle. Now that means for Blind Esports, the entry point is already getting very difficult.
That is true. The entry point indeed is quite difficult. But Revenue Esports as well. Now these guys are going to be the one to camp out the bridge. They want to funnel in a lot of elimination points. And this guy, growing strong, might just be the one to give that kickstart to the players of Revenue Esports inside the game. But still, they haven't really found a lot of knockouts. Growing strong, being able to recover back inside this entire fight.
Revenant Esports, one of the teams who definitely had such an amazing run inside of the tournament so far. Now they are struggling, they are done and out. Wait, what is that? A head-on collision between players from Godrain, and now they're openly firing. Sanjit on the receiving lines, MICI, they are being torn apart.
MICI Esports, not any type of hurt inflicted just yet. They're going to find a clear rotation out of this entire tricky spot. God's Reign, though, they still want to keep on the players of MICI. They want to unleash themselves against MICI, but the opportunity is being stolen away by every second that keeps them passing by. MICI Esports now, they're bound against the players of God's Reign as Ninja Jard makes that push happen. He loses his patience and he pounces on top of the opportunity.
A massive game is needed from the God's Reign squad if they want to stand a chance to lift the trophy. They're looking for those easy finishes in the early stage of the game. Down the spray, failing to connect on the head, but still quite a decent bit of damage on the opposition.
Decent bit of damage, but God's Reign, they know that there are multiple teams in the vicinity, and Robin will be taken down from the back line. Ninja coming back to slap down Tams, but that's not really going to be happening. It is such a high pressure situation for this lad because 2 teams up front, 1 team in the back line, a lot of utility being invested as well, and now Duke is actually close up the distance.
Exactly, Duke now frozen personal against the foes, but still Duke needs to get out of this entire battle. They're here to third party the situation. Glitch X Reborn, they want to be the one to quickly adapt out of this entire circumstance they're being put up in, but the problem is they just do not really have the man number to back them up. Blaze now trying to form an off angle, but Roman is well aware of this entire stuff. But it's getting a little bit too tough. Out of this entire spot.
Only one way left to go for that man. Takes the buggy inside the waters. Glitch Reborn, Roman OG waiting for the other players of God's Reign to reveal themselves. In the meanwhile, though, Modit from the side of MICI uses the opportunity to pay, in fact, the players of Glitch Reborn in kind. Objective for both these teams is simple: survive the assault of God's Reign and figure out a way to punish them for staying on that main island for so long. But as we switch focus towards that military base, look at this current from the side of 4 aggressive man against the players of Blind Esports, and he's not all alone, all by himself. He has his teammate Spider Jord there to help him out.
Knuckle knocked out. Well, all they're waiting for is the confirmation 4 a.m. now, just being such a big pain in the foot for the players of Blind Esports. And Blind Esports, that's the only team that's currently doing that.
Nice!
Taking shots and knocked out. Firefox as well, might just line himself up in that 3, but no, that's not what that happens. Man, managed to get away. Finally knocked out once again. Nicely done. Blind Esports, they find 2 knockouts against the players of 4 a.m.
Blind Esports, what a brilliant gatekeeping opportunity for them. They've completely stopped 4M and their tracks. But now look at this, the circle, it is in favor of God's Reign, TWM, even Team X-Park, whose convoy is already on the move. They will be able to set up camps inside.
What are you talking about? Look at this. I mean, the players of Big Brothers, the late rotation not really working out for them, but still, they managed to get 2 inside the safe area, the boat rotation, and there is no one, absolutely no one watching this team. Someone needs to take care of them if they want to lift the trophy. Otherwise, this can be an easy win. And look at this Sarvit. He's going back to bring his teammates back.
Oh, he can revive underwater, and that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Big Brother Esports, there's a chance these 3 men can actually make it inside the circle. This is brilliant, and Big Brother Esports, if they make this happen, if they pull this off, it will be an incredible one.
It definitely will be an incredible one, Necro. I mean, this is a move of a century. If they win this game, and lift the trophy off of this particular strategy, it's going to be enormous. But now look at this. Who's going to welcome them with open arms? It's going to be Revenant Esports, MJ and Fierce. They are blocking the edge lines, and I'm pretty sure for Big Brothers to find the opening, to get upstairs, they will have to figure out a pathway.
They found it. They became rock climbers, climbed the gap between the rocks, and now they have some cover to work with as well. Sarvit looking for a new face. He's going for first spray on towards Apollo is moving Buggy, but the Buggy a little bit quicker than his bullet, but no, from the flank, Saf finding 2 knocks, and Revenant in a world of pain now.
Already things are not looking too good for the players of Revenant Esports. It's way too dicey. Safe now trying to close on up. Tosses in that utility. Tosses that nade. Safe going to be knocked out. Way too up close and personal that was. Way too close to comfort. Revenant Esports, they're going to be safe for now. MJ, at least get that resurrection back up. So Fierce is going to be back on his feet. No issues.
Big Brothers still holding back. They're holding their horses as well. Revenant Esports, they have sort of reset from this particular fight, but they are going to re-engage into it once again. On the other side, towards the bridge itself, OR have taken a massive hit. It's Night Owls who's coming in for them. It's a 1v1 for Draco and Mac, but the player has been revived.
Right in the nick of time as well. But let's see, Max now, the second knock secured by the players of Night Owls, but out TWM! What was that? Ninja being an absolute ninja!
From the back, just knocking on the door. TWM, they steal his lifeline away. This is not too good. So many teams have been eliminated from this game, and this is where things are turning out to be even more dicey. Fights happening left, right, and center, all across the board. It's tough to even keep track of all of the stuff that's going on the screens.
Oh my goodness, TWM, they have so much space to actually control even God's Reign, as a matter of fact. But the fact is, God's Reign, they've lost their players to the play zone, and now they're not really in their full strength. But the eastern part of the circle, there is so much commotion happening, Johnny.
Now on our screens, Gladiators, Sarvit, Seth, and Rishi still surviving. Have to be extremely careful of the players of Revenant Esports in the distance, and of course X-Park as well. We see them towards the right, have a beautiful mountain to work with. And while we are talking about God's Reign, we're talking about the players of Big Brothers. We cannot forget that Gladiators are still there. But look at this, the shift of the zone right on Manya's head. He has control of the only set of buildings inside the zone.
The reason why the stadium once again rise up is because X-Park is inside the circle, and they actually have a good position.
In order to have a better position, they need to beat Revenant and take control of that hill.
Exactly. From the back, there's going to be so many teams breaching in that from that same point. And the problem for X-Park is that they do not really have a lot of cover to play with. And that's where X-Park might just crumble down under the pressure. Before now, Gladiator Esports as well. These guys are going to try to march in. OR Esports is right in the back. Gladiator Esports, they were praying. They wanted those elimination points, but OR just did not peek out. Metal Esports against CS, and the last man just gets ran over.
Wow, that was quick. CS Esports outside of the game, and we are down to a one digit of teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. War Mac out of nowhere is going to be caught off guard, and even though Gladiator's Destro dished out so much damage, it's going to be the play zone that takes him down. Jelly's pick confirmed by Delta PG, and Gladiators, they have finally started to put numbers on the board.
With every single finish, Gladiators, they're starting to inch closer to the trophy itself. They need a lot of them. 24 players remain. But I'm not really sure what is the difference between them and Big Brothers at this point. They decide to fall back from this fight. I'm not really sure if this was a good idea, but no, wait, look at this. Staff has actually been taken down by the play zone.
Oh, this is not too good. This is a little bit too tough, but the Gladiators, they're here to eye out the arena. They're here to claim the arena. And this is where there's a chance they might just end up winning this entire thing.
Two teams in contention for the trophy right now, still present in the game. Gladiators, a massive opportunity in their hands, and they're deciding to go for a wide rotation outside the safe area. This can be a trouble. TWM exactly is waiting for them right in front. Delta is going to
Sam's gets ran over. This is not too good for TWM. They lose out a man number left, right, and center within a flash. Gladiator Esports, they claim this entire spot. They're so dominant. They assert their dominance against TWM, and the last man has got no other choice than to give this spot away.
I mean, Gladiators, they are marching like gladiators inside the circle. They certainly have taken the figurine of Mike Tyson right now, and they are dominating. Metal Esports might be one of the teams who can stop them. 9 finishes, and all of the 4 players are still alive. Still trying to move around, still trying to get space, and it seems like for Gladiators, the next target has to be Blind or God's Reign.
I mean, it has to be Blind. You have to take care of Manya in order to survive, because if you leave this man alive, he might just ruin your match in the next few seconds. Revenant still present in this matchup as well, taking on the players of Xbox, it seems like.
Moments away from crowning the champions. Everyone's heart is pumping out of their chest. They can feel the ice. They can feel their veins coursing through. But this is where Gladiator Esports, they're here to claim the arena. And Gladiator Esports, they're eyeing out for that crown. Everything is on the line. Gladiator Esports, it's coursing through their veins.
It certainly is, Necro, and I can feel it. The goosebumps. Every single fan is on their feet right now. They just want to want the trophy to be lifted up by this team itself. And now look at this, Gladiators, the white swing itself. This is absolutely insane. And from the flag, it's Destro who actually takes out top. Gladiator Esports, they're swinging wide. They're coming in hot, and they're destroying everyone.
Gladiators, they need to keep on swinging wide. That's the only option they've got. They keep on moving up. They're just so dominant, not even scared of anyone moving. Fearless. The other man gets run over. Metal Esports. They've got one last glimmer of hope, like the shotgun was pulled out. But no, instead the man retaliates. He hits back the players of Gladiators. He slaps him down. Justin, it's all down to him. He needs to pull a miracle to pull and keep his team alive.
Absolutely. Gladiators once again, they tried to make the rotation happen, but that did not. And now look at this. Delta all by himself, hopes and dreams down the drain. Metal Esports, they eat them up alive.
Metal, they have 12 eliminations on the board already. 2 teams standing in their way. One is going to be Revenant, other Xbox, and of course God's Reign as well. But Xbox finding the players of Revenant Esports, Pierce in the line of fire. Sarang is trying to catch him off guard from behind the wall. The soft cover itself, but can't really line up the shots. As soon as he peeks, he's going to hit the floor. And Xbox, they are under immense pressure right now in this match.
Revenant looking for to hit back the players of Metal Esports and even X-Park. But Revenant Esports, they just keep on dropping down on the man number, and also the wall of death is now forcing them to leave this cover and try and crawl back inside the circle, and that's what MJ is trying to do. A fantastic knockdown from MJ, but his position gets capitalized in return. And at least one man from Revenant is already moved up close and personal.
Team Xbox, they know they have the prime spot. They know if they take down Revenant, that is half the job done. The match might just be, but there is one guy, Pukar, he barely has any bullets left on the skull, and he's 40 bullets. But finally, he's got Aditya to actually support him up.
Oh no, Pukari is going for the push. Pukar gets him! His armor is gone, helmet almost gone as well. And another one! What just happened? God's Reign, it's Metal vs. versus Team Xpark in this fight.
Top two teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Metalworks is Team Xpark. Who's going to be the one to name this chicken dinner? This is what we're here to find out. It's also a 2v3 situation. Everyone in the arena is chanting for Team Xpark. But it all comes down to these final few moments. Kyoya catches a couple of hurt, but still, it's going to be alive. Team Xpark, everything on the line. They need to win this game. They need to put up the show for the fans before Metal Esports. For them, their pride and dignity is on the line.
The lenses are pointing to the camera and the trophy is shining on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Team Xpark might just be marching towards it. Nades being lobbed in. There is a little bit of a silence before the storm, and every single Metal Esports fan, the players, they know it. They can break dreams, they can shatter hearts, and they can definitely make millions pay. And that is going to be their only objective.
This is the calm before the storm. This is the calm before the champions being crowned. Only a moment's away. We're just waiting for this 2v2 to be confirmed. Nades are being tossed in. Top Dog being softened up.
Oh,
beautiful
that volley's good.
Molotov. The Molotov might just find connection, but no Top Dog. He finds that safe ground underneath that buggy. Is looking pretty good right next to it. He's got a decent amount of cover to play with. Team Xpark can move out in the open. They want to win this fight. They're looking quite desperate. They've got a 2-on-1 split, but Metal Esports still are looking forward to capitalize.
They certainly are looking forward to capitalize. Explosions once again, but look at the split coming in. I think Dream's position has been left unmarked, and from the back lies a nade. Top Dog has been brought down to solo HP. Even Aditya survives that, and the nade comes in. The knock comes in as well.
The blow-up's there, and Top Dog gets confirmed as well. Metal Esports, one more man to go. One more man stopping them from naming this chicken dinner. Team Xpark, can they end the day on a stark statement? Can they end the day on a win? That's what all of the crowd is here to find out. 3v1 scenario. Metal Esports, Kyoya is the only man that's holding them back. The Team Xpark dreams in position, gets capitalized, gets compromised. Now it's down to a 2v1 scenario.
Oh my God!
Walls knocked out. Kyoya could have flipped the table. The throw. Instead it's going to be Xpark to end the day with a chicken dinner with a fantastic beam in the end to shut down the last man. The vibe's electric. The crowd's going crazy. Everyone's losing their minds. But the question still remains, who is going to be the champion of the BGI in 2023?
That is what everyone's asking right now. The chicken dinner is in the hands of Xpark, but who will get their hands on that trophy in the center? And this game, it confuses things even more than before. We had Big Brothers take an early exit, Xpark walking away with a lot of elimination. Gladiators was surviving till the extreme late game stage, along with Revenant and God's Reign as well. Look at that, discussions all around the board to see who is the winner, who is it, who are the champions. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, a quick recap of what the emotions were throughout this last intense game. Every single team completely zoned in. Look at that, Destro a little disappointed with the early exit for the squad. PS and Apollo fighting till the very end to see if they can secure the points, secure the win, get the trophy for the team. And of course the winners of the match, Xpark, can't even celebrate properly because they have no idea if they are the champions or not.
No one has any idea who's the champion. So many teams were in contention. Gladiator Esports, Xpark, Revenant 2 in the end. Big Brother, unfortunately, they got eliminated early. Even God's Reign was there in the late game.
Exactly. And to be honest, you know, Johnny, we both were on our feet. We were literally on chairs. We were standing
There
up.
was no need to do that. That was a massive risk. You could have fallen. Yeah.
Dude, that was the emotions which was going through me, and I'm pretty sure it's going through the players as well. Now look at this.
We are seeing those, well, pleasantries being exchanged, but still, who is the champion? How? Can someone please tell us who won?
The question still remains, who is the champion?
Wait, why is Aditya sad?
I think it's not Xpark, that's why.
You never know. The points are being calculated in the back, John.
True.
No one knows who's going to be the champion. Xpark defended things on a fantastic note.
I mean, at this point, with how this last game has gone, and if my number crunching is correct, there are only 2 contenders for the trophy. Oh, there can be a third one as well, but I think it's going to be extremely close. Just a few points separating these teams amongst themselves. X-Pac, how many finishes that they had? That is something that can be extremely important from the previous match, but still, players, a few moving away from the trophy, a few moving close towards it. I still see the players from Big Brothers and Gladiators present.
Firm handshakes and hugs from the players. They know this might be the last time they might just see each other, because you never know where they can meet each other in such a big land in the future or not. But indeed, it's an emotional moment for the Indian gaming community with how this entire tournament has progressed on.
I mean, there are 8,000 people waiting right now to find out who is the champion of BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Look at the anticipation in their eyes. Look at their faces. Everyone is asking the same question. 8,000 people under the same roof, wondering who's going to be walking away with 75 lakh rupees, the title of BGIS 2023, the trophy, and of course the respect of the entire Indian gaming community.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, inside of sold out Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Stadium, I am excited because nobody, absolutely nobody knows who is going to be the champion.
Yeah, I mean, production knows, but just like they don't show us the overall rankings before the last game, we won't get to know who the champion is until the announcement is made on the stage itself.
That is true, but for now, as we do go on forward towards the highlights, action kicked off in quite a weird way, considering it was the last game as well. Every single team, it felt like they were on the aggressive note, but the teams that stood a chance to win the game, they try to put everything on the line. They try to make some wise decision at the end of the day. Even Big Brother Esports, they started off all the way from Georgian Pool, rotated down south. It was a late rotation, but it sort of worked out.
I mean, I'll be honest, Necro. This game was great, but I want you to talk about, I want to hear from both of you, because it has been 3 months. When we started, we were casting in the together all the way back in Delhi, and now we are here in this amazing stadium in Mumbai. It's been 3 months, this entire journey. I want to hear both of your experiences. By the way, both of these lads, first LAN, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
How do you guys feel now?
I've earned a lot of experience from all of this stuff that's been going on. Met a lot of new people, made a lot of friends, had an absolute pleasure casting alongside you guys, and also Icy Baby, which is in the back line sitting over there. But you know what, Johnny? This journey is going to come to an end within a couple of moments. There's these words being said by a great legend. He said, even this time will be passed by. That's what's about to happen, Johnny.
Yeah. Salty, what about you?
I mean, I'm a little emotional at this moment because, you know, right, I've lost my voice. And that's completely fine. But the stadium, we went across 3 cities. We spent 3 months together. And, of course, the last week with the players in this sold-out arena. It's been phenomenal. And just like you mentioned, right, this was our first LAN experience. And we never had thought this is something which we would experience.
But still, this journey, this 3-month-long journey has all been for one thing and one thing only. For the future of BGMI in this beautiful country. I mean, from day one itself, there was only one thing that was being mentioned again and again, both by us, the Hindi broadcast, or even on the social media, that this was going to be a massive opportunity for one of these teams from the grassroots level to make a name for themselves. A lot of those teams made it to the big stage, but only one of them can be able to lift the trophy. All hopes of the community were split between a few of those named Big Brothers, a team who no one had heard of up until a few months ago, and now everyone will remember their name. Sarvil, Seth, Rishi and Uzumaki. No matter what the result is, these lads deserve to take a bow in front of this crowd. They have been absolutely phenomenal. Along with them, Gladiators, God's Reign, all of them waiting to see who lifts the trophy. And of course, the beautiful Hindi desk on the opposite side, ladies and gentlemen. Anki, Sparrow, Maisie, and I believe Ocean wasn't there, but Ocean was also part of the lineup for the Grand Finals. You guys who were there throughout this journey for all 3 months, and of course the 8,000 people that are present in this arena right now. I can't thank the viewers, the community enough for making this journey as epic as it has become right now. A few moments ago, this table was shaking. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on our table, bottles of water that just started to fall. That is how crazy it got.
Indeed it did. But you guys saw a shot of that trophy a while ago. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the trophy that will be given away to the champions. And we're only a couple of minutes away. Everyone's having that suspense in the mind to find out who's going to be the champions.
Who did you guys pick, by the way?
I think it's going to be Big
I
Brothers.
went with Gladiator Esports at the start of the day.
What about at the start of the finals, Necro? We had to submit our predictions at the start of the finals.
I predicted Gladiators.
Right?
I went with God's Reign, man.
All right. I was with Gladiators as well. If they lose, we blame Necro.
What?
Yeah.
No.
But I'm not really sure if anybody went with Big Brothers apart from me.
Oh yeah, Maisie. Maisie was the one man who, all the way from the losers bracket, was rooting for them. In fact.
Exactly.
Not just the losers bracket, Johnny, even before that.
Oh, yeah.
And now I remember it all of a sudden. That Maisie, he's
He's
wait,
the actual GOAT.
Did he actually see this coming?
But I don't know how
But
he
is he
saw
the
it coming.
Is Big Brothers the champion, though?
I have
That's
no idea.
the question.
I mean,
It
they can't
certainly is a
Because
question.
the last 3 games, Big Brother Esports, they were deactivated.
It was still quite close, though.
It
You
was.
never know what can happen.
I mean, I'm not the one who is doing calculations at the moment, and neither are our ears being filled with numbers
Yeah,
as well,
no.
ladies and gentlemen. You don't
Yeah.
think that we are getting all the information
mean,
and we're not giving it back to you.
To
We're
be fair,
all
if they tell us, we won't even stop for a second.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We are that bad at
We're
keeping
all
secrets.
equally clueless, Johnny. We
Yeah.
are literally all equally clueless. Who is the winner? Who is not the winner?
IC might not be. I don't see him. I don't see.
I think IC has actually joined the production to actually do the math because he's actually pretty good with numbers. So
Yeah.
all of his cards is all about numbers, and I think he's sort of helping them doing that as well.
But you know what?
Yeah.
The only card that I have is this one. It's been a pleasure to be over here in Mumbai at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Stadium. We've been live for 3 days, but now this journey is almost coming to an end. We're just waiting for the graphics to be
But
ready.
imagine-
We're just waiting for the numbers to be crunched.
I mean, think about this. I mean, we were always talking about new players, new teams joining the community. We had so many registrations for this
Yeah.
BGIS. Imagine, round 1 started with 2,048. I'm not even counting the 256 teams that were there in the grind. Round 1 of BGIS started with 2,048 teams, not players. Teams. Every team needs minimum 4 players. So you can imagine the number of players that were there in the top, in round 1 itself. From there, the top 16 played on this stage for the last 3 days, and now one of them will walk away with the trophy itself at 75 lakh rupees in the bag. Along with that, there's one thing that we haven't discussed yet. We're going to come into a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. That is the individual prizes. Ninja Jod, is he still on the top? Has he been dethroned as the overall MVP of the BGIS? Who's going to get the MVP of the finals? I lost track of how those rankings were.
What about the Rising Star? What about
That too.
the best IGL, right? Of course, we know the best IGL will be awarded to the IGL of the winning team, but
Why is it that we always end up confusing ourselves with everything we say?
I mean, look, all of that is fine, but I feel like calculating the rising star will be the toughest thing.
Oh yeah.
Who is going to be the rising star? We did not even try to figure that out.
maybe
even
Godbot
once.
if Growing Strong is
Can
at the
be Godbot,
highest
yeah.
because his stats were absolutely insane. Roman was there, but Roman actually went down quite a lot of steps. So maybe Godbot is going to be the one.
I mean, there is a possibility that can happen. Necro, what are your thoughts? Who do you think?
I think so. It can be Godbot as well because this man has been performing phenomenally on the individual level. But you just never know who's actually going to be. Even can be someone from TWM. This is one of those teams that has been performing phenomenally well.
Very valid
Can
point.
be Uzumaki from Big Brothers as well.
But I'm
Exactly.
not really sure if TWM players satisfy the criteria. I'm pretty sure.
I think so. Has to be someone from Big Brothers, though.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
I mean, big brothers as well, Sarvit, Saif, they have been quite incredible. Uzumaki there, IGL, phenomenal, making big brain plays throughout the grand finale itself. And can't forget Rishi. I mean, the man was pretty critical to a few important results the team had. Can be anyone, actually, one of these new players. It can be anyone walking away with that massive prize money all to himself. And you know what's the beauty of these individual prize money? You don't have to share it with your team. It's all yours. It's individual money.
That is true. I mean, it's all your money. That will be in your bank accounts. That will be in your pockets. No one will have a chance to even ask you for a share of that. Imagine that's a lot of money too, right? I mean, if I were the players, I would go and buy a bike.
But you always buy bikes.
This is the difference between Necro and the player. So I just had a chat with Ninja, and he's like, I don't want the money, I want the trophy.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure that God's Reign, who might not actually be making it, Ninja, even if he gets that individual award, he's going to be pretty sad because everybody knows that this is the team game, and the team trophy is what the ultimate respect is.
I don't want to praise myself too much, but I was so me and Ninja were also chatting before the day even began, and I had forgotten about this. He reminded me that the last tournament he got his MVP reward in was given that trophy was given to him by me. I was there. He's like, "You're my good luck charm. Please just stay there. Wish me luck, and hopefully I'm going to win it at the end of the day as well." I was like, "All right, good luck, buddy." And to be fair, he had a massive advantage to begin with. Delta PG was he had almost caught up. Fierce was right on his tail in terms of that individual MVP of the finals list. Fierce was almost on his tails, and Revenant Esports today were a little bit aggressive in a few matches, but the problem is that the picks were getting into the hands of the other players, not necessarily Fierce.
Exactly. I mean, Revenant Esports, let's talk about this team, right? Who started up, ended up on the first page, ended up on the first spot. In fact, on day one, the entire switch up in play that we witnessed throughout the BGIS as well, and now inside of the third day, it felt like they just completely choked down to the pressure.
True. They did, man. Especially, as you mentioned, with the amount of improvement these guys have showcased throughout round by round. Round 3, that game of Sanhok is where everything flipped apart for Revenant Esports. Is where everything changed for that team. That switch of passiveness turned into aggressiveness and consistency, and this team started hitting the bodies left, right, and center. They look like unstoppable freaks of nature.
And I mean, one more thing, and this is going to be a little weird for everyone who's just tuning in for the finals, because again, as we mentioned, 3 months in the making. I would like to ask you guys, are there any teams that have not made it to the finals but you still remember sort of a play or a moment that caught your eye throughout this journey? Again, this was about the community. This entire BGIS was about the grassroots of the BGMI scene in this country.
There were a lot of teams, to be honest. Now, if I have to specify underdogs or the grassroots, right? Undergods, to be very exact, I would have to go with Troublemakers.
Hey, that's my favorite team.
That's your favorite team. There was one player, I don't remember the team name exactly. I saw him way back. BGMI Bimari. How can we forget that player?
He changed his name, came with something wacky again for the second time. That man, every single stage we saw him move up, his name would change, and it would be something extremely wacky.
I would say I miss Team System from the
System was great.
And from the known teams, I've definitely missed Godlike. It's one of those teams that carries a big punch and a massive legacy, but unfortunately, the chance for them to take that trophy was already stolen away.
But we have new faces. That is why we have the new faces. See, it's simple. Competition works in a simple manner. For someone to win, a lot of people have to lose. Either you can just leave the way, get out of the way for the other peoples to take the glory, or you can fight for your position, fight for the crown, and be the kings, call yourselves the kings of BGMI in this country. But we're going to have to see. Again, we're going to be the kings for the next few months at least until BGIS rolls around again for the second time. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been absolutely incredible from the start till the very end. Salty and icy starting the day with a pre-show along with Sparrow on that Hindi desk. And of course, Xerxes, why did we forget Xerxes? He was also quite phenomenal in the finals.
He's also been a part of this entire journey. Things started off in quite a fiery way, especially the vibe. It was so intense in the arena, but at the same time, it felt like a music concert, especially when the drums started rolling.
We forgot a few very important people. I mean, we did the easiest job, all of us we have named. I mean, you, me, the Glads on the other desk. People over at Craft in India, I mean, an absolutely phenomenal job making all of this happen. I mean, look at the crowd. I mean, I still see people with hopes in their eyes that in the future, they are going to be on that stage. They are going to be the ones playing. Mr. Neeraj Chopra showing up today, gracing us all with his presence, of course, motivational words being said by him. And of course, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to have those words would have motivated a few of these individuals in the crowd, and of course the conversation carried on to the Hindi desk, and then the final 3 games were played where an epic battle, ladies and gentlemen, took place. Battle for glory, and only one question. The rise up was there from Aquinox after the final match, but did God's Reign rise up enough to get the trophy, to get the glory? Heartbreak is always going to be part of the journey, but
Wow.
you never know, maybe that heartbreak can lead to success in the future.
After that chicken dinner,
Yeah.
that was Blaze's mom who actually celebrated with the team a high five.
Yeah, I know.
That high five was basically blessings, and I think this has sort of become a norm right now. BGMI has crossed boundaries, and it has transitioned into a household sport right now, especially with the crowd, with the every single age group that we've seen visit us, grace us with their presence. They've made this a very inclusive sport in entirety, and I'm pretty sure as time passes by, not only we're going to have a massive player pool, there's going to be immense audience support as well. We already have that, but I think this is going to grow so much more in the coming years, Johnny.
Exactly. How long will you be satisfied by being one of the crowds? I mean, it is time to stand out, and Craft in India again and again will come up with these opportunities for every single player out there in the community. I remember there was a time when, I mean, back then there were no arenas like this. I mean, we only had the opportunity to watch this broadcast online, but today, look at this. A massive stadium that was packed from 9 a.m. in the morning. It is 6 in the evening right now. The sun is about to set, but the energy, the enthusiasm still amongst every single one of these people is still high. They stand there with a smile on their face, and of course, a question on their face. Who is the champion?
That's what they're waiting for. Anxious faces all around. And all the posters, all the excitement just transitioning into somewhat of an glorified trophy finish.
In this journey of 3 days, we witnessed a lot of emotions, be it anger, be it sadness, be it enjoyment, be it happy. But one thing is for sure, this event has given us a lot of lessons and a lot of good memories.
I feel like
It's
crying
something
now.
we can never forget throughout our lifetime, especially me and Salty, it being our first ever audience LAN event. It's legitimately making me emotional, guys.
Yeah. I mean, it was a big journey, and we never thought we were going to be making it this far when we all started a couple of years ago, all 3 of us, in fact. And it has been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this journey over the last 3 months. A pleasure to just be in front of the audience for the grand finals itself. I mean, again, the players close, the people close to us, I mean, the closest part of the arena to us have been constantly waving us, and they kept us motivated. They kept us motivated throughout the last 3 days, because I mean we have been addressing the audience online for their thoughts and their views on what has been happening, and we have been reading what you guys have been saying, by the way.
That is
you
true.
have not been ignored.
Guys, it's an emotional moment for all of us.
Yeah.
You guys want to hug it out? I would say.
Yeah,
we should
let's
hug each
actually
other
do
out,
that. Let's
guys.
actually do that.
It's
This
been
is
an
the trio
absolute
for the last
pleasure. It's been an absolute honor. I love all of
we
you
don't
guys.
see- we need IC, I mean,
Unfortunately,
IC is
I
not
don't
there.
see IC anywhere, but I have made a lot of good friends, and I love you all. That's all I
Yeah.
want to know. Even the audience, Johnny, you're someone I've been with throughout the start of my career.
We don't have IC, we'll take his notes.
A great pleasure, a great pleasure for all of us.
Is the Ocean giving away a watch today? Again? Oh, is that for Anki?
I am not really sure what he's trying to do, but he might actually. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not going to be
He
surprised.
gives away a lot of watches.
But
Wait, I want to hear what's going on. Yeah. Alright, wait. They've been thanking each other for keeping the journey going. Because
Just let the moment simmer, right?
Yeah.
Let's hear it. Let the audience hear.
One of the finest casters जिनके साथ मतलब honestly वो काम करने का एक अलग वो मिला ही है.
Wow.
yeah, we are missing our fourth. I miss IC now. We need IC
Yeah.
as well.
Me too. We
It
need
feels
IC.
like a part of our body is missing now. Where's IC? Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like with how things are turning up, we might have the champions of BGIS 2020-23 soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to know from you guys, I mean, listening to us online, who do you think has won the trophy? I'm pretty sure you guys are pretty better than us at crunching numbers. And I mean, you guys might have guessed it already, but still, anyone in this arena still wondering who is going to lift the trophy, who is going to call themselves champion, who will walk away with 75 lakh rupees in their banks. And as well, everyone is trying to go rise up, rise up. It is going to be time for everyone to rise up in their own journeys as well.
yeah, look at the excitement. It's still
Quite a
there.
lot of excitement.
These guys, these kids don't get tired, do they? I mean similar to us
look
as
at
well.
us.
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
Look at us.
Salty, that's. I think you got to go meet that man in that OG jersey.
What?
What if that says Salty in the back?
Possibly. I mean,
Yeah, might just be the future Salty that will be joining us on the desk. Who knows?
what do you mean by why would there be a future Salty? That would be a new.
One thing can never get old: pulling Salty's legs. It can. Never
Yeah, I mean,
get old.
I
And I'm
was.
pretty sure when this journey ends, Salty will miss us. I'm pretty sure he will be the one to call me most of the time.
Dude,
be like,
That
kept
means
checking
you're not
up
going to
on
call
me.
him. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys over here. I think I'll wait for the next event to happen if possibly we can come back together.
Hopefully
This
we're
was
gonna be
this
back
was
together, yeah.
this was a different experience altogether. I have never done anything in my life something.
We made sure you had fun, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Especially me, right? I mean, me and his.
I don't know about
me
that,
and him
Negro. You're
were
gonna have to
vibing
talk
a
to
lot.
him about it.
Me and him were vibing a lot all the way from the back as well. It feels great over here. It's also on the Hindi stream, I guess. Hello, Hindi stream. How's everyone doing? Salty.
Yeah.
Any last things you want to show? Your beat, your biceps, beat your triceps. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Absolute pleasure.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. Even the Hindi desk is an absolute packed machine. Every single person on that desk is incredible.
I mean, this
Oh, they're
entire.
praising you, Necro. They're praising you over there on the Hindi desk.
Wow.
Yeah, they're saying you have a nice voice. You have a very pretty voice. Then that is quite true. Necro has a good voice.
I didn't really hear that, but one thing is for sure: the
What is
amount of play-by-play I've done this whole tournament, I've lost my voice, and right now I'm pretty sure I sound like a broken speaker.
I mean, all of us are broken records, man. Because literally, at this point, every single person who is involved with BGMI in any way, who has even watched 1 minute of this broadcast, not just this broadcast, this entire tournament, I'm pretty sure all of them are back, no matter where they are. If they're in the arena, they are standing on the ledge, waiting to find the answer. If they are online, they've tuned back in just now to find the answer to just one question. Every single BGMI fan in the country has one question: who is the champion of BGIS 2023? This is the start of it all. This is where it all begins, and being the very first team to lift the trophy, it can mean everything for 4 players, for 5 players, for the team itself.
It's crazy. This is where it all begins, and this is where it all ends as well.
No, this is the start of it all, as I said.
Yeah.
It's not the ending, Necro.
For us, I mean,
No.
just look at this. This tournament's ending right now, Johnny.
Necro, you're gonna cry. We'll cry. We'll have our moments as well on broadcast. But
mean-
and I'm pretty sure, right? Like you mentioned, Johnny, I'm pretty sure, like if there's a new team, if an undergod lifts up that trophy, that shining trophy, it will be the start of a new era.
Oh. Again, I mean, still, so Sparrow on the Hindi desk just said, I mean, I still heard him too much superhuman hearing. Looking at what happened today, we're gonna need a bigger stadium next time, for sure. That is true. That is true, because I'm pretty sure all of the people that are there watching us online, they're gonna show up next time.
Exactly right. I mean, I've heard that majority, a lot of these people who actually queued up since the morning, they're the only ones who apparently got seats. If you were a minute late, you weren't really getting passes because the stadium was packed.
My inbox was full with people asking me, I'm still on the way, can I still show up? I'm still on the way, can I show up? But still, ladies and gentlemen, I guess it is time to find the answer to the question we've all been asking all this time. Who is the champion of BGIS 2023? We're going to go on to the stage with none other than our boy Xerxes to find out who will get to lift the trophy. Here we go.
Hello! 18 matches. The final battle. It's over. You guys have been a wonderful audience. Please अपने आप के लिए तालियां हो जाए. You came in the morning, you were the first ones in, made sure you got the best seats in the house, and just for that, congratulations for being witness to the most epic, historic final battles for the BGMI India series. Are you guys ready to find out who takes home the ultimate chicken dinner? Okay, with me I've got Karan Pathak, Sham Deshpande, Meenu Lee, Sean Unilson, and of course, Neeraj Chopra! Are you guys ready to find out who's taking home the trophy? If you don't make noise, I'm not doing this, we can call it a night. You waited all this while. अब पता करे बिना तो जान नहीं सकते. You want to find out who the standout players were first? Are we ready to find out who was the best IGL? Any guesses? It's Manya from Blind! Giving him the check will be Mr. Karan Pathak. Keep making some noise for Manya. What a performance he's put up. Every time he was on screen, you know, someone was getting fragged. Incoming. Manya, 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 Manya. Make some noise for Manya! Next up, Rising Star. Giving away the check of 2 lakhs for Rising Stars is Mr. Sham Deshpande. Any guesses on who the Rising Star? It's from Glitch X Reborn, Duke! Make some noise in the customary way for Duke! This is the ultimate platform where we get to see new players rise up. Today it's him. Tomorrow it could be one of you. So keep practicing, yeah? There he goes. Congratulations, buddy. Make some noise for Duke! Whew. We are down to the MVP of the finals. To give away the prize, we have Mr. Neeraj Chopra, an MVP himself. Any guesses on who is the MVP for the finals? It's from Big Brothers Esports, Sam! आवाज करते रहो. We still have to find out who the MVP of the entire tournament is, who's the second runner-up, who's the first runner-up, and who's taking home that ultimate trophy. There we go. Seth! Give him a big round of applause. The ultimate finisher. And finally, to give away the MVP of the BGIS tournament, we still have Mr. Neeraj Chopra. Any guesses? You guys are right. It's Delta PG from Gladiators! Shout Delta. Delta, 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 Delta! Second runner-up. There's a lot of pressure, guys. 25 lakh rupees. Giving away the prize for the second runner-up is Meenu Lee. Second runner-up goes to Team Esports! आवाज करो X-Park के लिए. You guys wanted to see them on the top. They are on the top. Almost there. What a performance. Keep that support coming in. X-Park के लिए. Team X-Park on the stage, everybody. They are getting crowned. That's their medals. Keep clapping for them. What a wonderful tournament they've had. They've had their ups and downs, but they were there. Erangel was clearly their favorite with all of the chicken dinners going their way. Started the final battle with a chicken dinner. Ended the final battle with a chicken dinner. And that calls for a big round of applause right there. Make some noise! 25 lakhs! Okay, and now it's time to find out the first runner-up. It's so close. Koi guesses? Guys, these are the final 2 announcements for this tournament. Uske baad, BGIS 2023 comes to an end. Who's going to be your first runner-up? It's Big Brothers Esports! They take home 37.5 lakhs. Clap for them. They had a wonderful tournament. The circle didn't like them so much in the last match. But what a series. Give it up for Big Brothers Esports! The undergods. Here they are. At position number 2. They almost had it. Almost had it. Give it up for the undergods. Big Brothers Esports, everybody. This is their moment. At the very beginning I told you, some team is gonna go home a champion. Could have been them. They just missed it. Okay. I think it's kind of obvious now who's taking home this trophy. Can we have Sean and Neeraj to come and present this to them, and Karan? Come in, come in. Oh, wow. That's Team Crafton, that's Neeraj Chopra. Give them a round of applause for making sure we had a wonderful weekend. What a final battle this has been. This is going to be a benchmark for esports in India. तुम लोग वापस आओगे कि नहीं? तुम लोग पार्टिसिपेट करोगे कि नहीं? अगले टाइम तुम में से कोई स्टेज पे होगा कि नहीं? That's the spirit, because we are about to rise up, and the final winner of BGIS 2023 is Gladiator Esports! What a match, what a comeback. The only possible team that won this without a single chicken dinner. एक भी chicken dinner नहीं लिया इन्होंने. Give it up for Gladiator Esports! The champions for Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Gladiator Esports! Destro. What a trophy magnet this man is. Public, these are your champions. Make some noise for them! 75 lakhs! That's the ultimate chicken dinner. Wait for it, boys, wait for it. Take the check first, take your photos with the check, and then you come in to raise your trophy. Take the check, guys. Take some photos. or the trophy is already up. The lifting of the trophy deserves a better round of applause. Keep those cheers coming, keep those claps coming. You guys have been a wonderful audience. Thank you for being here with us as we made history. This is BGIS 2023. And these are your champions, the Esports. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Take a little round through the arena. They're gonna come past you so that you can see the trophy up close. Please clap for them as they take their victory lap. A very well deserved, a very well earned Zero Chicken Dinner Championship goes to Gladiator Esports. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Thank you, good evening, and see you on the other side. Armzoxes signing out.
Thank you.